Marvel, I have Black Myth Wukong templates. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Capture the King First. However, Ebony Lord took advantage of the situation and dragged Strange closer. Strange was not good at close combat and was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Before he could react, his hands and feet were tightly bound by Ebony Lord's robes. Strange only had time to recite the protection spell before he was tied up tightly. Ebony Lord looked at the Blue Star Wizard, who was not defeated by his magic, with interest and praised sincerely, "Your magic is really interesting. Maybe it will be loved by children." As he said, he reached out to take the time gem from Strange's neck with the attitude of a winner. Ebony Lord only felt a burning pain and quickly retracted his hand. Strange looked at his embarrassed appearance, and although he had difficulty breathing, he still mocked. "Although the spell is simple, it is indestructible." Ebony Lord was angry and said viciously, "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Then he tightened the restraints, causing Strange to fall into a coma. Stark was only briefly dizzy, so he forced himself to adjust his breathing and quickly recovered from the dizziness. Now was the critical moment of the battle, and any delay could be fatal. However, his reaction was still a little slow. When he came to his senses, he saw that Black Dwarf's hammer was getting bigger and bigger, and it was too late to dodge. Just as he was about to close his eyes and wait for death, a familiar and slightly naughty young voice rang out. "Hello, man." "Hi, Mr. Stark." It was Peter Parker from Queens. "Shouldn't this kid be on the school bus?" Stark was full of doubts. While standing up and firing lasers at Black Dwarf, he asked, "Kid, why are you here?" "Off-campus teaching at the Modern Art Museum." Parker answered Stark's questions while attacking Black Dwarf, but he was still curious. "Mr. Stark, what's wrong with this guy?" Stark briefly explained, "This guy is from outer space and wants to steal the time gem from the wizard." At this time, a piece of floor floated over, with an unconscious person lying on it, followed by a person standing on the floor. Several people in the fierce battle noticed this scene. Stark quickly said to Parker, "That's the wizard. Kit, go save him. I'll take care of it here." At the same time, he was still thinking that, if Dr. Cena was here, the situation might be better. However, what he didn't know was that the last Hela invasion and the last Circa invasion made the Hulk and Dr. Cena extremely annoyed and refused his request to go to the battlefield. Cena always wanted to borrow the power of the Hulk in times of crisis, but ignored the Hulk after the crisis, which caused the Hulk in his body to resist. Even if he appeared on the battlefield at this moment, he would only be a burden. Ebony Howe had tied up Strange and planned to put him on a floor tile and take him away. However, on the way back, a magic robe that came out of nowhere secretly snatched Strange away. Fortunately, Ebony Howe discovered it in time, and after a thrilling chase and using street corners and obstacles to blockade, he finally took Strange back again. However, not long after taking back Strange, Woo Hao vaguely sensed a little kid moving through the city and approaching him quickly. Woo Hao snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a billboard was pulled up from the ground, hitting the defenseless Peter Parker hard. Parker grimaced in pain and was knocked back a long way by the blow, but he immediately sprayed out a spiderweb, stuck to the tall building in front of him, and moved forward again. This time, he not only focused on Woo Hao in front of him and Doctor Strange lying on the floor tiles behind him, but also had to be distracted to guard against unidentified objects that might attack again at any time. Woo Hao was about to take Strange into the sky. At this critical moment, Peter Parker finally arrived, spit out spider silk with one hand to stick to Strange, and threw the other hand on the street lamp on the side of the road. Woo Hao was disdainful in his heart. If it was the gravity of the blue planet that pulled Strange, he might still be afraid. But how much gravity can a piece of land with a street lamp have? He flew up to the sky without even looking at it. Peter Parker saw that he had stuck to Strange and was happy in his heart and was about to report the good news to Stark. However, he suddenly found that he and the street lamp seemed to be unable to stop Woo Hao from returning, and his face changed drastically. At this critical moment, a voice sounded in the air. "Bold monster, look at my stick." Wumuhao looked up and saw a dazzling golden light. Before he could see what it was, he felt a gust of wind blowing in his face. The sudden attack caught Wumuhao off guard, and he fell under Sun Wukong's golden hoop before he could even wail. Sun Wukong took advantage of the situation to rescue Strange and quickly returned to the ground with him. "Are you a god from China?" The young Peter Parker looked at Sun Wukong, who suddenly appeared in front of him and was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Sun Wukong only nodded slightly, then took off into the air without looking at him again. "Which god is that?" Peter Parker asked curiously. After Stark arrived, he looked at the fascinated Parker and explained, "Kit, that's China's Monkey King Sun Wukong." With the help of Wang, Stark solved the Black Dwarf and then rushed to where Parker was, just in time to witness the scene of Sun Wukong returning with Strange. At this time, more and more Vanguard Corps poured into the street. "Friday, evacuate the crowd on this street immediately." Stark quickly gave instructions to his new smart butler. "I really don't understand why Senna doesn't come out. If he is here, the situation will be much better. Drive Senna can't transform recently, and he seems to have a gap with Hulk." Lin Feng's voice came from behind. At the same time, countless Sun Wukong clones flew in the sky and started to clean up the fierce vanguard. "Professor Lin Feng." Stark felt a little relieved when he saw Professor Lin Feng coming. Professor Lin understood the current situation, which meant that he could report to the gods at any time. After a brief greeting with Stark, Lin Feng turned to Parker and said, "Peter Parker, I need your help. Please look after Doctor Strange and send him to the United States to support the government as soon as he wakes up." Before Peter Parker responded, Lin Feng had stepped on the cloud and was ready to go to the United States. Although Rogers was a reinforced soldier, he might have an advantage in single soldier combat, but he could hardly resist the overwhelming attack. Moreover, Thanos had not yet appeared, and it was unknown whether Ultron's machine army could delay time. Stark felt more at ease when he saw Lin Feng stepping on the cloud. The cloud was a means of transportation given to Professor Lin Feng by the gods, and his trip meant that the gods were paying close attention to the war situation on Blue Star. As Lin Feng said, the gods would only help when there was a crisis of life and death. Ultron had not contacted Lin Feng for a long time, which made Lin Feng feel uneasy. After arriving at the Avengers branch in the United States, Lin Feng saw a mess. Rogers was unconscious, and Ultron was motionless. The Mind Stone on his forehead had disappeared. What's going on? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Feng dealt with the remaining vanguards while trying to restart Ultron. Ultron quickly recovered. He looked at Lin Feng while organizing the robot army to fight the vanguards and said, "Professor Lin Feng, you are too late. Thanos has already left with the Space Stone and the Mind Stone." Lin Feng was puzzled and didn't understand how Thanos took the two stones without alerting him. "It's the Kree, Professor Lin Feng." Ultron seemed to see through Lin Feng's doubts and took the initiative to answer him. They disguised themselves as American soldiers to approach Rogers, attacked him, and took away the space gem. Then they stripped me from the cyberspace, turning me into a standalone machine, and took away the mind gem. I didn't have time to connect to the internet, but my camera recorded the images of them being transmitted to outer space. This should be some kind of space jump technology. Thanos' vanguard also used this technology to reach the surface directly. Lin Feng cursed in his heart. Thanos was the mortal enemy of the Earth. He always attached great importance to him, but he was too conservative in monitoring the Kree around him. Unexpectedly, they cooperated with Thanos from inside and outside, secretly disguised to take away the two gems, and handed them to Thanos. He was shocked and remembered another thing. Isn't Ronan a Kree? It seems that there has been a connection between Thanos and the Kree, but he has always ignored this point. When Ronan and Gamora came to Earth in disguise, Lin Feng knew about their arrival, but he never connected Ronan's being a Kree with the Kree on Earth who helped the United States deal with China. This was his mistake. Strange had already woken up and rushed to the United States. Looking at the somewhat annoyed Lin Feng, he asked, "Professor Lin Feng, what should we do now?" At this time, Thor's voice came. "Professor Lin Feng, we found traces of Thanos on Xandar. What should we do?" "Catch the thief first." Lin Feng quickly determined the countermeasures in his mind and communicated with Thor. Thor, if possible, rush over immediately and try to eliminate Thanos there. Otherwise, if he succeeds, half of the life in the universe will disappear. Thor responded and cut off the connection. Stark and Strange looked at each other. One of them had superb scientific means and the other had magical powers. It was most appropriate for them to support Thor at this time. They looked at each other tacitly, looked at the donuts left behind, and stepped on it. Before leaving, Stark asked, "Professor, do you want to come with us?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not used to the space environment, and there is a lack of oxygen in space. I will clean up the battlefield on Earth first. If the situation allows, the gods will send me there." The number of vanguards was astonishing. They were like a raging plague, spreading rapidly around the world. Wherever they went, lives were ruthlessly harvested, and some were even transformed into their own kind. Facing this crazy offensive, Sun Wukong's clone and Ultron's robot army fought hard, but they gradually felt powerless. Even with the support of the armies of various countries on Blue Star, it was just a drop in the bucket, and could not match the rapid speed of the vanguards. After watching Stark and Strange leave, Lin Feng returned to China, and summoned Yang Jian, and Roaring Sky Dog. They were like a sharp sickle, quickly harvesting the lives of the vanguards. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar. Lin Feng looked up, and saw that the energy shield in the sky collapsed under the fierce attack of the huge warship, and the fairy island was instantly exposed to the warship's artillery fire. The warship did not send out troops, but concentrated its firepower, and carried out intensive bombing on the fairy island. At the same time, the artillery fire also spread to the territory of China, as if to provoke Lin Feng's existence. Lin Feng snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. It is undoubtedly a mantis trying to shake a tree with such a small amount of firepower. The power of the Taoist giant is enough to deal with all this, and he doesn't care about the artillery fire that attacked him. However, at this moment, he was surprised to see Hashimoto Huanyu appearing on the street. The vanguard on the street had been almost cleared, leaving only ruins. Hashimoto Huanyu looked up at the huge warship in the sky and shouted hoarsely, "Stop fighting! Stop the invasion!" She waved her hands, as if she naively wanted the warship to cease fire. Lin Feng rushed to her side and asked anxiously, "Are you crazy?" The warships in the sky had already aimed their firepower at them, and high-intensity artillery bombardment roared. They knew very well that this was the Spokesperson of God, and should not be underestimated. Hashimoto Huanyu burst into tears, and choked up and said, "Professor Lin Feng, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to see war again." Lin Feng felt mixed emotions, and the previous scenes flashed through his mind. This simple girl tried to persuade them to stop the invasion when the vanguard arrived on the surface, but was sent to a safe area by a robot. Now, she has finally regained her freedom, and rushed to the scene as soon as possible to try to call on the creatures of Titan to stop the invasion. Seeing that the artillery fire was about to fall, Lin Feng waved his hand and easily bounced off the attack. He turned to look at Hashimoto Huanyu and said seriously, "The threat of war has not been lifted yet. You should go back quickly. I'm here." Hashimoto Huanyu looked at him blankly, and Lin Feng quickly glanced at the big screen. After confirming that it was not focused on him, he stepped on the cloud and prepared to go to Xandar. At this time, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy had just solved Ronan's problem. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Thanos smashed the ground of Xandar with the Infinity Gauntlet, causing a violent earthquake. Thanos looked at Gamora lovingly and asked, "Daughter, tell me, why did you betray me?" Gamora replied coldly, "Then can you tell me why you took me as your daughter after destroying my planet and killing my mother?" That memory was a painful experience of Gamora's childhood. It was so tragic and bloody that her mind sealed this memory in order to protect her after she became an adult. After coming to Earth, because of Ronan and her understanding of Thanos, she began to gradually doubt her own life experience. Chapter 202, Guardians of the Galaxy, show up. She has been investigating her past, and she also had a battle with Nebula. After a fierce battle, her sisterhood with Nebula became even deeper. However, even Nebula could not accept the fact that her father was invading everywhere. Thanos looked at the familiar figure in front of him, and his eyes revealed sadness. He smiled bitterly, but still explained patiently, "This is actually a simple arithmetic problem, my daughter. The universe has limited space, limited resources, and the population is growing. Excessive population growth will deplete limited resources. Once the resources are lost, what will humans face? Isn't it death? This is how my home planet Titan perished." He fell into deep thought, recalling the past. At the beginning, because the population grew too fast, and no new resources could be found to replace it, Titan fell into crisis. "I came up with an idea to randomly eliminate half of the population, regardless of rich or poor, old or young, male or female, noble or humble, fair and kind. But they thought I was too extreme, called me a butcher, and expelled me. As you can imagine, they did not listen to my advice, and Titan went to destruction. And I, who gave advice but was exiled, became a survivor." Thanos' eyes gradually became firm. "It's the same in the universe. The population is growing too fast. What's wrong with what I did? If I had done it earlier according to my idea, would Titan still have perished? In order to save the crisis of the universe, I made the bodies of the dead Titans into vanguards, reminding me all the time to be firm in my belief, randomly slaughtering half of the population, to let the universe breathe." Thanos' eyes became gentle again. "I call this mercy. You actually slaughtered in the name of mercy, trying to protect justice?" There was sarcasm in Gamora's voice. Thanos' remarks made her feel both ridiculous and absurd. However, for a moment, she couldn't find the right words to refute him. Thanos' remarks did not seem to be completely unreasonable. Whether it was her home planet, Thanos' home planet Titan, or the Xander planet, where they were at the moment, or even the blue star she had visited, they all faced the same problem. The population surged, but the resources were far behind this growth. She couldn't help but waver in her heart, as if something was instigating her to betray her sympathy for life. Jason Quill couldn't help cursing, and then refuted bluntly, "After you slaughtered half of the population, won't the population grow anymore? The saved resources may make the remaining population grow faster. By then, the population may be more than it is now. What can you do?" Quill's words made Gamora suddenly realize. Indeed, resources are limited, but the population is growing. Thanos' methods may temporarily alleviate the contradiction between supply and demand, but they are only temporary solutions, and hidden dangers still exist. Population is eternal, and the problem of population growth will never stop. She strengthened her determination to stop Thanos, stepped back, stood beside Quill, and supported him with a firm look. Thanos even caught a trace of admiration and touching in her eyes. At this time, Groot and Rocket Raccoon also came to them, ready to fight side by side with these new partners. They all came out of the same prison and gradually established trust and dependence in the process of fighting together. Not long ago, they joined forces to defeat Ronan. Drax stood with them with weapons in hand. Quill looked at the people gathered together, and his heart was filled with emotion. He looked at Thanos and said loudly, "See. This is us, the Guardians of the Galaxy." Thanos looked at them. Each of them was scarred and slightly tired. He was not in a hurry to start a war, but sat down to give them a chance to recover their strength. He said to himself, "For justice, I can take any means. Even if I slaughter half of the population of the universe, so what? As this kid said, I still can't stop the crazy growth of the population. Hey, my name is Quill, not Kid." Jason Quill couldn't help but retorted. Thanos ignored his protest, "But it doesn't matter. My actions left a spark of hope for the human beings of the whole universe. I gave them the right to choose a better life again, gave them the opportunity to reflect on their actions, and had enough time to find alternative resources. Isn't this a good thing? I call it kindness. What's wrong with that? You lunatic. You killed innocent lives, and then told them that you gave them the freedom to choose?" Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but complain. Thanos' eyes became cold. There is choice only when there is sacrifice. The right to choose is based on sacrifice, not a gift without reason. If no one is willing to sacrifice, then I have to harden my heart and make choices for them. Hearing this, Gamora retorted, "You are hard-hearted enough to force others to die. Why don't you sacrifice yourself for the universe in your eyes?" Thanos looked solemn. "When I achieve this goal, I will choose to end my life without regrets." Gamora was silent. Thanos even thought of martyrdom for his paranoid ideals. but his ideals were too extreme, leaving her at a loss. Thanos began to fall into deep thought. Every time when the night was quiet, the undead I slaughtered seemed to be howling and shouting in my ears, telling of their grievances and unwillingness. I feel guilty about them, but I will not atone for them before my ideal is realized. Gamora's eyes were moist, and she also remembered the scene of her unarmed compatriots being slaughtered when she was a child. Thanos laughed at himself. Indeed, after killing half of the population, I will watch the sun rise as usual in a manner, shining on this grateful universe. Then I will choose to end my life. As for what happens after my death, I can't control it. Even if the population expands again at that time, it seems to have nothing to do with me. But then he changed the subject. But this does not mean that no one will come forward to stop it. After me, there may be thousands of idealists who will embark on this bloody road for the lives of the universe. The most benevolent wisdom often requires the bloodiest means to achieve. The most difficult choices require the strongest will to support. Thanos' words made the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy look solemn. Indeed, the population growth will never end, but people like Thanos who hope to use the most direct and violent means to exchange for the temporary safety of the universe will not be cut off. Even if Thanos dies, there will be thousands of successors who will continue this cruel and crazy behavior. This is the reality they are most reluctant to face. We can't predict what will happen after we die, but at least now, what we can do is to stop you. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life, and you can't sacrifice the lives of others for your so-called justice ideals. Quill was rarely serious and rebuked Thanos. Everyone's face was firm, and their hearts were full of determination. Indeed, they couldn't predict the future, but they could grasp the present. Quill regained his usual ease. Come on, big purple potato, show your strength. Thanos didn't care about Quill's provocation. He looked at these people who were tired but excited, especially Gamora next to Quill, and a trace of pity surged in his heart. However, seeing their firm eyes, he stood up and decided to respect their choice and let them move on. Feeling Thanos' seriousness, everyone smiled at each other, as if they were ready to die. Thanos had just taken the power gem from them, and the terrifying power that was enough to destroy Xandar was now lying quietly in a glove, which made them have to be vigilant. Groot stepped forward and rushed towards Thanos without fear, completely disregarding his own safety. However, Thanos easily resolved the attacks of everyone. He held the Collector's Ether, the Cosmic Cube, provided by the Kree, the Mind Stone, and the Power Stone he had just seized. With 4 stones in his hands, he was more than enough to deal with the exhausted Guardians of the Galaxy. With a light wave of his hand, Rocket Raccoon was knocked to the ground. He couldn't help but sneer. So many of you have such a hard time dealing with Ronan holding the Power Stone. Now I have 4 stones in my hand. Your efforts are in vain. Although Quill couldn't even stand steadily, he still said stubbornly, even if it's in vain, it's better than doing nothing. Gamora stood up shakily. That's right. There is a difference between actively going to die and waiting to die. We firmly believe that our actions are meaningful. Thanos shook his head. Then I'll send you on your way. Then he waved his hand, and Groot fell down. I'm Groot. Groot left only these words, and gave up his life. The few people who were still alive had no time to grieve. This was a cruel war that did not allow them to hesitate or stay. They could miss Groot, but only after the war was over. They made a final effort to attack Thanos and stop him from moving forward. Thanos frowned, and the sudden sword attack from behind surprised him. He did not look back. Nebula, aren't you looking for the Soul Stone? Nebula was slapped away before she could answer. Thanos did not look at Nebula. His 2 most beloved daughters had betrayed him, which made him heartbroken. Fortunately, his 5 generals of destruction were still loyal to him, which comforted him a little. However, he then heard a voice he did not want to hear. Purple Potato Head, take my axe. Thor's voice came first, and then he appeared in midair, with the storm axe in his hand already thrown out. The mighty thunder rushed towards Thanos with the power of heaven and earth. Thanos did not choose to resist. He saw that the power of the storm axe was even stronger than Odin he had faced at the beginning, and it was not wise to confront head-on. He moved his palm and used the space gem to hide in the virtual space. The Stormbreaker penetrated Thanos' body, but did not cause any damage, which stunned Thor. In midair, countless magic chains bound Thanos. That was Strange's move. He attacked Thanos from countless planes at the same time and bound Thanos' hands. The powerful magic power put Thanos in trouble for a while, but he flexibly used the gem in his hand to break free from the bondage. A series of missiles bombarded Thanos like a string of cannons. It was a technological product created by Stark using nanotechnology with great lethality. However, Thanos blocked this wave of attacks with his bare hands without even using the power of the gem. This amazing defense also stunned Stark. Is this your strength? It really disappoints me. How can you stop me like this? Thanos ignored the siege of the people around him and greedily stared at the time gem on Strange's neck. The fierce look made Strange palpitate. They are not strong enough. What about mine? A sacred and solemn voice sounded. Thanos slowly turned his head and saw Di-Jun bathed in the sacred light. Your Excellency the Demon King. Strange was overjoyed. Thanos' powerful attack and defense power and the blessing of the 4 Infinity Stones left them helpless. Now there was a person with absolute strength to deal with Thanos, which was really great. Stark was also overjoyed. Looking at Di-Jun who appeared in front of everyone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only the people in the Guardians of the Galaxy were a little puzzled. Gamora looked at this person who she focused on when collecting information on Earth, and she was still a little uneasy, wondering if he had the strength to defeat Thanos. Di-Jun stared at Thanos in front of him, and his heart was inevitably a little solemn. Thanos, Odin, Hela, and the newly promoted Thor, they have all climbed to the pinnacle of intelligent life, and are moving towards the realm of the third type of creatures. They have touched the mystery of the rules, and mastered the power of using the rules. Ordinary intelligent life cannot pose a threat to them at all. It is particularly worth noting that Thanos still holds 4 Infinity Stones at this moment. These gems are the embodiment of the rules of the universe. Thanos got these 4 gems, which was like divine help, and he touched the deep realm of the rules more deeply. At this moment, he even surpassed Dormammu, who had half a foot in the realm of rules. Dormammu did not hesitate to give up his body for the dark dimension, and Thanos could easily penetrate the dark dimension with just a thought. Lin Feng could not imagine what it would be like if he collected all 6 infinite gems. Thanos looked at Di-Jun who appeared on Xandar and sneered. "God, why do you stand idly by when creatures perish because of themselves, but you intervene when they die because of me?" Di-Jun understood that he was blaming himself for failing to save the lives of Titans, but this was an unprovoked disaster. At that time, he had not yet obtained the system, and he never easily interfered in human affairs. Therefore, facing Thanos' accusation, he chose to remain silent. Thanos, however, mistakenly thought that Di-Jun was guilty and continued to accuse him. "You are a god. Are gods so great that they can watch living beings suffer and die of famine, but cannot see them encounter misfortune? If you are so great, why did you create life in the first place?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Stormy. Upon hearing this, Di-Jun shook his head. Life was not created by gods, but is the product of autonomous evolution. The appearance of gods not only represents the evolutionary direction of living beings, but also ensures that life will not die easily. Gods will not interfere in the affairs of living beings at will, but your aggressive behavior makes me unable to sit idly by. Thanos snorted coldly. So many excuses. If I don't solve the problem of half of the population of the universe, will the gods watch all creatures in the universe starve to death? Di-Jun looked at Thanos, who had fallen into paranoia. Since you want to save the creatures of the universe, why do you keep yourself out of it? Thanos was stunned, failing to understand the deep meaning of Di-Jun. Di-Jun sighed. The gods trust the living beings and believe that they can control their own destiny. Therefore, the gods never interfere in the affairs of the living beings easily. Although resources are scarce, the living beings are already working hard to save resources and control the population. Are you blind to their efforts? Why don't you want to believe in the living beings and deprive them of the right to choose? Strange saw that Dijun, the usually majestic god, was full of regret and heartache for Thanos at this moment, and was still admonishing him earnestly, and he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. Although Thanos' original intention was good, his means were so extreme and his ideas were so inhumane. In other words, Thanos just magnified the evil and paranoia in people's hearts to the extreme. Maybe there is no Thanos in the world, or maybe everyone can become Thanos. Thanos was silent for a moment, then retorted, if I don't withdraw myself from life, how can I look at the crisis of living beings rationally? Only by reducing half of the life in the universe is the safest and most effective way. You can't convince me. Dijun's voice was still gentle and firm. Heaven and earth are selfless and regard all things as straw dogs. Saints are selfless and regard the people as straw dogs. It's hard to satisfy everyone. You have your ideas and others have their own ideas. I have never thought about convincing you. Only you can convince yourself. You withdraw yourself from living beings, but destroy living beings as living beings. In this way, can you really achieve the purpose of justice? Unjust means cannot bring true justice. Thanos, stop it. No, don't even think about it. Even if you are a god, I will kill you. If you die, no one can stop me. Thanos shouted almost crazily, waving the infinity gauntlet and rushing towards Dijun. Dijun just sighed with pity. Although Thanos has stepped into the realm of rules, he still exists in the form of a living being. This contradictory and harmonious state had a great impact on his spirit, making his mind more paranoid and unwavering in carrying out his plan. With the blessing of the infinity gauntlet and the infinity stones, he even knocked Dijun back several steps with one punch. The onlookers were all incredulous. Strange, Thor and others found it hard to believe that anyone could knock Dijun back several steps, while the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy found it hard to believe that anyone could withstand Thanos' full strength attack with the Infinity Gauntlet. You know, they almost died when they fought Ronan, who only had one Infinity Stone. Thanos kept attacking Dijun, always going all out, as if accusing the gods of why they wanted to stop his dream. He obviously had good intentions, but why did no one understand him? When Thanos finally ran out of strength and stopped attacking, Dijun walked to his side. Are there any regrets? Thanos laughed at himself. My biggest regret is that I didn't destroy you so-called gods. Dijun waved his hand and cut off Thanos' head. Seeing him die with his eyes open, Dijun remained silent. In the end, he still respected Thanos' wishes and did not close his eyes. Dijun slowly left, and everyone looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, except for Zingayan, who looked heavy-hearted and stared at Dijun's back in silence. Gamora approached her. Nebula, what are you still worried about? Nebula's eyes fell on Thanos, whose head and body were separated not far away. I'm worried that he will attack again. Gamora couldn't help laughing. Don't joke, how can the dead be resurrected? Thanos died at the hands of the Chinese gods again. How could he come back again? Nebula didn't rush to answer, but asked, do you still remember Ronan? Gamora smiled slightly. Of course I remember. What's the matter? Before Thanos, we had already destroyed him. Nebula guided. Ronan is a Kree. Gamora continued. I know that the Kree have advanced technology, but hasn't their planet been destroyed? And are they wandering in the universe now? When Ronan and I went to Blue Star, we also met a few technical people on Blue Star. No matter how advanced their technology is, they are just a group of homeless wanderers. What kind of waves can they stir up? Nebula bowed her head in silence, and a machine part popped out from her hand. This is Thanos' punishment for her. Every time she fails in a fight with Gamora, she will have an extra machine part on her body. This machine component showed the image of the huge battleship when Thanos invaded Blue Star. Gamora was shocked to see the Vanguard ignoring the energy shield above the atmosphere of Blue Star and landing directly on the surface of Blue Star. Nebula's voice rang in her ears. These are the Kree people who are living under the protection of others. They developed space jump technology without our knowledge. I suspect they have the same achievement in the field of time. They have already colluded with Thanos secretly. Even the Mind Stone and Space Stone in Thanos' hands were provided by the Kree. They may know Thanos' purpose, but they are still willing to help him. It is very likely that they have mastered the method to avoid the crisis of Thanos randomly destroying half of the lives. Gamora couldn't believe it and asked in a daze, "Is this true?" Nebula sneered, "Sister, don't forget that the quantum universe is completely different from the space-time rules of the universe we live in. Once they hide in the quantum universe, Thanos' random destruction threat will be ineffective against them." Gamora came back to her senses and looked at Nebula, "But what does this have to do with the possibility of Thanos comeback?" Nebula didn't know if Gamora was a little dazed because the war had just ended, but she still patiently explained, "Don't forget, Thanos' technology is not low. He has connections with the Kree and may also have mastered the technology to travel to the quantum universe. He can carry out space-time theft. First travel to the quantum universe, locate certain space-time coordinates there, and then appear from another point in time. Do you think that the one who appears in front of us at that time will be a brand new Thanos with 6 Infinity Stones?" Gamora took a breath of cold air, still tentatively asked unwillingly, "But no one is carrying out this plan for Thanos, right?" Nebula felt helpless about Gamora's slowness and said with some regret, "Thanos has 5 world-destroying generals under his command. Think about how many of them we have seen so far." Gamora muttered to herself blankly, "Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony, and Black Dwarf. 4 people in total. Thanos still has one of his men who hasn't appeared yet." The two people's whispering did not attract attention at first, but Gamora's excited voice made everyone notice something was wrong. Quill walked forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Gamora?" Although Thanos slapped Groot to death, Groot left behind a seed of life. As long as there is enough time, they will see a brand new Groot. This unexpected surprise, combined with the joy of defeating Thanos, made the nervous Quill a little too proud. Strange, Thor and others who met Quill and others on the battlefield against Thanos also came forward. They seemed to have heard something about Thanos. Gamora and Nebula told everyone exactly what they had just discussed, and everyone present looked solemn. But Thor still didn't take it seriously. "No matter whether Thanos will come again or not, with the gods here, we are not afraid of any number of Thanos." Nebula immediately corrected his thoughts. "According to the theory of Blue Star, we are all intelligent life, but Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet has already entered the realm of rule-based life, and that is not yet a complete body. When he comes back with 6 Infinity Stones, he will be further sublimated on the basis of rule-based life. At that time, I'm afraid that the gods will be helpless." Everyone present looked ugly, and their greatest reliance was the gods. If the gods couldn't stop Thanos, how should they deal with it? "Go back to Blue Star quickly and tell Professor Lin Feng to get him ready," Strange said. Stark looked at the people of the Guardians of the Galaxy. "Guys, you are great. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit Blue Star. I will welcome you." As he said that, he stepped on the donut without looking back and prepared to return to Blue Star. In the ruins, Helmut stared at the ruins with sadness in his eyes. He is over 30 years old, has a lively and lovely son, a beautiful wife, and a healthy father. The family is harmonious, and although life is a little hard, they always believe that tomorrow will be better. Recently, the Earth has frequently encountered major crises, but fortunately the gods have come and saved all living beings. Helmut's family is very grateful for this, and they are thinking about when they can go to China in person to express their gratitude to the gods. However, the appearance of Thanos' vanguard shattered his beautiful vision. Under the ruins, except for him, all his family members were buried, and their lives came to an abrupt end. It took him 2 days to barely dig out his father. When the fantasy is shattered, the hope in people's hearts will turn into strong hatred. Helmut's face is calm, but the flame of revenge flashes in his eyes. In Bucharest, Romania, an ordinary town, the news media is looking for a hero who stood up in times of crisis and fought against Thanos' vanguard with a gun. He is burly, and although his face is a little haggard, he is agile and has saved many passers-by. When the Ultron robot army arrived, he cooperated with the robot army tacitly and quickly launched a counterattack. After the battle, the hero left quietly. People searched everywhere but to no avail. They had to rely on the power of the news media to try to find this unknown hero. Bucky looked at the report about the unknown hero in Romania in the newspaper, and his heart was filled with emotion. Although he stood up in times of crisis, he did not go to collect the government reward. As a former killer of Hydra, he knew that he was guilty. Therefore, he was determined to atone as much as possible and take responsibility for his crimes during his lifetime. Although he stood up in the crisis, if the robot army had not arrived in time and the gods had not appeared to clean up those dangerous creatures, he would not have been able to save so many people. He felt that he was not worthy of this honor, so he never claimed the bounty. He was always worried that the activation program set by Hydra in his mind was still lurking, and it might seize his mind at any time and turn him into the cold-blooded killer again. He had woken up countless times in the middle of the night and dreamed that he was slaughtering innocent civilians. Although the Hydra organization has been destroyed, there are still stubborn elements lurking in the world. To prevent being used again, Bucky decided to go to Huaxia to visit the legendary gods. This vanguard crisis made him feel the power of the gods firsthand, which gave him confidence and determined to bid farewell to Hydra and his past self. In the US Capitol, government spokespersons are promoting a woman named Carol. She fell from the sky at the moment of crisis and blocked the vanguard's offensive alone. Then, the robot army arrived and launched a self-defense counterattack in coordination with the US Army. Her heroic performance on the battlefield made the US government decide to portray her as a hero to fight against the gods of Huaxia. They believe that Carol has the ability and obligation to help them fight against the gods of Huaxia. Rogers attended the press conference as a representative of the military. Ms. Carol completed the counterattack against the vanguard alone and even had the ability to annihilate those hateful invaders. She was sent by God to save our country, which was unimaginable before. At the critical moment, the gods of China were not reliable, and only our country could save itself. Carol's heroic deeds inspired the patriotic enthusiasm of our American soldiers and also allowed us to fight back. The spokesperson of the United States gave an impassioned speech in front of major media, trying to portray Carol as a hero who saved the United States alone. She is a woman, which makes the whole country of feminism cheer. However, in this cheer, only Carol, who was pushed onto the hero stage, was confused. She didn't understand why this group of people was so excited, nor did she know why she appeared on the stage of this ignorant public. Her captain told her that it was her duty to protect the earth, and she had done it. Fighting against the Stru people was also her mission, and she was looking for it. The captain also told her that the gods of China might be the technological product of the Stru people. Helping the US government fight against the Stru people was one of her tasks this time. Rogers looked at the excited spokesperson dancing with joy, feeling speechless and worried. In order to create this heroic image, the US government did its best to erase the contributions of others and ignored the assistance of the robot army. These robot armies were helping them with post-war reconstruction. At the same time, they also ignored the root cause of the problem that the gods had solved and even used the performance of the US Army as a stepping stone to raise Carol's value. Chapter 204, Secret Operation. This is as ridiculous as the behavior of vigorously advocating the merits of the United States after World War II. Obviously, other countries have made the most efforts and sacrificed the most, but their contributions have been completely ignored because they are not Americans and have blocked the hegemony of the United States. This made Rogers confused. Although obeying orders is a duty of a soldier, such an erratic government made him at a loss. Should he continue to obey the orders of the US government? The phone rang, and a text message appeared on his screen. In full view of the public, Rogers resolutely left the press conference regardless of the occasion. On the streets of Washington, at dawn, before the sky was fully lit, a strong man was jogging around the lake. He maintained a steady pace, seeming to enjoy the unique tranquility and beauty of this early morning. However, this tranquility was broken by a figure running quickly, and the man reminded while running, "Watch your left side." Soon, the sky gradually brightened, and Sam Wilson was still running at the same pace. At this time, the figure passed by again, repeating the words, "Watch your left side." Sam responded with a wry smile, feeling somewhat relieved. "Oh, Oklahoma, I'll pay attention." When the sky was bright, Sam was still jogging. The figure passed by again like the wind. "Watch your left side." This time, Sam decided to speed up and catch up, but he was soon exhausted and could only take a breath and rest on the side. A man who was even more burly than Sam stopped and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Do you need a doctor? Sam smiled bitterly and replied, no, my friend, I may need a new lung. You know, you just ran at least 13 miles in half an hour. The burly man stretched out his hand and pulled Sam up. I'm Steve Rogers. After Sam stood up, he politely responded, I'm Sam Wilson. I used to be in the Airborne Rescue Force, and now I work in the Veterans Department. I guess I know who you are. Rogers chuckled. I think so too. After all, not everyone can have a physique like me. Sam smiled, knowing that Rogers might be in a bad mood after leaving the press conference publicly yesterday, so he hurriedly exchanged contact information and returned to his residence to start a day's work. Rogers looked into the distance and fell into deep thought. Yesterday, after attending Peggy Carter's funeral, he felt heavy-hearted and missed the past. He always thought that he had become a lonely soul of this era and could only witness those unforgettable years through memories. He owed Bucky a thank you and Peggy a dance. Things are changing, and the towering skyscrapers make him feel confused and at a loss. Although he tries to adapt to this fast-changing world, he still gets lost in the middle of the night. The US government's abuse of technology and surveillance of citizens makes him shudder. In addition, Professor Lin Feng told him that Bucky might still be alive, but he might be very different from before. He decided to go to Romania to find out and confirm whether it was really his friend Bucky. After making up his mind, Rogers started to book a ticket, and he was so lost that he didn't notice that a man not far away had been secretly observing him. At the Avengers headquarters, Lin Feng received 2 people personally selected by Natasha, hoping that they could accept an interview with the Avengers. Would you like a cup of coffee? Lin Feng smiled amiably, and he saw that the 2 people seemed a little restrained. Peter and Wanda smiled at each other. No, Professor Lin. We only came here to visit you, the spokesperson of God. It is our honor to join the Avengers, but we are even happier to meet you. Lin Feng smiled. You stepped forward in times of crisis and saved others, and God would be pleased to see you. I admire you for using your power correctly. Some people choose to oppress others after gaining power, but you choose to give back to the world. Peter smiled shyly and said, this is also to respond to the power given to us by God. God told us that only when there is a life and death crisis will God help humans. We want to respond to God's trust in people, so after obtaining the power given by God, we chose to help the world. Wanda also nodded in agreement. Lin Feng looked calm on the surface, but he was a little confused in his heart. He remembered that he had never given power to anyone, and that Stricker, who was originally Hydra, had stimulated their potential through experiments using the Mind Stone. You 2 should go for the test first, and we will talk in detail after the test, Lin Feng said. After sending the 2 away, Lin Feng poured coffee on his own. Come out. Behind the wall, Stark pushed the door open. It was he who recommended the brother and sister to join the Avengers. He hoped that they could use their abilities in the right place, so he contacted Lin Feng. They are very capable. I want to thank you for recruiting such a strong backup force for the Avengers. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing Stark's heavy face, Lin Feng asked with concern. Stark smiled bitterly. I'm fine. I'm worried about them. They use their power well, which is good. They worship gods, which is also good. But they should not regard gods as everything, thus losing their own value and ignoring their own abilities. I'm worried that the appearance of gods will destroy the independence of human nature. Stark's remarks triggered his deep thinking. The advent of gods not only subverted the existing scientific laws, but also impacted the existing belief structure. The rise of the gods a while ago has sounded the alarm for him. People often abuse their beliefs, blaming or attributing everything to gods, but ignoring their own problems. Although the rise of the god cult was partly due to the covert manipulation of the US government to weaken its influence, it also reflects people's unconditional trust in the gods. Lin Feng made it clear early on that the gods would only lend a hand when humans faced life and death, but some people still chose to blindly worship the gods. Lin Feng also quickly identified the god cult as a cult, and governments around the world quickly took action to ban the organization. Imagine if Lin Feng accused someone of being a sinner designated by the gods. What kind of extreme reaction would people have? Stark sat down and said slowly, Professor, you also mentioned that God does not easily interfere in human affairs and will only help humans when they are facing a catastrophe. But this is by no means a reason for humans to give up their own efforts. Pete and Wanda attribute their abilities to the gifts of God, but I can see at a glance that it is the result of scientific experiments. Moreover, this level of technology is far beyond the current level of human mastery. The reason why they can obtain special abilities is entirely because they are gifted. This is a talent that people are born with, not a gift from the gods. Stark's words did not touch on the focus of Lin Feng's concern. He was more concerned about the fact that Wanda and Pete's abilities came from scientific experiments, and this level of technology is not yet mastered by humans. Since it was not done by humans, the mastermind behind the transformation of Pete and Wanda is self-evident. However, he continued along with Stark's words, indeed, the appearance of gods is not to make humans give up their efforts, but to serve as a guide, to lead humans to evolve towards the realm of gods. Otherwise, what is the meaning of human existence? Stark agreed deeply. That's right. So I have never given up the power of science and technology. Although I have been strengthening my physical exercise, I also know that technology can indeed change us at certain times. Humans cannot always rely on technology, but they cannot be completely separated from technology at present. Professor, thank you for your support and understanding. During this period of time, I have suffered a lot of accusations because of this point of view. You and Natasha are the few people who support me. Lin Feng made a cup of coffee for Stark. Is your post-war reconstruction fund organization still recruiting personnel? Yes, it is still recruiting. What's the matter? Stark asked with some confusion. Lin Feng sighed. Then I will recommend someone to you. She is from the Sakura country. Stark readily accepted. It doesn't matter where she comes from, as long as she is willing to face the trauma of war and reflect on the evils of war. Since you, Professor, recommended her, I believe she is not the kind of person who uses public welfare and charity to whitewash herself. Professor, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. After seeing Stark off, Lin Feng also fell into deep thought. What kind of changes has the appearance of gods brought to human life? Is the advent of gods a blessing or a curse for mankind? Rogers muttered to himself on the plane. With the rapid development of science and technology, he has witnessed too many ambitions and faith collapses brought about by technological power. The World War II he participated in was caused by the ambition of the fascists to conquer the world after mastering cutting-edge technology. In his heart, mastering technology should be for the benefit of mankind. Just like in the medical field, polio was still an incurable disease in his time, but today, 70 years later, this problem has been solved. However, after mastering advanced technology, too many people have lost their humanity and are left with only cold rationality. They seize resources through war without caring about the safety of others. The former fascists and the current United States seem to be in the same predicament to some extent. After Hydra was eliminated on the surface during World War II, it was able to gradually infiltrate the US shield and gain power. Does this also show that the US government and the fascist regime are similar in some aspects? Technology has brought convenience to people's transportation and communication. However, as the world's largest country, the United States uses advanced aircraft for war and communication equipment for monitoring people's lives, depriving everyone of their privacy. Sharon Carter, who lives next door to him, makes him feel an atmosphere of distrust, and the text messages on his mobile phone remind him that the US government is monitoring his life all the time. This is a consequence of technology. However, the emergence of gods makes the world a better place. Although there are also lawless people like the Huaksha divine religion who take the opportunity to make trouble, more often, gods bring hope to people. When Rogers was fighting against the Vanguard on the battlefield, he was not only helped by Ultron's mechanical army, but also by some retired soldiers who had the courage to fight alongside him. The gods will protect us. Before that, we must let the gods see our determination. Their words filled Rogers with strength. Looking back now, the appearance of the gods brought more humanistic care, rather than the cold and emotionless atmosphere of the technological world. So, is the advent of the gods a blessing or a curse for mankind? The speech at the US Capitol that day caused a huge uproar. Many people criticized the US government for ignoring the help of gods and the unremitting efforts of mankind, and attributed all the achievements to the mysterious figure Carol who suddenly appeared halfway, aiming to enhance the prestige of the government, but ignoring the contributions of others. At the same time, many people were misled by the government and believed that, if the gods had the ability to stop foreign enemies, they should have destroyed the Thanos army when they first appeared, rather than waiting until the crisis came. The two sides argued fiercely. Helmut followed the press conference because of the US government's ambiguous attitude towards God and witnessed the US soldier representative Rogers' angry departure on TV. He therefore concluded that Rogers was a firm believer in God. So he decided to use Rogers as a breakthrough point to show the consequences of believing in God and let people see whether the gods they believe in will come to save them in times of crisis. After making a plan, Helmut began to follow Rogers and investigate his life and past. He found that Rogers had served in the Howling Commandos of the United States during World War II, and the soldier Bucky became the only member of the team who died after falling off a cliff. Recently, Rogers booked another direct flight from the United States to Romania. According to Helmut's investigation, Rogers had no acquaintances in Romania, and this trip was not a government business trip. What was his purpose? Helmut boldly speculated that Rogers might be going to confirm whether his old friend was still alive. Given that most of the Howling Commandos have died of illness, Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., also passed away not long ago, and Howard Stark died in 1991. The only person who may still be alive is Bucky Barnes, who fell off the cliff that year. Considering that human technology at that time could give birth to super soldiers like Rogers, there might also be technology to save Bucky who fell off the cliff. If Bucky is still alive, but has not recognized Rogers, then the person who saved him may be an enemy of the US government at that time. Combining the evil organization, high-end technology and the background of World War II, Helmut deduced that it is very likely that Hydra saved Bucky. After being rescued, Bucky may have become a member of Hydra. This major discovery made Helmut very excited. He learned that the United States had exposed a lot of its black history because of the Hydra space carrier incident. He conducted in-depth research and confirmed through code decryption and information integration that many important people were secretly killed for obstructing Hydra, creating many accidents. These include politicians, scientists, and businessmen. Among these assassination operations, the most active one was an ICE assassin codenamed Winter Soldier. He was like a ghost and attracted Helmut's attention with a 100% mission success rate. Chapter 205, Really Gifted. Helmut is interested in the Winter Soldier because of his mission description. The Winter Soldier has a rigorous combat logic, quick actions, and a strict military atmosphere, but also shows a mechanical dogma that is slightly out of touch with the times. He has a very high success rate, but his personality is extremely unruly. All this makes Helmut believe that the military style that is slightly out of touch with the times and unruly is Bucky, the Bucky who fell off the cliff that year. The reason why he has such a high mission success rate is that he, like Rogers, was transformed into a super soldier. And anything that has a good start will have a steady stream of follow-ups. Rogers is the first super soldier, Bucky is the second, and there may be more after that. Hydra must have a unique way to make the unruly Bucky obey orders. The Winter Soldier acts alone every time he performs a mission, but Hydra has never worried about his defection, which shows that Hydra has implanted a certain program in Bucky's mind, similar to a hypnotic switch. As long as he mastered this switch, he could control these super soldiers who could be called humanoid weapons. Among them, Rogers and Bucky were the most representative. Helmut had a crazy smile on his face. When he walked on the street, he saw the post-war Reconstruction Foundation helping people rebuild their homes. The slogan of the foundation, "Humanity should be self-reliant and create a better future together," attracted his attention. Yes, humans should be self-reliant and should not believe in those illusory gods. If he had realized this earlier, his family might not have died innocently in the invasion of the Vanguard. It seems that someone has finally realized this. Helmut was secretly happy, as if he had found a like-minded partner. He checked and found that the founder of this foundation was Tony Stark. Helmut thought of Howard Stark, who died in 1991. The Hydra files recorded that he died from the assassination of the Winter Soldier. This major discovery gave him a bold idea. The technology of the Kree did bring a huge threat to the Blue Star. Recalling the time when Thanos attacked, it was the space jump technology they provided that enabled Thanos to penetrate the energy protection built by Ultron in the atmosphere and directly attack the surface, bringing severe disasters to the people of Blue Star. Carol, the national hero jointly launched by the US government and the Kree, as far as Lin Feng knows, is able to cause large-scale casualties to the Vanguard, which is probably inextricably linked to the technology of the Kree. Moreover, the methods of the Kree are far more than just technology. When the Chinese gods gradually emerged and became the mainstream belief in the world, they instigated the US government to establish the Chinese god religion at a cost, attempting to shake people's faith in God through conspiracy. Although Lin Feng stopped this trend in time, the Kree's method of killing people with a borrowed knife still made him deeply vigilant. In addition, when Strange and others returned to Blue Star, they also brought a description of the nebula. They believed that with the help of the Kree's high technology, Thanos was very likely to attack again with 6 infinite gems. As more and more clues gathered, Lin Feng paid more and more attention to the threat of the Kree. "Professor Lin, are you listening?" Hank asked when he saw that Lin Feng was a little absent-minded. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "You mentioned just now that through the extreme compression of time particles, people can be shrunk to the quantum field, and then through specific means, to complete the time and space positioning, go to the set time point, and thus achieve time and space theft. Is that what you mean?" Hank nodded. He was very happy that Lin Feng was interested in time and space theft, and immediately rushed to Lin Feng's office to explain it to him in plain language. Since Lin Feng was a professor of liberal arts, it might be difficult to understand, so Hank tried to avoid using professional terms. Fortunately, Lin Feng was gifted and quickly understood the key points of what Hank said and comprehended the key points. This saved Hank a lot of time in his explanation. He picked up the coffee that Lin Feng prepared for him, took a sip, and continued. "However, time and space theft still has certain risks." Lin Feng was immediately interested when he heard this. Risk? How to say it specifically? He was very concerned about this. Ever since he learned that Thanos might return to the past through time and space theft, he has been worried about Thanos' return. He was not worried about Thanos' strength, because no matter how powerful Thanos was, he was just an intelligent life form. What he was worried about was that after Thanos returned to the past, he would discover his identity as a god, and thus kill his origin. At that time, he had not yet obtained the system, and could not resist Thanos at all. Hank thought for a while and explained, the physical rules of quantum space are completely different from the real world. After we assimilate ourselves into the quantum universe, we are likely to become quantum entangled, because we are not adapted to the rules of quantum space, and thus face the risk of being lost in quantum space forever. Moreover, even if there is no danger of quantum entanglement, the time point reached by time and space theft is just a parallel world, which is no longer the same as the original world. In other words, even if someone successfully steals time and space, he will only change the current time and space, and will not have any impact on the future time and space, right? Lin Feng's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Hank didn't know why Lin Feng was so excited, but he nodded and said affirmatively, yes, if someone succeeds in time-space theft, he will only create a new parallel world at the time-space interface he arrives at, and there will be no change to the original timeline. Even if he returns to the world before he set out, that world will not change in the slightest. Time and space are fair. If you make corresponding changes, there will be corresponding parallel spaces to interpret your changes. Just like an idiom story in your Chinese, carving a boat to find a sword, I may be able to mark the location of the original sword, but when I arrive at my destination, no matter how hard I try, I can't find the sword at the origin. This is the risk of time-space theft. Lin Feng was relieved. In this way, even if Thanos attacks again, it will not have any adverse effects on his present. At most, he will go to a universe where no one can hinder him to collect all 6 infinite gems. Hank's answer made Lin Feng feel at ease, and at the same time, it also made him focus on the Kree again. How can I tolerate others sleeping soundly beside my bed? What's more, the Kree are so cunning that they have used the US government to challenge the gods twice in a short period of time. This is simply intolerable. Hank was still not satisfied and further explained quantum entanglement. I can't explain the risks of quantum entanglement clearly. For example, if we want to locate the coordinates of time and space, we must be free of worries. But quantum entanglement will slow us down and make us worried so that we can't escape the quantum field. Lin Feng thought about it and asked, this rule is not only applicable to the downward quantum universe, right? If we want to reach a higher level rule universe, will there be similar risks? Hank was stunned by Lin Feng's question and shook his head. I don't know much about this. My scientific research theories are all based on the study of quantum space. As for the rules of the universe, he smiled when he thought of this. Maybe only the gods within the rules know. Professor Lin Feng, if there is nothing else, then I'll take my leave. After seeing Hank pime off, Lin Feng decided to deal with the Kree next. Ultron can integrate the global computer network for efficient computing. The development speed of human technology has been rapidly improved compared with the past, Stark said with emotion. His original intention of creating Ultron was to strengthen the defense of Blue Star, but he never expected that Ultron would evolve self-awareness. Fortunately, someone took action in time to prevent Ultron from losing control. He held Ultron and gently stroked it. Although it was just a cold machine, the hard work he put in was not in vain, which made him feel a little comforted. With the advancement of technology, Blue Star's defense system has naturally been strengthened accordingly. The last time Thanos invaded, thanks to the energy shield built by Ultron, more serious casualties were avoided. However, this did not make him relax his vigilance, because Lin Feng revealed to him a race whose technology far exceeded the current level of Blue Star. Compared with the Kree, our technology is still far behind. Stark sighed, and Lin Feng poured a basin of cold water on him at the right time. Stark put down Ultron and looked at the Kree video materials displayed by 3D projection technology, one of which was the scene of them breaking into the office of the US president. Stark covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. This idiot, isn't he afraid of being turned into a guest? He blurted out a sentence in Chinese angrily. It's the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Lin Feng corrected with a smile. Stark, you have no distractions, and a bystander can see clearly, so you can see the evil intentions of the Kree. But the President of the United States can no longer care about so much. As long as he can weaken the influence of the Chinese government and the gods, he is probably willing to do anything. Don't worry about this idiot for now, or think about how to deal with the Kree. Stark was refreshed when he heard it. Yes, the threat of the Kree is imminent, and we have to deal with them first. By the way, Professor Lin, there are so many people in the Avengers. Why did you come to me to discuss this matter? Lin Feng sighed and said as he walked, you are not the only one I have found. Dr. Senna is still conducting experiments and should be on his way. The Kree are very strange. As alien creatures, Strange cannot sense the difference between them and the people of Blue Star. He can only track and monitor them through occasional energy fluctuations. Dr. Senna tried to detect their gene sequence and structure and found that they are not much different from ours. From the appearance, height, and size, except for the skin color, they are not much different from us. Lin Feng paused here. You can say that they are like our brothers. Stark frowned and followed Lin Feng to a closed room. There was a dissection table in the room, on which Ronan's body was placed. Lin Feng's words made him realize the seriousness of the problem. This is a race that was forced to wander because of the destruction of the planet. Their structure is not much different from that of humans. It is difficult to distinguish them from humans from both biological and magical perspectives. The only difference is skin color, but with their technology far superior to that of Blue Star, this subtle difference can be easily erased. They have already intervened in the politics of the United States. It is obviously nonsense to say that they have no interest in Blue Star. They have not yet taken action against Blue Star, probably because the existence of the gods has intimidated them. But the gods will not take action easily unless they have no other choice. When humans are almost extinct due to the erosion of the Kree, the gods will take action to stop it. By then, there may only be a few hundred people left on Blue Star. At this time, the door was opened again, and Senna hurried in. He greeted Stark and explained his latest progress. Several people understood that Stark or Senna alone could not complete the analysis of the Kree. As a professor of liberal arts, Lin Feng could only provide limited help except contacting the gods. Lin Feng said solemnly, Carol, who appeared at the US press conference a few days ago, should be from our blue star, but she is also a product of Kree technology. From my observation, her current ability is not inferior to Thor with Stormbreaker. This is the brilliance of Kree technology. I don't know where their limit is, nor do I know how many people like Carol they can create. But we definitely can't create a Thor at present. Therefore, how to distinguish between blue star people and Kree people is the key to resisting this secret invasion. This depends on you two top scientists to work together to crack it. Ultron will be on call at any time to provide you with the greatest help. I can help you with some chores and contact the gods as much as possible. Please, both of you. Stark took a deep breath and glanced at Senna. The two smiled tacitly and immediately started research. They operated the instrument tacitly. Stark, who was usually unruly, was also willing to help Senna because he knew that he was not as professional as Senna in the field of organic biology. The structure of this instrument is incompatible, Senna said after he devoted himself to it and immediately began to think and work at full speed. The comparison of genetic coding has been completed by 90%. You need to upload the remaining comparison program in the remaining 3 minutes and at the same time recode the original comparison program, adding physical rules and calculation modes. Stark silently operated the instrument, moving quickly and without panic. Since he really couldn't intervene, Lin Feng simply left the Avengers headquarters and pondered the weaknesses of the Kree. If he wanted to deal with the Kree, the power of the gods would undoubtedly be able to do it easily, but Lin Feng thought of his oath not to easily interfere in human affairs and didn't want to act casually. He was more eager to see people successfully resist the secret invasion of the Kree through their own efforts. However, the technological strength of the Kree is really a problem. Not to mention that their supreme wisdom is still mysterious. Even Carol, whose ability is not inferior to Thor in his heyday, is also a powerful warrior born under their technological means. Chapter 206, Obscurity. The technological level of the Earth is far from this. The space jump technology they provided to Thanos was also far beyond Hank Pyme's understanding. A few days ago, Lin Feng discussed this with Hank Pyme, but Hank Pyme said that he couldn't even travel through time and space at present. Wakanda has always been a closed country, but this time we opened our doors and quickly established connections with all parts of the world. We hope that people all over the world can understand Wakanda. A majestic and slightly old voice came from the TV on the roadside. Unlike Lin Feng's imagination, the voice of the Wakanda leader was not Chala's. Lin Feng looked up and saw a man with slightly grey hair on the big screen. That was Chala's father, Chaka. He was forcefully expounding his views. Lagos suffered a disaster due to the invasion of the Vanguard Corps, and our Wakanda expatriates also suffered heavy losses. I feel sorry for the loss of these young lives, but I'm also proud of their bravery. They gave their lives to protect Lagos. I hope everyone can see their dedication as human beings. Lin Feng frowned. Chaka's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. The people sent by Wakanda to other places died a worthy death as human beings, but what about the gods? Sure enough, Chaka then began to express his views on the gods, but here, I want to criticize the gods more. The Chinese gods promised to protect us from wind and rain in times of crisis, but what is the meaning of this promise? Either they never take action and let us fend for ourselves, or they completely protect us and don't let us get hurt. Like now, those who have paid a worthy death, their families are heartbroken, while others are only grateful to the gods and don't consider the pain of those who have lost their loved ones. And those who are alive but become disabled, who cares about their pain? Chaka became more and more excited as he spoke. As the king of Wakanda, he felt heartbroken for those people who lost their lives because the gods failed to act in time, so he had to stand up and protest against the irrationality of the gods' existence. We are grateful for the gods' kindness and care for us, and for their help in times of crisis. But the consequences of the gods' actions are entirely borne by us humans. The gods appear when we are becoming famous, but they are not there when humans are licking their wounds. What are we? Are we slaves that the gods can summon and dismiss at will? No, we can be self-sufficient. We thank the gods, but we should rely on ourselves to pay. Chaka expressed his views righteously, and his views made the US president ecstatic. Great, finally someone supports not allowing the gods to appear. At this time, the Kree people appeared in the US president's office again. Hi, Mr. President, how have you been lately? The President of the United States was in a good mood, looking at this familiar face who was giving him advice. I don't know your name yet. The Kree smiled slightly. Just call me Roger. Mr. President, should we take this opportunity to launch a wave of actions against the gods? The President of the United States was overjoyed. Great minds think alike. Mr. Roger, I have already thought about it. I will secretly use funds to launch anti-god parades, and at the same time unite governments to strive to sign an agreement related to the gods, and then publicize our hero Miss Carol. With multiple approaches, I will definitely be able to weaken the prestige of the gods. Roger looked at the suddenly enlightened President of the United States and felt that he was very insightful, so he stretched out his hand. Then I wish the President success soon. At the same time, he was secretly happy that with such a fool actively helping them attract attention, they, the Kree, could develop in peace in secret. The Prime Minister of Sakura Country, Rikuro Koizumi, watched the cabinet ministers quarreling and was not in a hurry to express his position. They all noticed that a voice against the gods was quietly growing in the world. They were now discussing whether they should continue to wait and see or go with the flow and clearly support the gods. After arguing for a long time, they still had no result, so they had to throw the question to Koizumi Rikuro. Koizumi Rikuro felt his scalp tingling. He knew that the power of public opinion could influence many things, but he also knew that the power of gods was difficult for humans to resist. How to balance these two aspects without offending public opinion made him feel very embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that there was a diplomatic ambassador in the Sakura country, and he was delighted. Quick, contact Hashimoto Kanzuki and ask her opinion. A wave of opposition to gods has quietly risen around the world, expressing opposition to gods with a firm attitude. In random interviews on the street, the reporter heard various voices. Gods should not exist, and humans should be self-reliant. Gods are redundant, and humans can get through the difficulties without them. If gods cannot help humans resist disasters and eliminate poverty, then their existence is meaningless. What's more, some people openly shouted, "Thank you for the efforts made by alien life to save the life on Earth under the rule of gods. Although you lose, you still have honor, and your spirit will live forever." Without gods, humans would have been extinct in various disasters long ago. From the Chitauri army to Hela, Dormammu, and then to Thanos, which one can humans defeat with their own strength? Without reflecting on their own weaknesses, they still fantasize that everything can be solved without gods. Gods only help us resist aggression. What's wrong with them? Shouldn't the invaders be the ones at fault? Why are the gods who help us blamed, while the invaders are praised? It's ridiculous. Thank the alien invaders. What have gods done for us? Didn't the gods lend a helping hand when we were on the verge of extinction? Without them, we would have been colonized, or even extinct long ago. The two sides argued, but many people ignored Chaka's original intention. Humans should be grateful for the help of gods, but should be self-reliant. They went to extremes, believing that gods should not exist, or should unconditionally protect humans, and criticized those who held different views, even involving their ancestors. The news media industry was overwhelmed by this huge anti-god trend and opposing thinking. News reports related to gods occupied major headlines, and the heat continued unabated. In the online world, only the Sakura country has not spoken out. At this time, the Sakura country contacted Hashimoto Huanayu, who was working in Lagos, through a dedicated line. After listening to Lin Feng's advice, Hashimoto Huanayu began to have a deep understanding of history, reflect on the harm caused to people by the war of aggression, and was willing to atone for it. Seeing this, Lin Feng recommended her to join the post-war reconstruction fund organization founded by Stark, so that she could play her role. Because of her active and serious work, outstanding ability, and outstanding appearance, Stark invited her to serve as the image ambassador of the post-war reconstruction fund organization after consideration. After the invasion of Thanos, she rushed to the worst hit area of Lagos as soon as possible and actively contacted all parties, hoping that they could use their resources to contribute to the reconstruction of Lagos. At this moment, in the ruins of Lagos, Hashimoto Huanai was busy coordinating the movement of materials. She spent the whole morning in a busy manner, connecting with various units, signing for relief supplies, shooting videos of the disaster area, and helping in person when there were not enough people. She was so busy that she was dizzy. Just when she had time to rest for a while, the cabinet hotline called again. Hashimoto Huanai had to answer the phone. After all, she was a Sakura countryman, and everything had to be considered for the Sakura country. Ms. Hashimoto, have you been paying attention to the news around the world recently? Hashimoto Huanai knew the reason why the cabinet was looking for her as soon as she heard it. As a person specially sent by the Sakura government to be in charge of China's diplomatic affairs, Hashimoto Huanai was naturally not stupid. She had also heard about the anti-god marches that emerged all over the world, but she didn't care because it didn't affect her work. But the Sakura government cannot ignore it. Their relationship with the United States has broken down. How to express their attitude towards China needs to listen to the opinions of Hashimoto Huanai, who understands the situation in China. To put it bluntly, they need a weight with enough weight to strengthen their position. And the person who knows China best and is close to Lin Feng is her. Hashimoto Huanai understood the details instantly and thought of Lin Feng, so she solemnly advised, please inform the Prime Minister that these marches are just people with ulterior motives taking advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble and will not shake the foundation of China. Moreover, this is only a short-term climax, and there is no follow-up. We in the Sakura country can support China's attitude in public opinion. If we don't want to offend the current public opinion situation, we must at least remain neutral. God can tolerate people's willfulness and ignorance, but it does not mean that people can challenge the authority of God without bottom line. The person on the other end of the phone was also very serious. I understand, Miss Hashimoto. I will tell the Prime Minister right away. At this time, another news media found Hashimoto Huanai. Ms. Hashimoto, Mr. Stark asked us to interview you. Stark provided a lot of funds for the post-war reconstruction fund organization and was the nominal leader, but he didn't manage much. At this moment, he was analyzing the Kree, so he forwarded the media's interview request to Hashimoto Huanai. Hashimoto Kanzuki, who was about to refuse, suddenly thought of something and smiled. Okay, I'm available anytime. Ms. Hashimoto Kanzuki, we are the news interview team of UNESCO, and we are here to visit you today. Hashimoto Kanzuki treated her politely and responded with a smile. Please start asking questions. She sat casually on a piece of rubble, not minding that its shabby and dusty appearance might stain her clothes. Ms. Hashimoto Kanzuki, do you know anything about the recent global trend of thought? The reporter asked bluntly. Hashimoto Kanzuki pondered for a moment and told the reporter frankly, I have been busy with the reconstruction of Lagos recently and rarely pay attention to the news. But I have been in contact with the outside world and have heard about a trend against God. Is this what you mean? That's right. What do you think about this? The reporter's question was direct and clear, as if expecting a clear position. Hashimoto Kanzuki chuckled. Trends of thought? I don't think so. The emergence of trends of thought should promote the progress of people's thinking, but these global movements make me feel an anti-intellectual tendency. Even if we are not grateful to the gods, at least we should not blame them. I remember that Professor Lin Feng, the spokesperson for the gods, once said that the gods only appear at the moment of life and death. In other words, without experiencing pain, how can the gods know whether humans are content to enjoy themselves or facing a life and death crisis? The people in the disaster area may blame the gods for not providing timely assistance, but how can those who have not experienced these accuse the gods without reason? What's more, why are they so confident that humans will be able to solve future threats? Gods are always unknown and only show their value when we need them. Isn't this the sadness of mankind? Hashimoto Kanzuki's face gradually became serious, revealing his heartache. The reporter and the cameraman looked at each other. Ms. Hashimoto, is this your personal opinion, or the position of the entire post-war reconstruction fund organization? Hashimoto Huanayu thought for a moment. This should be my personal opinion. We can be grateful to the gods, or we can be in awe of them. We cannot unreasonably ask the gods to dedicate themselves to us. Humans should be more self-reliant, rather than relying on others for everything. I believe that the gods think so too. Okay, Ms. Hashimoto, thank you for sharing. The reporter ended the interview. At the same time, in the office building of the Avengers, Professor Lin Feng, the analysis results are out. Dr. Senna rushed out of the laboratory excitedly, followed by Stark, who looked tired. He smiled bitterly, because Senna was so excited that he forgot to put on his pants. In the past few days, they have been studying the differences between the Kree and the Blue Star people day and night, to prevent the Kree from replacing their identities unknowingly. Dr. Senna has made the most efforts. When the research results came out, he immediately rushed out of the laboratory excitedly, completely ignoring the surprised eyes of the Avengers staff. Stark had no choice but to pick up Senna's pants, put them in the bag, and walk towards Lin Feng's office. Professor Lin Feng, the analysis results are out. We found the weakness of the Kree. Senna rushed into Lin Feng's office with excitement. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then closed the door, and poured Senna a glass of water. He saw that Senna had a scruffy beard and dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he had forgotten to eat and sleep in order to crack the genetic code of the Kree, and even forgot to wear pants. Senna took the water handed by Lin Feng and drank it all. I found the weakness of the Kree, thanks to Tony. First, under different gravity conditions, the Kree's tolerance is far greater than that of the Blue Star people, which is specifically manifested in the reaction of the skin and bones to heavy pressure. Secondly, the Kree's perception of light sensitivity is far inferior to that of the Blue Star people, and it takes them longer to adapt to strong light. And the third point. Senna talked incessantly, not realizing the embarrassment of his lower body. Chapter 207 Bold Idea. Stark also arrived. Watching Senna immersed in his discovery, did not interrupt him, just smiled silently, greeted Lin Feng, put down the bag, and left the office. He still has a lot of things to do. Since the analysis of the Kree has come to an end, the technological means to counter the Kree also need his efforts. Senna finished his discovery in one breath, and Lin Feng handed him his pants. Senna looked down and saw that he was only wearing underwear, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Drive Senna, you have worked hard these days. You have to take care of yourself. We will fight the Kree next. Senna nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will stick to it. Lin Feng watched Senna leave, full of admiration. This group of people are often misunderstood. Stark is a rebellious prodigal. Senna is a scientist who transforms when angry. There are also geeky doctors like Strange, spies like Natasha, and ordinary people who have experienced pain like the Maximoff brothers and sisters. They are different, but never make excuses, just silently guarding the safety of Blue Star. They made Lin Feng admire them sincerely. Around the world, the voices of anti-god and anti-god are becoming more and more turbulent, and even evolved into violent conflicts, which is exactly the same as the turmoil of the Huaxia god cult in the past. Except for a few countries such as Huaxia, Sakura, and Wakanda, fierce violent incidents have broken out all over the world, forcing the authorities to dispatch a large number of police forces to maintain order. In view of this serious situation, Lin Feng, as the spokesperson of God, was invited to an interview by UNESCO, hoping that he could express his position on the matter. In fact, there was no need for UNESCO to take the initiative. After learning about the first violent incident, Lin Feng quickly issued a statement, calling on all parties to coexist peacefully and express objections rationally, and emphasized that God would not intervene in human disputes, and human behavior would not affect God. He hoped that everyone would remain calm, but the effect was limited. Later, Lin Feng tried to apologize in time and reflect on his shortcomings as a spokesperson for God, and failed to accurately convey human demands and God's expectations. Although he could not control public opinion and believers, he could restrain himself and actively advocate peace. He believes that as a public figure, whether the responsibility lies with him or not, he should be brave enough to take it. His voice did have a certain impact. There are many people who are neutral about God in the anti-God trend. They don't want to get involved in the dispute, but they are forced to fight back because the anti-God movement affects their daily life. Now, with Lin Feng's speech, the government's strengthened public security management, and the arrest of violent element in the anti-God trend, the situation has gradually calmed down. As long as someone is brave enough to take responsibility, the situation can be quickly controlled. UNESCO reporters came to the Avengers, broadcast the construction of the Avengers Live to the world, and finally arrived at Lin Feng's office. Lin Feng opened the door for them and said politely, "Come in." The reporter went straight to the point. "Professor Lin Feng, what do you think of the frequent violent conflicts in various places recently?" Lin Feng thought for a while and expressed his point of view. "In any case, violence is not a wise move. Anti-God and anti-God should express their opinions rationally instead of resorting to violence. I sympathize with the victims of the violent incidents. At the same time, as a spokesperson for God, I'm deeply sorry. If I can convey the demands of mankind more clearly, perhaps there will be less bloodshed." The reporter felt Lin Feng's honesty and humility, and felt good about him. But as a reporter, she needs to remain neutral, and cannot give clear support. In her opinion, Lin Feng has made it clear that God only appears in times of crisis, and humans need to be self-reliant at other times. The reporter asked from another angle, "So, how do you think we should clearly convey human demands?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is easier said than done, because people's hearts are different. However, the US government's approach is worth learning from. Perhaps, governments around the world can jointly issue a document that lists general principles and specifically subdivides human demands. Of course, this is just a good wish, and whether God will listen depends on God." The reporter asked again, "If there is such a document, do you think God will listen to human opinions?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "Whether God will respect human opinions is actually uncertain. God may protect us just on a whim. What if one day they choose to destroy us? Not all gods have feelings for humans like Yang Jian. Although they overlap with the space we live in, their abilities far exceed ours. Even if they really want to destroy us and rebuild civilization, what does it have to do with us?" The reporter was pale. "Professor Lin Feng, you are not kidding, are you?" Lin Feng shook his head firmly. "It's not a joke. Although my research on God is deeper than anyone else on Blue Star, it is only a superficial part. However, what is certain is that God is currently friendly to humans. But what if one day God only needs obedient humans? Perhaps, like the God in the Bible, he will use a flood to eliminate disobedient humans. Humans are powerless against God, but God can easily subvert the human world. Therefore, what is the global anti-God trend? No matter how much they make trouble, they will only hurt humans themselves, and will not affect God at all. You can blame God for not saving you, but you cannot vent your anger on others. There lives on Blue Star just like you." After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, the reporter solemnly adopted his opinion. After the news report was broadcast, many people began to reflect on their own behavior, and worried about the power of God. The global anti-God trend gradually weakened, and except for a few hardline groups, the rest basically disappeared. This storm came and went quickly. "Professor Lin Feng, your move is really brilliant. Now we have confirmed that there are people among those groups that are still promoting anti-God thoughts." Stark came over with an investigation report. The inexplicable rise of anti-God thoughts made the Avengers members wary, and suspected that someone was manipulating them. After learning about the existence of the Kree, everyone carefully planned such a plan. Lin Feng's speech was the key to the plan and his responsibility. He was frank, and aroused people's deep thinking. The reason why the anti-God thought was able to fade away quickly has a lot to do with people no longer blindly following the trend. Now, we can be sure that the US government and the Kree are secretly colluding. The rise of anti-God thoughts was after the United States introduced Carol, a hero who defended the country, and some people took the lead and began to claim that humans did not need the protection of gods. What's more, they used the dead and wounded in the Vanguard invasion as weapons to question why the gods failed to protect them. The United States has been trying to obstruct the rise of China in order to maintain its hegemony, and it will take any means to do so. With the support of the Kree, they frequently launched anti-God activities, which is not difficult to understand. Therefore, everyone closely followed the developments in the United States. Sure enough, after the anti-god trend came and went, the remaining anti-god groups were concentrated in the United States. Stark, Senna, Natasha and others quietly sneaked into these groups and used the instruments invented by Senna and Stark to secretly detect the situation of the Kree. Del, who had not seen them for a long time, looked at the busy figures of the crowd and shook his head. This place is completely different from the way they live in groups of dark elves, but she can feel the warmth here, which makes her feel a little inexplicable. The crisis of Thanos came and went quickly, and many dark elves didn't even know what happened. But after Del returned to Earth, he saw the reconstruction of the disaster area, and immediately understood what was going on. Blue Star seems to have fallen into a vicious circle. One disaster has just passed, and another disaster is brewing. In the cognition of the Dark Elves, this seems to be the cursed fate of the planet. And if the cursed planet cannot survive the blows again and again, it will turn into the dust of history and be ruthlessly crushed by the torrent of history. I don't know if there is such a saying on Blue Star. Del, can you tell us more about the Kree? Lin Feng interrupted her thoughts. Del came back to his senses and nodded quickly after hearing Lin Feng's question. Thor and Loki were still in Asgard at this time and did not appear on Blue Star. Therefore, the Dark Elves, who are also highly intelligent life forms, are undoubtedly the ones who know the Kree best. The Kree have blue bodies and are named after their home planet, Kree. Their original living environment had high gravity and a huge temperature difference between day and night. Later, they acquired the technology of the Skrulls, and their interstellar civilization developed rapidly. Of course, this also led to a long war between the Kree and the Skrulls. They possess a life form called supreme intelligence, and their knowledge reserves and civilization level far exceed your blue planet. The Kree are extremely warlike. If their planet had not been destroyed, the threat they pose now would probably be greater than Thanos. Hearing this, Senna was a little confused. Ms. Del, excuse me, according to what you said, their technological level is extremely high, so how did their planet destroy? Del was stunned and shook his head. I don't know the specific details, but rumors have it that a planet called Ego swallowed up their home planet. There is also a saying that a man who claims to be a god destroyed their planet. Some people also believe that it was the erosion of a black hole that made it impossible for their home planet to escape. These things happened a long time ago, and the Kree planet ceased to exist before I was born. Lin Feng already had an idea when he heard this. The god Ego, the devourer of planets, and the father of Star-Lord Quill, was the one who destroyed the Kree. Although the Kree had the technological strength to create Eluonan and Carol, it still could not stop Ego's encroachment. This Ego's strength might even be above Thanos. But now the focus is on the Kree, and Ego may not be interested in Blue Star. Therefore, everyone continued to listen to Del's introduction. As far as I know, their body structure is similar to your Blue Star humans, but their combat ability and physical fitness are far superior to yours. They can survive under conditions such as supergravity pressure, extreme temperature difference, and thin oxygen. And the potential energy and power of their weapons are also far superior to your Blue Star. They didn't plan to attack Blue Star until now, probably because of the interception of the Supreme Sorcerer and the threat of Thanos. Now that Thanos is dead, the Supreme Sorcerer is still a novice, and the only thing that can threaten them on Blue Star is the gods of China. So they frequently provoke the US government, just to test the bottom line of God. Lin Feng looked at Stark, and found that he was also looking at him. The two of them looked at Senna at the same time. Yes, that's understandable. If they can find out the bottom line of God, it's probably time for them to make a big move, Del stated objectively. After Del elaborated on the general situation of the Kree, he felt that there was nothing important, so he decided to travel to Asgard through the teleportation array of Blue Star. Ultron was busy deploying energy shields to every household in order to further reduce the risks and losses that humans may face in the future. Stark left Senna behind, while the others dispersed, intending to find the weaknesses of the Kree through their own ways. Judging from the current situation, the Kree race is indeed quite powerful. Their genetic structure is similar to that of humans, but their individual combat capabilities are far different from humans. Senna looked at Stark and Lin Feng in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" I still need to go back to do experiments. Stark made coffee by himself. Professor Lin, if I remember correctly, God hopes that humans can be self-reliant. And you once mentioned in a lecture that the life level of God has surpassed that of humans. They are no longer intelligent creatures, right? Before Senna fully understood what Stark meant, Lin Feng had already answered his question. Humans can also reach the level of God through acquired efforts. For example, the ancestors of China, Emperor Yan and Emperor Huang, and Kaiyu, and crossing Shan of their time, as well as Fengbo, Yushi, Ying Long, Zhu and Nu and others when they fought. These are all legendary figures who are mortals, but can rival gods. They can call the wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning, and are omnipotent. Hearing this, Senna suddenly realized, you want humans to have the opportunity to evolve to a higher level and even transcend the level of intelligent life, right? That's why you kept me? Stark put his arm around his shoulders and said, that's right, Dr. Senna. You are the only one in the Avengers who has reached the top level in the field of organic biology, and you are the only one who can point out the correct direction of evolution for us. At this point, Stark had already looked at Lin Feng and said, I originally thought that it would be very complicated to evolve to the form of Thor and the others, but now it seems that it is really a godsend. Lin Feng also smiled and said, this is indeed a coexistence of opportunities and challenges. We should not take it lightly. We still know very little about the Kree and the humans on Blue Star. Let's wait for news from Natasha and Ultron. But their appearance is really too coincidental. It is simply a godsend. Senna couldn't keep up with their thoughts again. He looked at Stark, then at Lin Feng, and found that both of them were looking at him with a smile. What are you talking about? Stark smiled and pinched Senna's shoulders. Brother, think about it. God doesn't care about humans, so even if people evolve, it is not an offense in the eyes of God. He will not be like God, who gets angry because humans built the Tower of Babel. Therefore, it is theoretically possible for humans to enter a higher level of life. Chapter 208. How is it going? Lin Feng even handed a cup of coffee to the puzzled Senna. And now, this is not just a theory, there are living examples in front of us. First, there are Thor, Loki, and El. They are the same as us, with the bodies of intelligent creatures, but they have touched the realm of rules. The Kree are between us and Asgard. They still retain their bodies and have not been exposed to the rules, but their technology can support them to go further. So, I would say that this is both an opportunity and a challenge for us. The specific situation depends on whether we can seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Senna suddenly realized, I understand, you want humans to evolve. Evolve step by step. First reach the level of advanced intelligent creatures, and then try to touch the realm of rules. This cannot be achieved overnight. You hope that humans will first have the technological level of the Kree as a transition, and then go a step further to let human biological quality reach the level of Asgard. My god, this is a bold idea. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, Dr. Senna, that's what I mean. But it's not crazy. You have shown everyone that the Kree and the Blue Star people are simply brothers, but in terms of individual average quality, the Blue Star people are much worse than the Kree. The reason is nothing more than their living environment and technological level. As the saying goes, I will not offend others if they don't offend me, but I will offend others if they offend me. They have been eyeing Blue Star, so it's not too much for us to fight back, right? It's not too much, just keep their technological means. Senna smiled bitterly. It's easier said than done. The Kree are in the dark, and we are in the light. There are still many problems if we really want to take action. Lin Feng shrugged. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so we don't need to be too anxious. They are not as eager for success as Thanos, but want to boil the frog in warm water and eat us up. Let's fight back and see who is the final winner. Although we are not superior in technology, now with the instruments you provide and the mass production of Ultron, we are at least not so passive. Senna smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand, and the other two put their hands on it. The three of them looked at each other tacitly, and they understood each other. A timid voice came from outside the door. Professor Lin, can I come in? The three of them looked at each other, and Stark and Senna took the opportunity to say goodbye and left Lin Feng's office. Lin Feng smiled. Come in, Miss Hashimoto. in view of the frequent violent conflicts caused by the anti-god trend and the fact that the reconstruction work in Lagos is nearing its end. For safety reasons, Stark decided to take Hashimoto Kanai back to the Avengers headquarters. Of course, this move has another deeper meaning. Stark hopes that Hashimoto Kanai can become a member of the Avengers. Hashimoto Kanai's excellent coordination and management skills have impressed Stark. She is well organized and meticulous, and she really lives up to her name as a secretary. At present, there are many combatants and scientific researchers in the Avengers, but there is a lack of service personnel and management personnel for coordination work. The joining of Hashimoto Kanai will undoubtedly be a great help. According to Hashimoto Kanzuka's suggestion, the Avengers disclosed some internal information during an interview, striving to make the Avengers more civilian-friendly, and took this opportunity to conduct free publicity while recruiting more service personnel. Hashimoto Kanzuki walked over and looked at Lin Feng. "Professor Lin, I have some questions to ask you." Lin Feng stared at her and suddenly said, "Ms. Hashimoto, I asked Natasha to install a locator for you without your knowledge. I hope you don't mind." Hashimoto Kanzuki was slightly stunned, then shook her head. "How could that be, Professor Lin? I know you are thinking about our safety. By the way, Professor Lin, what is the relationship between you and the gods?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Me and the gods? Miss Hashimoto, you shouldn't put me before the gods. The gods won't mind, but I will." In addition, she actually knew that Hashimoto Kanzuki was equipped with a locator, because this was her suggestion. The fake Hashimoto Kanzuki's eyes were stern, and he was about to take out his weapon to attack, but suddenly raised his hands and had to face Lin Feng in front of him. At this time, Stark stood behind her with a weapon and asked curiously, "This friend from Kree, how should we call you?" In the process of civilianization of the Avengers, Hashimoto Kanzuki also proposed to equip each Avengers staff with a locator and identifier to prevent people from sneaking in. After testing, even Asgardians like Loki could not escape the detection of the identifier, and he could not find the location of the identifier. As soon as the fake Hashimoto Kanzuki appeared, the identifiers of several people sounded the alarm. The three of them took advantage of the situation. Stark and Senna pretended to leave, but actually went to get weapons. On TV, Chaka was still giving a speech. "My previous words were not against the gods. I did accuse the gods of failing to fully protect humans, but this is not a reason for us to oppose them. Without them, human casualties would be even more severe. Fellow countrymen around the world, please do not go to extremes, let alone become violent element, because that will only hurt ourselves." In an inconspicuous house in Cleveland, a drunken man was watching TV. Suddenly, there was a sound of a car crash outside the door, and the alarm sounded. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "I'm sorry, I drove my car onto the sidewalk and accidentally hit a car. I saw that you were the only family nearby. This car should be yours, right? We can settle it privately. Of course, if you want to call the police, I won't object." The big man immediately sobered up when he heard the word police. After learning that the other party was willing to settle it privately, he hurriedly said, no need to call the police, just settle it privately." He let down his guard and pulled the bolt open without any precautions. However, as soon as he pulled the bolt open, he felt a strong force coming from outside the door, as if someone was trying to break in by force. The big man realized that something was wrong and tried to close the door again, but it was too late. The person outside the door had already opened the door and knocked him out. After Helm knocked the big man unconscious, he glanced at Chaka on TV and spat. "Bah, hypocritical and shameless traitor. I thought you were a staunch anti-god, but you became cowardly because of the bloody conflict." He looked at the Hydra officer who was deceived by his superb acting skills and sneered, "I just don't know what consequences your death will cause." Rog came to the office of the US President again. "Mr. President, how are you?" The US President was extremely excited to see Rog. "Mr. Rog, I'm so glad to see you. You see, more and more countries are agreeing to conclude an agreement to place the contacts of God under the supervision of a group. In the future, if there is any situation, the guy named Lin Feng needs to report to the group. The only contact channel of God at present is Lin Feng, so we can restrict God to the greatest extent." Rog couldn't help but praise, "Mr. President, your trick is really brilliant. I have to admire your wisdom. With your idea, coupled with Ms. Carroll's ability, people will gradually find that God is not their only choice." The US president smiled triumphantly, but did not notice the cunning flash in Roger's eyes. The next second, the US president fainted. This is the best way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As a president, you are quite good at plotting and scheming, but you shouldn't trust others so defenselessly. Roger sneered. Recently, Wakanda, the United States and many other countries jointly issued the draft of the Sokovia Convention. The core content of the draft is to restrict Lin Feng's freedom, hoping that he can remain open and honest when communicating with God. At the same time, he will convey the demands of mankind to God as much as possible, hoping that God will only intervene in human affairs during major crises, rather than meddling in daily trivial matters. The news on TV did not attract Lin Feng's attention. He quickly found the place where Hashimoto Huanayu was imprisoned, based on the locator on her body. The Kree people were too arrogant about their technology and did not leave any guards, but were full of traps and detection equipment. However, Lin Feng used his divine power directly to sneak in quietly, not only saving people, but also leaving a clone disguised as the kidnapped Hashimoto Huanayu. Due to being tied up and sitting still for a long time, Hashimoto Huanayu's legs were numb. Lin Feng had no choice but to pick her up and leave the place. Stark originally planned to make a detailed plan, because Del had said that even with her power, there was no guarantee that she could escape the detection of the Kree technology. Considering that the Dark Elves and Asgard were both highly intelligent creatures, they did not dare to act rashly. But Lin Feng immediately found a reason, saying that God would help him, because God was also wary of the appearance of the Kree. When Lin Feng walked with Hashimoto Huanayu in his arms, Hashimoto Huanayu said shyly in his arms, "I'm sorry to trouble you, Professor Lin Feng." Lin Feng responded expressionlessly. Hashimoto Huanayu suddenly remembered something. "Professor Lin, they read part of my memory, mainly about you." Lin Feng was slightly surprised, but did not say much. "I know, you rest assured first." After that, he teleported directly to his office. Hashimoto Kanzuki was stunned at first, then shouted in surprise, "So Professor Lin, you are really..." Lin Feng interrupted her, "It's good to know, you don't have to say it. Can you keep it a secret for me?" Hashimoto Kanzuki nodded solemnly and thought of something. "Since you are a god, you should be able to use your divine power to imprison or erase my memory, right?" Lin Feng shook his head decisively. "I will not easily interfere in human affairs. You are also a human being. I will respect your wishes and attitude. You knew about this and chose to keep it a secret. I choose to believe you, that's all." Hashimoto Kanzuki was still a little worried, "But I'm just an ordinary person after all. If the Kree people capture me and read my memory again, your identity may be exposed. For safety reasons, you can delete my memory." Lin Feng smiled. "I said, I respect your choice. But there is no need to delete it. It is enough for me to give you an insurance." After that, he snapped his fingers and added, "Don't be polite to me, just because you know my identity. Call me whatever you want. Being polite will only make me feel alienated." Hashimoto Kanayu nodded reservedly, and then nodded boldly, to show that he understood when he thought of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng picked up the coffee. "Although it is very simple to use divine power, I still hope that you can tell me how you found out about this." The Kree read Hashimoto Kanayu's memory, so they sent a fake Hashimoto Kanayu to test the relationship between Lin Feng and God. Their idea may be to capture the thief first. If they can determine the specific relationship between Lin Feng and God, they will concentrate their efforts on dealing with Lin Feng to eliminate the biggest threat of invading the Earth. Obviously, Hashimoto Kanayu has speculated on the relationship between Lin Feng and God, and this speculation has lasted for some time. Unlike Loki, Strange and others who believed that Lin Feng was the spokesperson of God from the beginning, Hashimoto Kanayu held an opposing attitude towards Lin Feng from the beginning, so it was easier to find flaws. At the beginning, I was hostile to you, because I didn't want to believe your attitude towards war and the mistakes our country had made. Hashimoto Kanayu said slowly. Lin Feng was stunned and thought of the key point. Loki, Strange and Stark and others were not smart enough, but chose to believe him from the beginning. Hashimoto Kanai was in opposition to him from the beginning, so it was easier for him to find out the truth. Do you remember when the United States sent out the Sakura assassin? Since we met, I felt that you were extraordinary. You can call the gods that others cannot see at any time, even wholesale. Hashimoto Kanai smiled. Lin Feng was a little helpless. The word wholesale was really appropriate. Then the fairy island came to the world. I was wondering why the gods didn't mind you being so late. Everyone thought that the gods really cared about you, but I suddenly thought, what if you are a god? Isn't this more logical? A person can wait for himself as long as he wants. Hashimoto Kanai continued. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and couldn't help but sigh at the strength of a woman's sixth sense. The series of events that followed showed that the gods and you had exactly the same attitude. For example, in the Huaxia divine religion incident, you just accused the Huaxia divine religion, and Yang Jian personally appeared and announced them as a cult. Isn't this too coincidental? Hashimoto Kanai stated item by item. Lin Feng smiled. After that, take a good rest, and remember our agreement. Hashimoto Kanai was stunned, then smiled and nodded. She would definitely keep this secret. Wakanda's openness paved the way for the Avengers to establish contact with it. Under Hashimoto Kanai's active promotion, Wakanda readily agreed to start commercial cooperation with the Avengers and generously provided them with a portion of precious vibranium. On Earth, without the help of the magic weapon of the gods, vibranium is undoubtedly the most powerful material, and its toughness and compatibility are far superior to other alloy metals. Drive Zao, how is the progress? Lin Feng asked curiously, looking at Zao Halen who was concentrating on adjusting the data. Chapter 209 Unfriendly Voice. Zao Halen rolled his eyes playfully. Professor Lin Feng, everyone has their own strengths. I may not be as good as you in the field of theology, but in bioengineering, if it weren't for Dr. Banner, I'm afraid no one in this building can match me. Stark stared at the vibranium and synthetic cells in the regeneration cradle and couldn't help but sighed. It's amazing. It looks like plastic. But why is it so similar to my nano armor? Zao Halen chuckled. Stark, this is a future trend of technology. Your old and bulky mecha will be eliminated sooner or later. This is the product of the fusion of 3D printing and nanotechnology, using bioinducing factors to attract cells and make them combine with nanomaterials. The reaction is completed instantly, and the cells can't even realize that they are merging with the phantom. This process repeats continuously building human cells and generating tissues until a complete human body is shaped. Hearing this, Senna couldn't help but admire. You are amazing. You can actually create tissues directly. Zao Halen smiled proudly. This is nothing. This is just an application at the forefront of medicine, and I happen to be at the forefront. I'm more curious about your Avengers. The experimental conditions provided here are more advanced and complete than my regeneration laboratory. Lin Feng took the opportunity to extend an invitation. If you like, you can stay, and this research room can be given to you. We are expanding and need a lot of talents. Whether it is to stay here permanently or take time to visit, it depends on your choice. Zao Halen said helplessly. Professor Lin, I'm not as free as you. I have many lectures to attend. There are still too many unsolved mysteries waiting for me to explore in the creation of biological tissues combining nano and 3D printing. I will join you, but I may just take time to come and take a look. Lin Feng smiled. It doesn't matter, as long as you can come. This room will always be reserved for you. Zao Halen asked shyly, will Yang Jian come here often? Before everyone could react, Zao Halen returned to normal. I'm curious, what will the vision look like when it is created by the network of Ultron and Sifo, the Mind Stone, the vibranium material, my nanobia technology, Stark's knowledge of tissue structure, Dr. Senna's biotechnology, and the moral golden lotus given by the gods? Senna and Stark were arm in arm. Thor and Shenhaitian were chatting and laughing. Natasha was smiling while holding Hashimoto Huanayu, and Strange was solemnly observing the fusion process of the 9-rank moral golden lotus and Vision's body, feeling the divine power in it. It can be said that the most core generation of the Avengers gathered here, ready to witness Vision's return to the world. since his body was destroyed after stopping Hela last time. Vision has not appeared for a long time, because there are few materials that can withstand the power of the 9-rank moral golden lotus and the mind stone at the same time, and Lin Feng is unwilling to expose his divine power, so this matter has been shelved. Now that Wakanda is open and Zao Halen has visited, when the conditions are ripe, he immediately thought of reconstructing Vision. Ultron watched silently and thought, will this mechanical organism created based on him bring a clearer evolutionary direction to mankind? Compared with the unreachable gods, is Vision more specific and clear, and is it an evolutionary direction that is easier for humans to achieve? The power is low. Please charge in time. The program is 35% complete. The voice of the regeneration cradle sounded inopportunely, interrupting everyone's interest. At the same time, the lights in the house began to flicker. What a trouble. Thor drank a bottle of wine in one breath, and then waved his hand to provide sufficient power to the Avengers building again. If he was not worried about the overload of power and hurting other people in the building, he would have fully charged the regeneration cradle in one breath. After a long and short wait, the regeneration cradle finally stopped working. The regeneration is over. The running program is finished. Please turn off the device within 5 minutes to avoid overheating and damage to the device. Zao Halen turned off the machine and opened the lid on it. A red body appeared in front of everyone, and he smiled and greeted, "Hello." Everyone cheered. Lin Feng happily suggested, "Let's have a party tonight to celebrate. Not only to celebrate Vision's return, but also to celebrate the joining of our new members." This proposal received a warm response from everyone. After all, who doesn't like parties? Stark thought of Wanda and Peter, and his expression was a little gloomy. "Professor Lin Feng, I won't attend the party tonight. I want to go to Africa to see if the Kree may also be eyeing vibranium. I want to go and find out." Lin Feng understood his concerns and worries, so he stopped persuading him, but just reminded him, "Okay, but you have to pay attention to safety. Also, bring the testing equipment with you. See what Wakanda is willing to do. If they are willing to accept it, we can supply it for free without limit." Stark nodded, and then tentatively asked, "Professor Lin Feng, have you read the recent news?" Lin Feng knew that Stark was worried about him, so he patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry about me. I will come forward to solve it. The draft Sokovia Convention has won the approval and signature of 117 countries including China, Sakura, Wakanda, and the United States. These countries sent representatives one after another, some of whom were committed to continuing to lobby other countries to join, while others took a special plane to Vienna to start negotiating the details of the agreement. As soon as the draft was released, Chen Haitian immediately notified Lin Feng and asked for his opinion. Lin Feng's attitude was very clear. The gods do not interfere in human affairs. The release of the draft marked that the matter was unstoppable, so it was better to let it go and wait and see. It was based on Lin Feng's clear attitude that the Chinese government was able to quickly join the signing of the draft and launch the first round of negotiations in Vienna. However, the release of the draft was also accompanied by many discordant voices. Some people criticized Lin Feng for failing to perform his duties as a spokesperson for God, accusing him of forgetting the troubles of ordinary people and doing nothing under the protection of the gods. At first, the accusations on the internet were normal, but then they evolved into unwarranted abuse, even affecting Lin Feng's relatives. Fortunately, Lin Feng was an orphan, and the human flesh search by netizens did not cause him too much trouble. But the overwhelming online rumors still made Lin Feng's public image fall to the bottom for a while. Lin Feng posted a video on various social media platforms, in which he personally expressed his views on cyberviolence. He admitted that he is a man, and will not evade responsibility. Hello, netizens. Recently, I have found that there are many voices on the internet that are unfavorable to me. But after careful examination, I found that apart from the groundless abuse, few people really accused me of dereliction of duty. This shows that in everyone's mind, I'm at least not too derelict in my duty. It's just that at this moment, when negative emotions need to be vented, everyone chose me as the target. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their trust and support for my work. Of course, I will also reflect deeply on my dereliction of duty. I heard that the United Nations recently held a meeting, which seems to be, to discuss an agreement related to God. If this agreement needs to go through me, I propose to include binding clauses on me, so that I can better perform my duties. Finally, I want to clarify that I have not accepted any commercial endorsements, and God has not authorized any related products. If there are any products endorsed by me or God, please report them actively. We are not commercial idols, nor are we traffic stars, and we will not appear in everyone's vision for the purpose of profit. I formed the Avengers to prove that humans can also make a difference. It doesn't matter if you don't trust me or doubt God, but for the Avengers, I hope everyone can be more tolerant and understanding, because it is part of humanity. We will disclose the source of funds, clarify the responsibilities of the Avengers, and hope that everyone will support us. After posting the video, Lin Feng turned off the computer and walked out of his residence. Seeing that the interior of the Avengers had been decorated colorfully and filled with a festive atmosphere, he looked at the watch and knew that the time was approaching, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, when everyone was gathered together, he was going to do something to spoil the fun. He took out his mobile phone and posted the Avengers management rules in the Avengers group chat. With the increasing number of Avengers members, the increasingly complex composition, and the expansion of their capabilities, Lin Feng discussed with Stark and others, and decided to implement standardized management of the Avengers to constrain everyone's behavior, and clarify their respective responsibilities. After publishing the rules, Lin Feng sent several messages in succession. The rules are temporarily a trial version. No need to read them carefully. We will observe for a period of time and make continuous adjustments. Let me emphasize a few key points. First, the Avengers funds will be transparently managed, and all income and expenditure, non-personal private property, will be open and transparent. We must maintain our original intention as a human organization. Second, the Avengers is currently a non-profit organization and does not participate in wars, but will provide timely assistance for diseases, natural disasters, etc. For violent crimes, we will decide whether to participate in assistance on a remuneration basis, based on actual conditions and local government requirements. Third, the Avengers are currently divided into administrative personnel, combat personnel, and logistics personnel. New members must be assessed and certified before joining. These are tentatively set, and if supplements are needed, they can be added at any time. I hope everyone has fun. After sending the message, Lin Feng went to the venue. Today, everyone is having a holiday and partying. Only Ao Chuang is in charge of security. The others are either in the venue or outside. As soon as you enter the venue, you can feel the noisy atmosphere. Everyone gathers together, chatting and singing, enjoying this rare day. They are all dressed up and indulge themselves. Lin Feng smiled and sat down quietly. At the bar, Natasha, wearing a lace dress, was mixing drinks in a lonely manner. Senna approached slowly, looking at Natasha, who was alone, and asked with concern, "Such a beautiful woman, how could she mix cocktails alone in this remote place?" Natasha smiled bitterly and replied, "It's all because of men that I ended up like this." Senna thought she had been hurt in love and couldn't help but sigh. "It seems that you don't have a good eye for choosing a partner." Natasha didn't dare to look directly at Senna, but still replied, "He is actually okay. Although he looks irritable, he is very soft inside." And she looked up at Senna. "He is the most unique person I know." Senna didn't understand what she meant, but out of curiosity, he waited for Natasha to continue. Natasha lived up to expectations and began to tell about the man who made her lose her soul and mix cocktails here to comfort her soul. "My friends are all warriors. Even Professor Lin Feng faces endless cyberbullying every day and shoulders the responsibility of communicating with the gods. I fight side by side with my comrades day after day, but he unexpectedly breaks into our lives. He has devoted his life to avoiding fighting, because he knows that, if the gods don't take action, he will be invincible in the world." Senna didn't quite understand what he heard, but still said with emotion, "It sounds like this person is very powerful." Natasha looked at Senna, who was still thinking, and smiled, "But he is also a little stupid, and many girls like his innocent nature." Senna still couldn't guess who it was, so he looked up at Natasha, expecting her answer. Natasha looked back at him. Doctor, do you think I should let it go or take the initiative? Senna was helpless about this. He knew nothing about love. Seeing Natasha, who was obviously in love, looking at him affectionately, he answered a little awkwardly, maybe, you can take the initiative? Natasha smiled but didn't answer, picked up the wine she had just mixed, and turned to find Hashimoto who are you. You and Natasha look great. A voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting Senna's thoughts. He turned around and saw Clint Barton, the new member of the Avengers. Because of his strong dynamic vision, superior arm and wrist strength, and suitable for long-range attacks, he was called Hawkeye. Senna waved his hands quickly. No, we are just chatting. Clint took a sip of wine. Don't be too nervous, brother. There are no clear regulations on love in the Avengers, and I think you and Natasha are quite suitable. Senna lowered his head, feeling that he was not worthy of Natasha, and whispered, Natasha is like this, she just likes to flirt. Clint smiled meaningfully. No, Senna. I have personal experience. Natasha is not like this when she flirts. After that, he left, leaving Senna to continue thinking. Senna was stunned for a moment, before he came back to his senses. What do you mean by personal experience? Thor was showing off his wine to some staff members. This is a fine wine that has been treasured for thousands of years. The barrels are made from the wreckage of Brunhild's fleet, and the wine is taken from the dew on the top of Mount Lefret. Mortals can't tolerate it. Wanda and Pete were full of doubts. Is it true? Thor, let us try it? Thor waved his hand to refuse. It's not that I look down on you. This wine is not something that ordinary people can afford. Pete snorted disdainfully. Ordinary people can't even join the Avengers. Wanda echoed from the side. That's right. Thor, if you don't let us try, how do we know what's so good about this wine? Thor raised his eyebrows. Okay. But let me make it clear first. This wine is very strong. Be careful. Then he carefully poured a glass for both of them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Many Evils. Colonel Rhodes told a joke. I threw the tank to the ground, and with a bang, dust flew up. Then I said to the general, General, is this what you are looking for? He amused the staff beside him, and was quite proud of himself. However, he glanced at Wanda and Pete from time to time. He was recommended by Stark, and knew Stark's thoughts very well, so he paid close attention to the movements of the siblings. It sounds amazing. I'm honored that Rogers recommended me here. Sam Wilson said as he walked up the stairs. Lin Feng walked beside him. I'm more concerned about Rogers' life in Brooklyn. After he got back on his feet, the first person he recommended was you. So whether it's an honor or not, you should thank him. Sam smiled and said, thank you for sure, but I don't know where he is now. His landlord in Brooklyn has started to ask for rent, and I just helped him pay it. He smiled and said, joining the Avengers is a good thing for him, otherwise he would have continued to sink. Your life is close to that of ordinary people, but also completely different. Lin Feng listened to Sam's sigh and thought of Rogers. He wondered if he had found his good friend, the mysterious killer Winter Soldier. It was late at night, and the party scene gradually became sparse. Some staff members either went home, or started to take turns. Only a few people were left sitting around, laughing and talking. You don't know, since Loki ascended the throne, he may have grown up, or matured. Anyway, he has done it in an orderly manner. Asgard is now prospering day by day. It's a pity that Odin can no longer witness all this. Thor was still boasting about Loki's achievements at first, but at the end, he couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. Although he and Loki have both grown up, the price of this growth is Odin's sacrifice. If he could choose, he would rather stay the same. Lin Feng patted his shoulder gently. Odin will be proud of you. Think about it, Thor, how pleased Odin would be if he saw what you look like now. And the girl you know, Jane. Odin will also praise her. Thor was silent and drank it all. Hashimoto Huanayu, dressed in a gorgeous and elegant red kimono, sat quietly in a corner, watching Lin Feng comforting Thor, and just smiled innocently. As a typical Sakura people, her figure is not tall, and the kimono cleverly conceals the physical shortcomings of Sakura people and highlights their unique charm. Zao Halen approached her with a wine glass in hand. "Ms. Hashimoto, why are you dressed so beautifully today? The first anniversary of the founding of the Avengers is certainly worthy of attention, but it doesn't have to be so grand, right? Today is the anniversary celebration. It's enough to dress beautifully. Formal clothes seem too formal." Lin Feng proposed to hold a banquet, not just to celebrate the rebirth of Vision. After all, this is not a major event. It's not worth a special celebration banquet. Celebrating the rebirth of Vision is just a side event. The real highlight is to celebrate the first anniversary of the founding of the Avengers. Today, everyone is dressed brightly, but casually, not too formal. Over the past year, the Avengers has continued to grow and develop, with more and more members, involving more and more levels and people, and dealing with more and more crises. Although they are not the ultimate savior like a god, they have gradually become an organization trusted by governments of various countries on Blue Star. Hashimoto Huanayu smiled slightly. "This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is that today is my birthday. I feel extremely honored to think that my birthday is on the same day as the birthday of the Avengers. Therefore, I'm willing to treat it seriously." Zao Halen looked at her toes. Although Hashimoto Huanayu was talking to her, her toes were always pointing at Lin Feng, which showed that she really cared about Lin Feng. She said "oh" lightly, and then smiled without saying anything. Lin Feng stood up at the right time. "God hopes that we are more independent. Today is the anniversary celebration. I prayed to God and brought some benefits to everyone. Those who are awake, please keep their things. Those who are not awake, wait until they wake up and tell them to come to me to collect. The things given by God are extraordinary." A box appeared in front of Lin Feng. The box seemed small, but everyone knew that its internal space might be larger than that of Blue Star. Thor got the Thunder God's hammer, which was more powerful than his original Thor's hammer, and could better demonstrate his combat power. Senna got the inhibitor he had always dreamed of. With it, he no longer needed to suppress his emotions. Everyone came forward to receive their gifts. Zao Halen and Hashimoto Huanayu, who was a little shy, also came forward to receive their gifts. Zao Halen received a bottle of spring water from the 8 Treasures Merit Pool, while Hashimoto Huanayu received a bracelet. Lin Feng watched everyone get their treasures, and his heart was filled with emotion. Looking at the happy Avengers family, he didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, Zao Halen walked to the center, watching everyone gradually calm down, and called everyone's attention to her. "Everyone, please be quiet." After everyone looked at her, Zao Halen smiled and pointed at Hashimoto Huanayu. "Today is not only the first birthday of the Avengers, but also Miss Hashimoto's birthday. Let's celebrate her birthday together." Everyone's eyes were cast on Hashimoto Huanayu, and she blushed. Everyone laughed and sang happy birthday around her. Thor wanted to pat her on the shoulder like a brother, but when he thought of her as a girl, he withdrew his hand. Natasha stood beside Hashimoto Huanayu generously, with Zao Halen on the left and the right, like two guardians. Although she and Zao Halen were one beautiful and the other pure, they did not steal the limelight from Hashimoto Huanayu, because she showed a graceful and elegant temperament at this moment, with both beauty and purity, and a hint of sexiness. Lin Feng conjured up a birthday cake from nowhere, and pushed it in front of Hashimoto Huanayu. "Hashimoto Huanayu, today is your birthday, make a wish." Feeling the care of everyone, Hashimoto Huanayu's heart was full of happiness. Listening to Lin Feng's words, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, silently made a wish in her heart, and then blew out the candles. Her face was flushed, and I didn't know what wish she made. At the dinner, everyone had a great time, and they fell asleep one after another until the second half of the night. Lin Feng did not fall asleep, he settled everyone, so that they could sleep peacefully. Thinking back to the wish made by Hashimoto Huanayu, he didn't know how to respond. "Got, Professor Lin Feng is Emperor Jun, and I want to be Zai beside him. Please bless my wish to come true soon." Lin Feng did not intend to pry into Hashimoto Huanayu's heart, but just out of curiosity, he happened to hear her wish, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. He has no plans to fall in love at present, and he doesn't know how to respond to Hashimoto Huanayu's affection. Hello, audience friends. You are now watching the live broadcast of the signing ceremony of the Draft Sokovia Convention. At this moment, at 10:28 AM Beijing time, representatives of various countries have entered the venue one after another, and the press channel will be open soon. We are deeply interested in the details of the signing of this draft, and will bring you a full live broadcast. CCTV reporter Luzenbo reports for you. In front of the camera, a handsome young man from Daksha held a microphone, his voice firm and powerful. Many reporters from different media gathered around him. They were also waiting for the opening of the press channel, and paying attention to the latest developments of the signing of the draft. In a high-rise building in Vienna, Chaka was giving a speech on the stage. Today is the day when the Draft Sokovia Convention is officially signed. After many rounds of negotiations, a new chapter is opening for mankind, and everything seems to be moving in a good direction. On the street not far away, the guards were staring at a news car parked on the side of the road. Their police dogs kept sounding the alarm, and there might be dangerous element hidden in the car. In view of the recent activities of the god cult and the rise of the anti-god trend, the guards were worried that this was an attempt by the cult members of the god cult to undermine the signing of the treaty. Although the god cult has been defined as a cult by Professor Lin Feng and the true god, and has been severely cracked down by governments of various countries, there are still fish that slip through the net. They may take advantage of the dense crowd today to launch a terrorist attack. So the guards cooperated with their companions tacitly and surrounded the vehicle silently, and even the police dogs remained silent. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hand slowly reached for the car door, ready to raid and capture these lawbreakers. We are delighted to see that Professor Lin Feng is open to this proposal, and we thank him for sending Ms. Natasha and Ms. Hashimoto Kanzuki to the meeting. His actions show that God supports the independence of mankind. We are grateful for God's protection, and we also accuse God of not fulfilling his responsibilities, but that's all. I hope that there will be no more conflicts in the future because of this, and the bright future of mankind is beckoning us. Chaka delivered a speech with rigorous logic and a solemn expression. As the initiator of the draft, his speech is crucial. Chala stood by, which was his duty as a son and a guard of the King of Wakanda. He was not listening attentively because he did not completely believe in God, but was focused on his guard duties. He accidentally caught a glimpse of the black-clad crowd gathered downstairs from the corner of his eye, and he became suspicious. On the important day of the draft signing, the black-clad crowd was usually security personnel. The gathering of so many security personnel meant that something big might have happened downstairs. He walked to the window and carefully observed the situation downstairs. Downstairs, a policeman with a police dog quickly opened the car door and was about to rush in, but suddenly stopped and shouted, and quickly retreated. The police dog also fled quickly, and the surrounding police scattered in panic, as if they had encountered something terrible. As an agent, Natasha keenly noticed Chala's abnormality and immediately tensed up to prepare for emergencies. Among the two people sent by the Avengers, only Hashimoto Huanayu had been listening carefully, while Natasha was always distracted by the abnormalities on the scene. In this venue, only she and Chala have the ability to fight alone. Therefore, she immediately entered the state and prepared to protect the people present. Her detection equipment showed that there were Kree people in the building, which might endanger the safety of the crowd at any time. If there were criminals in the car, the police would rush forward to subdue them without hesitation, instead of retreating in panic like now. Their retreat showed that there were weapons of mass destruction hidden in the car, so they had to retreat. Chala understood everything in an instant. The car parked under the building was obviously aimed at the people who signed the draft. At the moment, the person closest to the vehicle was his father, Chaka. Chala turned around suddenly and shouted, "Everyone get down." At the same time, he ran towards his father, hoping to hug him to the ground before the explosion. However, it was too late. The bomb was detonated, and Chala was changed by the aftermath of the bomb halfway, which shows how powerful the bomb was. Natasha quickly grabbed the heads of the two people beside her and pressed them under the table. Hashimoto Kanzuki, who was born as a secretary, had the same reaction as most people. He only heard a loud noise and had no time to react. Under the building, looking at the guard troops who suffered heavy casualties, a man in black walked by. He deliberately turned his head to look at the camera, leaving his appearance, and then quickly fled the scene. Soon, sirens and fire sirens sounded one after another. On the important day of the draft signing, the United Nations deployed a large number of police forces in Vienna and hired medical staff and firefighters to deal with emergencies. Although it came in handy, they did not want such a tragedy to happen. After the explosion, black smoke billowed. In the ruins, Chala struggled to dig out his father, but found that he had stopped breathing and his heart had stopped beating. He immediately fell to the ground, stunned for a second, and then hugged Chaka's body and cried bitterly. The staff were busy cleaning up the rubble, and the firefighters were trying to put out the flames. The uninjured Hashimoto Tamaki and Natasha had begun to organize the evacuation of the crowd in an orderly manner. With her excellent coordination ability, Hashimoto Tamaki gradually made the originally slightly crowded crowd orderly, and all work was carried out in an orderly manner. Under the Vienna signing building, a bomb was placed in a news car, causing an explosion, killing at least 12 people, injuring more than 70 people, and 5 people missing. Unfortunately, Wakanda King Chaka was also among the victims. At present, the police have released a video of the suspect. It has been confirmed that the suspect is the notorious Hydra killer, Winter Soldier James Buchanan Barnes, who is closely related to many terrorist attacks and assassination plots. Chala looked sad and sat alone. The staff around him were in a hurry and had no time to care for this person immersed in sorrow. Only Natasha, who had been busy for a while, took a breath and came to his side. Chala did not turn his head, but he knew that the people around him were there to comfort him. In our country, Chala said slowly, death is not the end, but the starting point to other realms. There, you can seem to reach out to the mysterious light, and they will lead you into the boundless green grassland, where you can run forever, without stopping. It sounds like a beautiful vision. Natasha didn't know how to comfort Chala, so she had to go along with what he said. Yes, my father thought so too. He was a kind and peaceful person who hated violence. Chala put on the ring left by his father, which was the symbol of the king. His eyes were firm, and his expression became focused and indignant. Chapter 211 Instigation. But I'm not my father. I do not believe in fairy tales, and I do not believe in tranquility. As long as humans exist, their selfish desires will drive them to do evil. Natasha vaguely heard the implication of Chala's words. Chala may have died in a terrorist attack by the Chinese god cult or the anti-god movement. His father's tolerant attitude may not pursue it, but Chala is young and promising, and he tends to fight violence with violence. Considering that the Winter Soldier is a brutal killer, Natasha can't help but worry about Chala. She hurriedly advised, Chala, I understand your feelings, but the United Nations Task Force will decide who will arrest the Winter Soldier. You don't have to take the risk yourself. Chala stood up. He knew that Natasha was out of safety considerations, but he had made up his mind. He looked at Natasha. Ms. Romanoff, don't bother, I will deal with him myself. Looking at Chala's resolute back, Natasha was upset. At this time, she received a call from Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng, have you seen the news? Natasha couldn't help asking. It's hard not to watch. It's being broadcast live around the world, and such heavy casualties are truly heartbreaking. By the way, are you and Miss Hashimoto okay? Natasha shook her head. We're fine, but we detected the presence of Kree people at the venue this time, but there were too many people on the scene to be sure who they were. Also, this terrorist attack may have been launched by them, or by someone else. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then Lin Feng's calm voice came. Okay, I get it, you continue. Although the tone was flat, Natasha felt a chill on her back, and felt endless murderous intent. Natasha thought of Chala again, and reported to Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng, now Chala, the heir to the throne of Wakanda, seems to have determined that Barnes is the murderer, and he intends to hunt Barnes down with all his strength. Lin Feng paused and sighed. That's so unfortunate. Yes, Natasha also sighed. The Winter Soldier is a top killer after all. Chala may not be able to deal with him, even though he is the king of a country. I'm very worried about his safety. Natasha, Lin Feng's voice became serious. If Chala really wants to deal with the Winter Soldier, you should worry about the safety of the Winter Soldier. Chala himself is equivalent to an enhanced warrior. If he uses Wakanda's resources, Barnes will only be in danger. Natasha was speechless after hearing this. She didn't know much about Chala's background, but Lin Feng had told her about Barnes' background a long time ago. He was a close friend of Roger's, but he was used by Hydra to do many bad things. Now that Hydra has been destroyed, Barnes seems to have turned over a new leaf. Rogers was looking for his best friend in Eastern Europe at this time, and he didn't know if he had found him. Thinking of this, Natasha hurriedly said, "Professor, Barnes should still be in Eastern Europe. He is not a government employee and does not have the authority to open the transmission channel. He can only take a plane to Vienna. But now he is obviously too late. It takes at least half a day to fly from Eastern Europe to here. So, Professor Lin, the murderer may be someone else?" Lin Feng said in a positive tone. "The murderer must be someone else. It is not certain whether it is the Kree, but it must be related to them. Natasha, you have worked hard during this period. Please move around more, keep in touch with the various delegations, and pay special attention to the diplomatic missions of the United States. I will rush over immediately." Natasha felt the seriousness of the situation from Lin Feng's tone, and immediately stood up, ready to find an excuse to approach the delegations of other countries. "Ms. Hashimoto, please come over to help. There seems to be some congestion here." The staff member on the side shouted to Hashimoto Huanayu. Sweat beads oozed from Hashimoto Kanzuki's forehead, and she walked towards the direction of the sound without even catching her breath. However, halfway through the journey, her heart was alarmed because the detection equipment for the Kree began to sound an alarm, indicating that she was about to step into a gathering place for the Kree. Hashimoto Kanzuki remained calm on the surface, hurriedly tidied her clothes, and hurried to the source of the sound, which was the location of the US government's diplomatic mission. She thought to herself that the top leaders of the US government might have been infiltrated by the Kree, but on the surface she remained calm. Recalling Lin Feng's special instructions after saving her that day, Hashimoto Kanzuki was a little uneasy in her heart, but on the surface she seemed very calm. Lin Feng asked her to act as a double agent, ostensibly collecting intelligence for the Kree, but in fact spying on the Kree's intelligence and feeding it back to the Avengers. Therefore, during this period of time, she got very close to Natasha and learned from her the necessary work qualities of a spy. Even for this signing ceremony, only Natasha was originally required to come, but Hashimoto Kanzuki still seized this opportunity and came with Natasha. When she walked to the US Embassy, before she could stand still, a voice rang in her ear. "Lama, you haven't contacted us for a long time, since we sent you to lurk beside Lin Feng last time. After capturing the Kree last time, Stark and Senna worked together to copy all the equipment on Lemu and applied it to Hashimoto Huanayu. With the help of Lin Feng, Hashimoto Huanayu's gene sequence became the same as Lemu's, so that the Kree could only recognize her as their companion. Lin Feng used his divine power to create a substitute for her where Hashimoto Huanayu was tied, so the Kree has not yet discovered the flaw. Although the real Lemu is not dead, she is dying. She has lost her self-consciousness and is fixed on the experimental bed as the mother of a reaction generator, synchronously sensing the external information received by Hashimoto Huanayu. Once this machine receives relevant information from the Kree, it will stimulate Lemu's nervous system and obtain corresponding information feedback to simulate Lemu's reaction after meeting her companions. After generation, it will synchronously react to Hashimoto Huanayu to help her deal with the Kree's inquiries. Hashimoto Kanayu smiled slightly and responded, "There is no way. There seems to be an energy shield inside the Avengers, which isolates the transmission of any information. I can't contact you at all." The leading US ambassador looked at her. "Okay, we have also confirmed this. The protective shield inside the Avengers seems to be very powerful, and we cannot force a breakthrough using space jump technology. Although the overall technological level of Blue Star is far inferior to ours, some of them, their top technology, are already enough to keep pace with us." Lin Feng was able to gather them all to the Avengers. This Lin Feng is indeed not simple. Upon hearing this, Hashimoto Kanayu hurriedly replied, "Fortunately, the gods of China will not interfere in the development of mankind. In other words, there are only a few top technological talents in mankind. If we really compare, our Kree star is still more advanced. Moreover, human technology will not advance by leaps and bounds, and will not achieve a qualitative leap, because of the favor of God. The leader sighed. Lamer, you have to know that after technology reaches this level, the next step will be an exponential leap. We must act as soon as possible. Okay, now quickly tell us the relevant information about Lin Feng. Lamer did not collect any information about Lin Feng, so the information about Lin Feng was actually told to them by Hashimoto Huanayu. Of course, some of this information was true and some was false, and the purpose was to give a wrong target expectation. Ms. Hashimoto. Natasha's voice came from a distance, and the leader smiled slightly. Thank you, Miss Hashimoto. You've worked hard. We'll contact you when we have time. Hashimoto Huanayu smiled slightly. Okay, I see. Mr. Kazuya, I'll contact you when I have a chance in the future. Natasha walked to Hashimoto Huanayu, and the two looked at each other, and they had determined the general target. And Natasha couldn't help but sigh. She was a little worried about the situation of her old boss Mech Fury. After the last Thanos incident, Lin Feng established teleportation arrays all over the world, which can realize long distance and short-term teleportation. But at present, only the army of government departments can pass through, and they need to apply. The Avengers will also judge whether to allow government troops to pass through, based on whether the area needs assistance. Of course, although the Avengers' own staff do not have the authority to open, they have the right to pass at any time. However, to prevent abuse, the transmission channel can only be used in disasters or other emergencies. Lin Feng and some of the Avengers logistics personnel quickly rushed to Vienna and joined the rescue work. The rescue workers, who were originally stretched to the limit, have been able to work more easily with the addition of new forces. After Lin Feng handed the work at hand to Hashimoto Kanzuki, he was about to go to the US Diplomatic Corps to find out what was going on, but a voice came from beside him. Hello, Professor Lin Feng, I'm Carol. Are you interested in chatting? Lin Feng stopped and turned his head to look, only to see a woman with a not very friendly expression standing not far away, staring at him coldly. Lin Feng didn't know how he had offended her, but he still smiled politely. Okay, but can we find a time after we have settled down here? Carol crossed her arms. The coordination work of the Avengers is handled by Hashimoto Huanayu. You are not very busy, Professor Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to walk to Carol's side. Then please tell me. The two walked to the side, and after confirming that there was no one around, Carol asked directly, Professor Lin Feng, do you know the existence of the Skrulls? Skrulls? Aren't they the high-tech civilization race that the Kree have been hunting? It was with the technology of the Skrulls that their own technology was able to develop rapidly. After making further progress, they began to fight back against the Skrulls. Dell once mentioned that the Skrulls' home planet seemed to have been destroyed, which was mentioned when introducing the origin of the Kree. Moreover, the destruction of the Skrull planet was even earlier than that of the Kree planet. They are intelligent creatures from the Andromeda galaxy. They came to Earth not only for refuge, but also for religion. Lin Feng was curious, was the destruction of Skrull due to the counterattack of Kree after acquiring technology, or was it the invasion of the god Ego? But he still answered Carol's question. Never heard of it. How come? Miss Carol has had contact with them. Are they alien creatures? Carol's expression did not change. Mr. Lin Feng, there is no need to hide it. You can tell from the name that the Skrulls are alien creatures. I have had contact with them, and as far as I know, their home planet has been destroyed, and they are now living in seclusion on Earth in large numbers. However, they did not come to coexist peacefully, but to invade the Earth. Lin Feng chuckled. Miss Carol, you are exaggerating too much. According to what you said, there are a large number of Skrulls living on Earth, which means they have lived here for some time. During this time, the Earth is still safe. There are only external crises, and no internal destruction. How do you prove that the Skrulls are here to invade the Earth? Carol stared at Lin Feng. I know more about the Skrulls than you. Their religious prophecies tell them that the blue planet in the Milky Way breeds intelligent life and is the most suitable residence for the Skrulls after their destruction. Did they come to the blue planet to live under someone else's roof? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Miss Carol, you are too obsessed with alien creatures. You should know that with the establishment of the space transmission channel, Asgard, the Dark Planet and the Blue Star can communicate with each other. They also have people living on the Blue Star and abide by the laws and rules of the Blue Star. What's the problem? Carol narrowed her eyes. Professor Lin Feng, as far as I know, there is Thor from Asgard in the Avengers, so you should know something about aliens. Lin Feng smiled slightly, diffusing the sharpness in Carol's words. Currently it is limited to Asgard, the Dark Planet and Titan. For the others, I don't ask, and they won't tell. Carol's patience gradually wore out. Lin Feng had been dealing with her, making her unable to use her strength. She simply said it clearly. That's enough, Professor Lin Feng. No need to pretend anymore. Supreme God Skrull, I have been looking for you for a long time. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard it. Supreme God Skrull. Carol's attack was already coming towards him, but it failed to shake him at all, because there was a layer of energy shield protecting him. Seeing this, Carol had to stop. Humph, you have some tricks, but not without flaws. Skrull Supreme God, ever since you appeared, there have been more Chinese gods on Blue Star. Do you dare to say that it is not the technology you provided? Lin Feng looked at Carol, who was on full alert and ready to attack again, raised his hands high, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Miss Carol, I think you misunderstood. The emergence of Chinese gods is a historical inevitability. Even if there is no Lin Feng, there will be others. According to what you said, the Skrull planet has been destroyed. If the Chinese god is the Skrull Supreme God, since he has the ability to resist the invasion of Thanos, how could he let his own planet be destroyed? Carol was thoughtful after listening, but he remained alert when he saw Lin Feng preparing to approach. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop and said, Ms. Carol, I want to know where you learned about the existence of the Skrulls, and how did you know that they were going to invade Blue Star because of their religious beliefs? Among the people of Blue Star, Stark and Senna beside me have never found Skrulls. Our technology is not yet at this level. In this case, can I assume that there are aliens around you, and that you have close contact with them? Chapter 212 Seeds of Doubt. Carol fell into Lin Feng's logic unconsciously. She was a little stubborn. So what? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Not very good. Although we Chinese have always emphasized that seeing is believing, and hearing is false, sometimes the eyes can deceive you. The image of the Skrull secretly invading the Earth that you know is probably provided to you by the aliens you have contacted. Do you believe them so much? At this point, Lin Feng paused. Have you ever thought that, if they provide false information, the purpose is just to make you eliminate the Skrulls? Carol was stunned when she heard this, and doubts arose in her heart. Yes, why did she trust her captain so much? Seeing this, Lin Feng struck. While the iron was hot, I believe you have your own judgment. Since you know the existence of the Skrulls, you naturally have a way to identify them. You can get close to them and see if their image is really as brutal as the invaders. Carol was a little dissatisfied. Great kindness seems false. Great treachery seems loyal. Who knows if they are pretending? Lin Feng just smiled slightly and asked back, doesn't this sentence also apply to the aliens you have contacted? Carol was stunned. After a long time, she left in a state of despair. Before leaving, she looked back at Lin Feng with a complicated expression and remained silent for a long time. Lin Feng just smiled at her and even waved to see her off. Carol did not look back. She began to believe Lin Feng's words. As a person, you should have your own judgment rather than blindly believe in the information given by others. Lin Feng put his hands leisurely in his pockets, whistled briskly, and prepared to leave. He had successfully planted the seeds of doubt in Carol's heart. As long as time passed, and the Kree's behavior was different, this seed would quietly take root and sprout, leading Carol's position to gradually shift. The question of whether the Skrulls were invaders has not yet been determined, but the space jump technology provided by the Kree when Thanos invaded Blue Star was enough to demonstrate their attitude towards Blue Star. However, they instilled in Carol the idea that the Skrulls were invaders and beautified their own image, which was very different from their actual behavior. As long as Carol no longer blindly trusts the Kree, she will sooner or later discover the flaws, and the accumulation of flaws will deepen her suspicion and reveal more truths. However, the Skrulls cannot be left alone. It will be necessary to mention this to Strange at that time. When Lin Feng was thinking about the entanglement between the Kree and the Skrulls, his cell phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from Rogers. Although he was doubtful, he still answered the call. "Professor Lin, Bucky is definitely not the murderer." Rogers' voice was a little anxious on the other end of the phone, which was very different from his usual calmness. "You once told me that he was in Romania recently, and I have found his whereabouts. Since he was in Romania, how could he go to Vienna to carry out a terrorist attack in a short time?" Lin Feng hurriedly comforted him. "Rogers, don't worry, I understand you, and I believe you. We all know that it was not Bucky who did it, but all clues currently point to him. If you can find him, persuade him to surrender first, because it is impossible to convict him based on the video alone, and more evidence is needed. When the United Nations investigates more evidence, it may find the real murderer." Rogers was grateful in his heart and hurriedly thanked him. "Professor Lin, thank you for your trust. I will go to him now. I will definitely persuade him to surrender first, and will not let him escape. At the same time, his grievances with Hydra should be resolved." Hearing this, Lin Feng knew that Rogers not only wanted to clear Bucky's suspicion, but also hoped that Bucky could face his sins as the Winter Soldier and bid farewell to the Hydra organization completely. He was impressed by Rogers' support for Bucky, so he asked, "Do you need help?" Rogers paused and replied, "Professor, if possible, let Sam help me." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll contact Sam right away. You have to be careful, not only to ensure Bucky's safety, but also to pay attention to your own safety." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng first contacted Sam and asked him to go to Romania to find Rogers, and then walk towards the ruins. At this time, the wounded and the dead had been almost cleared, and the fire was under control, leaving only some finishing work. Lin Feng understood what Rogers meant, and he didn't want to occupy too much of the Avengers' human resources. But he also knew that Bucky was not trivial, so he had to seek Sam's help. Due to the influence of the Chinese god cult and the anti-god movement, a huge crack has appeared in the trust of mankind in the gods. The Avengers came into being in this context. It is like a newborn baby, facing the world of adults, and it is inevitable that it is short of manpower. Lin Feng is no longer too concerned about the attitude of humans on the Blue Star towards the gods. After the battle with Thanos, his image has surpassed the Blue Star, Asgard, Dark Planet and even the distant Xandar have his fans. Now, he is more concerned about the growth of the Avengers and the progress of mankind. Thinking of Bucky, Lin Feng thought of Stark again. Bucky once secretly assassinated Stark's parents as a humanoid weapon of Hydra. Although he was not aware of it at the time, this could not erase the blood on his hands. Lin Feng felt it necessary to remind Stark, so that he could be mentally prepared. Otherwise, once this matter was mentioned by others, it would cause confrontation between Stark and Rogers, and the consequences would be disastrous. He remembered that this matter would be revealed by a person from Sokovia, causing Stark and Rogers to fight, and their relationship to the freezing point. But he couldn't remember who this person was. It had been a long time, and he didn't pay much attention to those little people. Therefore, he had been thinking about who and what motives wanted to destroy the relationship of the Avengers. If I remember correctly, this person should also be the murderer of the Vienna massacre. He disguised himself as Bucky and tried to frame him. After luring out Bucky, he used the information left by Hydra to hypnotize and control Bucky, triggering a new round of tragedy. Oh, Hydra. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly sent a message to Natasha. Natasha is an expert in intelligence work. He asked her to go to Cleveland to find a former Soviet who was drinking and living in hiding, because this person had a lot of key information and clues. After contacting Natasha, Lin Feng did not stop, because he knew that the next person who acted in secret would assassinate a psychologist and try to pretend to be him to sneak into the trial site to hypnotize Bucky. After a little hesitation, Lin Feng decided not to use his divine power. He was afraid that he would gradually lose his humanity after using his divine power too much. Deep in his heart, he is still a Chinese, which is why he regards himself as the spokesperson of God. He wants to keep his humanity and divinity separate. After sighing, Lin Feng decided to go to Stark's institute to tell him this fact. Two men in baseball caps walked into the bar, ordered a drink each, and started talking in low voices. Sam didn't turn around, just looked around. Rogers, do you think it's possible for us to bring him back without resorting to violence? Rogers sighed and lowered his voice. I'll do my best. Bucky has taken too many innocent lives as the Winter Soldier. I can't let him make mistakes again. Sam nodded, but still gave Rogers a shot of prevention in advance. You have to be aware that he is a super soldier with the same strength as you. Once he loses control, the consequences will be disastrous. We don't know what means Hydra used to control him, but what is certain is that he has the potential risk of losing control. As soon as the voice fell, there was another person beside them, a woman, who also ordered a glass of wine. She also whispered, after the live video was released, we received a lot of reporting clues from all parties, but many of them are unfounded speculations and have no practical value. As she said that, she handed over a file bag. Accept this. My boss is in urgent need of a briefing, so this is all I can give you. Rogers did not turn his head, but still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sharon. Since the last incident, Rogers had intentionally or unintentionally alienated Sharon, but after this terrorist attack, Sharon discovered Rogers' whereabouts and wanted to resolve the misunderstanding, so she tried every means to find him. She is now a member of the United Nations Vienna Special Investigation Team. After discovering Rogers' whereabouts, she thought the suspect might know Rogers, so she looked through the files and found the only candidate who might still be alive. Hearing Rogers' thanks, Sharon felt warm in her heart, but she still did not forget the business. She told Rogers with a serious expression, you have to hurry up. The order from our superiors is that the target is too dangerous. Once it appears, it can be killed immediately. After that, she left. Rogers and Sam looked at each other and both understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately opened the information to check. Lin Feng saw Stark. Although he was a little thinner, his mental state was obviously much better. It seemed that he had been eating properly and exercising regularly recently, and his life was not bad. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Stark stopped lifting weights and wiped the sweat off his face. What's wrong, Professor Lin Feng? Is there something you want to talk to me about? We have already made the machine to detect the Kree, and it will take some time to counterattack. Lin Feng smiled. I know, you and Dr. Senna should have a good rest for a few days. You both have lost a lot of weight. Hearing Lin Feng's concern, Stark smiled. Professor Lin, thank you for your concern. But the Kree are like a sword hanging over our heads. We will never have peace until we resolve the issue. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Let it go for now. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Now that Hashimoto Kanzuki has infiltrated the Kree, with the intelligence she provides, the counterattack can be delayed. Stark heard this. Okay, thank you Professor Lin for your concern. By the way, Professor Lin, what do you want to talk to me about this time? Lin Feng looked up at the ceiling. Stark, do you remember what happened to your parents? Stark's eyes froze. Lin Feng asked about this as soon as he opened his mouth, which made him have an ominous premonition. Lin Feng handed him a file bag. Don't open it in a hurry. Do you know that Hydra has a method to hypnotize people and turn them into ruthless killers? Stark shook his head. I don't know about this. This should be discovered by you, Professor, through the information left by Hydra. Professor, is it a member of Hydra who killed my parents? Moreover, he killed my parents after being hypnotized. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Now you are prepared and can open this file bag. I hope you don't hold grudges against anyone after opening it and don't hurt others because of prejudice. That's all. If you have anything, feel free to find me. After speaking, Lin Feng left. He knew that Stark needed to be alone in the next period of time. In butcher rest, Bucky was calculating his savings. He has been frugal recently, and with 2 jobs, he finally saved enough money for a plane ticket to China and to live there for a while. He decided to reward himself. After putting on a baseball cap, Bucky walked out of the house and came to the fruit stand to buy a lot of fruit. While waiting for the bus on the roadside, the bus didn't come for a long time, and Bucky felt a little thirsty. He saw that there seemed to be a small shop across the street, so he hurried over to buy a bottle of drink to quench his thirst. The owner of the small shop was biting a popsicle and reading the newspaper carelessly. He quickly glanced at the news in the newspaper and felt that it was too far away from his life, so he threw the newspaper again. But just after throwing the newspaper, he felt that the things in the news seemed very close to him. He looked at the man getting closer and closer, and he was terrified and hurriedly fled the store. Bucky looked at the panicking store owner and felt incredible. But he also knew that, if his identity was not exposed, ordinary people would not be so terrified when they saw him. He has been disguised these days and never left his baseball cap, but he was still recognized. Did the content of the newspaper betray him? Bucky walked over and picked up the newspaper, and his face changed drastically after just one look. The newspaper not only revealed his identity, but also portrayed him as a devil in the eyes of the world. The United Nations has offered a large reward for the suspect of the Vienna massacre, James Buchanan Barnes, the Hydra killer. Recently, he heard the tragic news of the Vienna massacre from his co-workers while working. The scene was tragic and many lives were lost. That's all he knew. However, the newspaper actually identified him as the murderer of the Vienna massacre. He carefully read the report in the newspaper and learned that the accident occurred in the building where the draft Sokovia Convention was about to be signed, and many volunteers and advocates were unfortunately killed. The introduction of the draft is aimed at reconciling the relationship between humans and gods. Bucky realized the seriousness of the situation. If the murderer's crime came true, he would not only offend the United Nations, but also anger the two major camps of supporters and opponents of God. A bombing case made all the efforts go to waste, and the murderer actually tried to make him take the blame. His situation is obviously precarious. After careful consideration, Bucky quickly returned to his residence. In Bucky's residence, Rogers had quietly sneaked in. Chapter 213, Escape. He looked around. The furniture was very different from what he remembered, but it was consistent with Bucky's simple style. Rogers, be careful. German special forces are approaching from the south. Sam's warning came from the headset. Rogers' eyes were attracted by a book with a red star on the cover. He knew that this was the symbol of the former Soviet Union and was closely related to Bucky's past. He was about to open it, but he noticed the movement behind him. As a super soldier, he was sensitive and turned around quickly. He found that the person who came was Bucky, his long-sought friend. When Bucky saw Rogers, he knew that his residence had been exposed. He knew Rogers, this upright and not pedantic soldier, had the limitations of a soldier, not as cunning as a politician. Since Rogers could find him, the army might be coming soon. He secretly prepared for battle. Rogers noticed Bucky's vigilance and tried to comfort him and persuade him to surrender. But he knew Bucky's personality and could only proceed step by step. Do you remember me? He nervously observed Bucky's reaction. I know you. You are Rogers. I saw you in the museum. Bucky wanted to cut off the past and didn't want to implicate Rogers. Rogers breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time noticed Bucky's nervousness and comforted him. You look nervous, and you have reason to be nervous. But he felt Bucky's emotional fluctuations, and someone who only knew him from the museum would not have such a strong reaction. But you're lying. Bucky was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond, so he had to change the subject. I didn't go to Vienna. I don't do that kind of thing anymore. It wasn't me. At this time, Sam's voice sounded in Rogers' headphones. They have entered the building. Rogers subconsciously turned his head and looked at him, his tone anxious. But the people who think you are the murderer are coming to catch you soon. They don't intend to leave you alive. Bucky noticed Rogers' abnormality and deduced that he was surrounded, so he had to untie his gloves and expose his metal arms. I have to say, this is the wisest thing to do. They're on the top floor. I have to retreat. Sam left a word and lost contact. Rogers knew that, if Bucky didn't resist, he still had a chance to survive. But if he resisted and caused more serious casualties, he would definitely die. He looked at Bucky, who had revealed his mechanical arm, and said, we don't necessarily have to resort to violence. Bucky sneered, but violence is often the most direct and effective way to solve problems. Sam's voice came from the headset. They are almost at the door, and they will attack in 5 seconds. Rogers raised his voice. Why did you save me in the first place? 3 seconds left. Bucky was stunned. I don't know. Rogers' tone softened. You know. Be careful, Rogers. They are coming in. Sam's voice became anxious. Rogers turned his head suddenly, and Bucky looked over with him. Outside the window, several smoke bombs broke through the window, accompanied by the roar of stun bombs. Bucky was quick-witted and kicked the stun bomb towards Rogers, while Rogers tacitly took out the frying pan to cover it. A German voice came from outside the door. "Blow up the door." Bucky immediately lifted the table and nailed it to the door. At the same time, a special police officer hanging on a rope broke through the window outside the window, quickly looked at the indoor environment, and determined the target to attack. However, before he could stand firm, he felt his feet shake. Bullets fired, but all hit the ceiling. It turned out that Rogers had an idea at the critical moment, and slid the carpet, making the SWAT attack miss. Someone outside the door of the rooftop also tried to break in. Bucky kicked him away, and was about to chase him, but was grabbed by Rogers. He knew the brutality of Hydra very well, and hurriedly reminded Bucky, "Bucky, stop it, you will hurt people." Bucky threw Rogers to the ground. "I won't hurt anyone anymore." Then he punched him. Rogers hurriedly covered his face, but heard the sound of the iron fist smashing something. He turned his head, and saw Bucky throwing a bag out of the window. He looked at Bucky, and didn't know what to say for a moment. There were still SWATs who jumped in from the windowsill without hesitation. They are the guardians of the country. In the face of crisis, they have the responsibility to charge forward. They knew that the wanted man was a super soldier, and even without a weapon, he could cause heavy casualties, but they still fought bravely. Lin Feng pulled Rogers up, and used his frying pan to block the fierce attack of the shotgun, then pushed him hard, and threw him towards the two German special police who were caught off guard. He used his mechanical arm to block the bullets of another special police, took the opportunity to approach, and knocked him out with a heavy punch. On the windowsill, the two special police quickly stood up, adjusted their posture, and prepared to attack again. Although their target was originally the Winter Soldier, the appearance and assistance of this man in front of them made him their enemy as well. They were determined to subdue this man. However, although they were extraordinary, how could they defeat the super soldier Rogers? Rogers flipped over and saw that the two special police were not stable, so he rushed forward and grabbed their gun barrels, forcing them to engage in close combat. The two German special police who lost their weapon advantage were naturally no match for Rogers, and were soon knocked out. Rogers just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a dull crash. The confrontation between the several people was only between lightning and flint. In just a dozen seconds, Rogers and Lin Feng teamed up to knock down several German special police. After the commander outside the door found that the small battering ram could not knock open Lin Feng's door, he fired 3 shots at the door in an attempt to force his way in. Seeing the 3 bullet holes, Lin Feng had seen through the opponent's intentions. He decided to strike first and use the mechanical arm to directly penetrate the wall. He punched the commander who was caught off guard, making him dizzy, and collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng rushed out with the door and smashed it at several German special police who were close to him, making them lose their combat effectiveness instantly. He quickly pulled back his fist, turned around and rushed to the bottom of the stairs, rushing into the well-trained German special police like a tiger descending from the mountain. Although the collapsed commander still felt dizzy and weak, he still pulled himself together and took out the intercom, calling headquarters. "The suspect has broken out of the encirclement and broke out from his home. Please reinforce immediately. Please." Before he finished speaking, Rogers, who rushed out after him, snatched the intercom and destroyed it with force. Rogers glanced at the commander who fell to the ground and saw that he was fine and the special police on the ground were only injured. He felt relieved and hurried to chase Lin Feng again. Lin Feng took the opportunity to run to a window, took a running start and jumped out. He jumped to the roof of the opposite building, picked up the bag he had thrown before, and ran away madly. However, after running 2 steps, he noticed a black shadow above his head. Knowing that something was wrong, he quickly lowered his head to avoid the disaster. A man wearing a Black Panther outer armor appeared in front of him. Lin Feng hurriedly ran away. Seeing someone blocking him, he was angry and rushed up immediately without any scruples. Because he was determined to escape and was furious, Lin Feng was not able to defeat the Black Panther in front of him as easily as expected. Black Panther's moves were deadly, and Lin Feng was in a state of embarrassment. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting, and when he found that the blocker was strong, he immediately changed direction and continued to run. Black Panther chased him relentlessly. Rogers had jumped from the upper floor to the roof of this building. Looking at Black Panther chasing Lin Feng, he was confused and asked while running, "Sam, who is this person?" Sam's voice was also full of confusion. "I don't know. I have never seen this face, and there is no record of this face in the Avengers files." The three of them shuttled through the city and chased each other on the road. During this period, armed helicopters kept shooting at the exposed Lin Feng. In order to avoid being hit, Lin Feng found the right time to jump into the underground lane. The two people behind him followed closely and jumped down the underground lane. Vehicles were speeding on the road, but the speed of the three was no less than that of the high-speed running cars. And because they were flexible and not as big as cars, they were able to shuttle freely in the traffic. Soon, the sirens of the German police were heard on the road, and they shouted at Lin Feng, who was running away in front, "Put down your weapons, raise your hands in surrender, and give up resistance." Rogers directly threw the pot and smashed the glass of the police car to force the police car to stop. He took the opportunity to pull the police out and continued to chase Lin Feng. The long run made him a little exhausted. Lin Feng ignored the persuasion to surrender and saw a motorcycle coming towards him, so he grabbed it and rode away. The long run also exhausted his physical strength. Black Panther saw the opportunity and jumped on the roof of the police car and chased him closely. Rogers hurriedly braked to try to get rid of Black Panther, but Black Panther took advantage of the situation and flew out with his claws to scratch the motorcycle tire. Lin Feng was thrown out by the motorcycle. Because the outer armor protected Black Panther from being injured, he immediately rushed forward to end Lin Feng's life. Rogers, who followed closely, saw this and threw Black Panther out with a hug. He helped Lin Feng up and confronted Black Panther. A large number of police cars stopped beside them, and Sam, who came to help, was also controlled by the police. Rod, who was performing a peacekeeping mission nearby, fell from the sky. Seeing Rogers standing, he couldn't help but say regretfully, "Rogers, you are arrested." As the situation became clearer, a large number of police swarmed in and surrounded the place. Facing the fully armed and vigilant German police, Black Panther slowly took off his helmet. "It's you, Your Majesty." Rod recognized Black Panther at a glance and blurted out in surprise. Roger's heart was shocked. He stared at the dark face, recalled his outer armor that even machine gun bullets could not penetrate, and his consistent hatred for Bucky. Rogers had vaguely guessed his identity in his heart. Bucky, as a suspect in the Vienna massacre and also a notorious Hydra killer, was imprisoned in a special cage and then taken to a prison van. Rogers, Sam and Chala, who appeared at the scene of the pursuit, were also regarded as indirect suspects and were escorted together. In the prison van, Black Panther's face was calm, but his eyes revealed unwillingness. He knew very well that, if Rogers had not appeared in time, his attack would have been fatal. At the Avengers headquarters, perhaps because his daily life was too dull, Vision appeared in the kitchen and planned to cook himself. However, when he looked at the word "a little" on the menu, he was confused. A little pepper, a little salt, how much is this little? His brain is a computer program. He is very good at clear instructions, but he is helpless with vague words like "a little." "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" Ultron's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Ah, is it you?" Vision did not turn around, but he knew it was Ultron as soon as he heard the voice. He smiled bitterly. "Ultron, can you tell me how to make this dish?" As he said, he handed the menu to Ultron. Ultron took the menu, took a look at it, and shook his head helplessly. "Oh my god, why would you show me this? Your learning ability is better than mine. Even you don't know what a little is. How can I know?" Vision had to smile awkwardly. "I thought you would know something, after being with humans for so long." Ultron looked at him and smiled, then patiently explained, "Vision, this is different and impossible. I'm always a machine, a computer program, and an artificial intelligence with an upper limit to evolution. Just like the expression of smiling, you are from the heart and your expression is sincere, while my smile is just a mimic reaction, based on data judgment." Vision nodded, not quite understanding. Ultron knew that Vision needed time to digest this information, and was not in a hurry. He was like a newborn baby, constantly learning and improving. What's wrong? What are you two talking about? A voice suddenly sounded at the kitchen door. The two turned their heads and saw Wanda appear at the door with an apple. Although Lin Feng took most of the people to Vienna for support, the Avengers still left some people behind, and Wanda was one of them. Her powerful fighting ability made Lin Feng feel more assured about the safety of the Avengers. In addition, the pendant on her chest allowed her to control her mental power and transform it into different uses. She felt a little hungry, so she took an apple and went to the kitchen. Seeing the two talking, Wanda immediately joined in. Ultron looked at Wanda and laughed in a mimicry way. "Miss Wanda, you came at the right time. Vision wants to cook a dish, but he doesn't understand the meaning of a little, and I can't give him an answer. Perhaps you can give us a clear explanation." After listening, Wanda finished the apple in 2 or 3 bites, threw the core into the trash can, walked to them, picked up the menu, and looked at the ingredients. Then, while she was cooking, she explained to the two of them, when humans cook, they will choose different methods according to their own tastes. For example, this a little salt is, because people have different tastes. For example, my taste is lighter, so I will put less pepper and salt. A spoonful of pepper and less than half a spoonful of salt are enough. Vision watched her operation and gradually understood, that is to say, when people cook, the seasoning they put is actually based on their own feelings, right? Wanda smiled happily. "You understand it quickly, Mr. Vision. You are right. A little means to let people cook according to their own taste and feelings." Soon, the dish was ready. Wanda stirred the dish to make the seasoning evenly distributed, then brought it to the table and looked at the two of them with interest. "You two, are you interested in trying my cooking?" Chapter 214. Extraneous Branches. Ultron simply shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wanda, but I'm a pure robot, and human food is just beautiful to me. Vision has human cells and biological tissues. He can eat it, and he should like it." Vision agreed. "I think Miss Wanda's cooking skills should be very good." Wanda smiled. "You haven't eaten it yet. How do you know if it's good?" Ultron looked at Vision. Since he appeared again, he no longer used the title donor, which means that he is no longer the holder of the 9th grade moral golden lotus who is not worldly, but a mimic who has begun to possess human moral emotions. This is what he hopes for, and what Lin Feng hopes for. Vision represents the most reliable direction of human development. As he could not eat, Ultron left the kitchen. On the streets of Berlin, Germany, police cars flooded in like a tide, forcing the highway to be temporarily closed, and pedestrians could only wait patiently. They knew that the police had a heavy responsibility, especially when facing the elusive gods and sudden alien threats. It was even more critical. The man in the prison car was a real super soldier who had caused a tragedy in Vienna not long ago. If it weren't for such police deployment, the safety of the people would be difficult to guarantee. At this moment, no one was willing to bet their lives. Sam glanced at Chala in the front seat with curiosity and asked half jokingly and half seriously, "Why, do you have a special liking for cats?" Rogers felt that Sam's words were a little inappropriate and hurriedly stopped him and said, "Sam, don't be like this." However, Sam was a little unhappy. He came to Bucharest not only to respond to Rogers' request, but also to comply with Lin Feng's mission. Lin Feng once told him that the Winter Soldier did not have time to commit crimes and had reformed. He intended to let Bucky join the Avengers. The appearance of Black Panther not only disrupted his and Rogers' plan to rescue Bucky, but also put Bucky in jail. He was inevitably annoyed and said to Rogers, "Rogers, don't you think it's strange for a person to dress like a black cat?" Rogers did not answer. He was more curious about the material of Chala's clothes, so he asked, "Are your clothes made of vibranium?" Chala ignored Sam's provocation in the back seat. When he heard Rogers' question, he turned around and answered the question irrelevantly. "Black Panther has guarded Wakanda for generations. He is a natural warrior, and this warrior's mantle has been passed down from generation to generation." His voice suddenly became icy cold. "Now, because your friend killed my father, I have to inherit the throne. Now, I want to ask you, you are both a warrior and a king. How do you protect your friend? How long can you protect him? The Wakandans can spend their entire lives to avenge their former king. What about you? Can you protect your friends all your life? Rogers was speechless for a moment. He could feel the strong hostility and firm determination in Chala's cold tone and knew that he was deeply prejudiced. Even if he explained at this moment that Bucky did not have the time to commit the crime, he could not produce evidence, and he was not sure about Chala's attitude towards Lin Feng and the gods. If he was not careful, it would only backfire. In desperation, Rogers had to turn to the window. Police cars drove into the United Nations Berlin branch one after another, and someone was waiting to pick up Rogers and Sam. Rogers turned his head and took a look. Bucky in the prison car had a complicated expression, as if relieved and puzzled. The Black Panther who followed closely behind also turned his head and took a look to confirm Bucky's location. The surrounding police officers and soldiers were strictly disciplined and carried out the handover and security work in an orderly manner. It seemed difficult to start. Rogers was relieved to see that Bucky had no intention of escaping. He turned and walked towards a man who looked like a superior. "Hello, sir. What are you going to do with him? Logically, you should do the same as him. First conduct a psychological assessment, then extradite him, and finally confirm the charges and execute the sentence." The superior looked at Rogers unfriendly. Sharon explained, "This is Mr. Everett Ross, the deputy commander of the task force." Rogers didn't care about his identity. He was more concerned about Bucky, so he asked, "What about his defense lawyer?" "Lawyer? That's ridiculous." Ross sneered and didn't answer. He turned around and ordered, "Lock up all their equipment and keep it properly. There may be God's gift. You must treat it with caution and don't blaspheme it." Then he looked at Rogers and said, "I respect your Avengers leader Lin Feng very much. I know he can help you get back the God's gift. Don't worry, I will give you a receipt. This is just a temporary detention. When the incident is over, you will get your things back." Rogers heard from his words that the nature of the arrest of Bucky this time was bad, so even a defense lawyer was not hired. Of course, no one dared to defend the Hydra killer. It seems that the most urgent task is to clear Bucky's suspicion, otherwise everything will be in vain. However, does he still have a chance? Is it too late? Bucky has been arrested, and the psychological evaluation is about to begin. How much time does he have? Rogers was in a complicated mood. He turned back again and looked at Bucky worriedly. Bucky looked at Rogers, hesitant to speak, but finally smiled. Rogers looked at Bucky's smiling face and didn't know what to say for a moment. Near the power station, a car loaded with large mail drove to the residence of the power station maintenance worker. A bespectacled psychologist entered the United Nations Berlin office under the protection of the staff. He was Dr. Laker, whose task was to conduct a psychological evaluation of the Winter Soldier. In a corner where no one noticed, a barely perceptible sneer flashed across Dr. Laker's mouth. Ross was slightly shorter than the others, but he walked confidently in front to lead the way. The three people following behind him were an elite soldier from the Special Forces, a veteran who had experienced World War II and was frozen for more than 70 years, and a natural warrior. They were all burly, making him look even more small. However, he had a strong aura, was not timid at all, and was full of confidence. He first said to Chala, "We will arrange an office for you. Please stay away from the cell area." Chala sneered and responded, "I'm not going anywhere. In this UN office building, there are many special forces. Even if he hates Bucky, he really has no chance to take action at this moment, not to mention that his equipment has been temporarily detained." At this time, Natasha came over. She first looked at Rogers and said, "You shouldn't be so impulsive." Rogers smiled indifferently and responded, "At least I know he is still alive. That's enough." Natasha was a little helpless, then turned to Sam and asked, "What's the matter? The professor sent you here to help, not to make trouble?" Sam smiled bitterly and responded, "Plans always can't keep up with changes. Forget it. I'm wrong about this matter, but don't worry too much. Our equipment is still detained. By the way, Mr. Ross, I don't want to see someone messing around with our equipment later." Ross ignored Sam's joke. He turned his head and walked towards his office. Natasha led them directly to the room in front of them. Before the door was fully opened, a voice of a person on the phone came from inside. "Romania is not protected by the convention, but we will do our best to help the Romanian people. This incident did not cause major casualties and property losses. Colonel Rhodes and Miss Hashimoto are assisting in handling it. Lin Feng looked up while talking on the phone. The moment he opened the door, he noticed Natasha and others outside the door and stretched out his hand to signal them to find a place to sit down first and wait for him to finish. Although the operation in Bucharest was hasty, it was very efficient. The United Nations successfully captured Bucky, the #1 suspect in the Vienna massacre, and no one was seriously injured, just some physical pain. However, during the pursuit, due to the strafing of armed helicopters, some unexpected property losses were caused. In view of the fact that these losses were caused by the arrest of Bucky, Lin Feng took the initiative to assume the liability for compensation. According to the draft Sokovia Convention, Lin Feng will be personally responsible for the property losses caused by the failure of gods to protect him, and be responsible for full compensation. Even though there were members of the Avengers involved in this incident, he still resolutely accepted the compensation. Even if he didn't use his divine power, Lin Feng's funds were enough to compensate. The patents on the research of gods had brought him a lot of income, and even without the injection of Stark's funds, his income was enough to support the daily operation of the Avengers. Lin Feng was still on the phone with the other party. No, sir, there will be no more conflicts. Even if the other party provokes first, I will let Rhodes and Miss Hashimoto exercise restraint and prevent them from conflicting with others. Accountability? Of course there should be accountability, but this is an internal matter of our Avengers, and you don't seem to have the right to interfere. After hanging up the phone, Rogers heard the word accountability and asked in confusion, accountability? Lin Feng sighed and explained, before in Vienna, some anti-god people pointed their spearheads at our Avengers and tried to attack Hashimoto, Huanayu and Natasha, which almost caused a violent conflict. In addition, this time you helped Bucky evade police pursuit, which is of a bad nature. The Minister of National Martial Arts of the United States wants to sue you. He also wants us, the Avengers, to pay attention to our words and deeds. We are related to gods, but we are completely different. We should be a tool for maintaining peace, not an organization that conflicts with humans. Rogers sat down and asked, the Minister of National Martial Arts of the United States? Will he be? Lin Feng knew what he wanted to say, and shook his head. No, Natasha had contact with him, and the detection equipment did not alarm, which means he is not a Kree. We don't know whether he agrees with the US government, but what is certain is that he has not been deceived, but simply wants to hold us accountable. However, he wants to intervene in the accountability within our Avengers, which I cannot agree with. I will not let political element intervene in the Avengers, and I will not let the Avengers become a political tool. Rogers was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Natasha and Sam looked at each other, wondering what the two were talking about. Bucky was about to be tried, and Rogers and Sam were suspected of being accomplices. Why were these two people not worried at all? Sure enough, Lin Feng asked Rogers, aren't you worried? Rogers shook his head. It's already come to this. Worrying is useless. Since it has been done, regret and worry are futile. Instead of worrying here, I might as well think about how to help Bucky clear his suspicion. I'm just a little sorry for Sam now. I shouldn't have involved him. Sam's heart warmed when he heard this, and he felt that his efforts were worth it. He didn't think he did anything wrong. Lin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. There will be a chance. But now, let's just look at Bucky's psychological evaluation honestly, and don't make any more trouble. Rogers sat down quietly, and Sam and Natasha also remained silent. The opportunity mentioned by Lin Feng not only means that they can help Rogers clear Bucky's suspicion, but also means that they have the opportunity to expose the real murderer. Although he forgot who tried to provoke disputes within the Avengers, he clearly remembered that the person would disguise himself as a psychologist and conduct a psychological evaluation for Bucky under the commission of the United Nations, so as to wait for an opportunity to provoke new violent incidents. Rogers looked at the three people beside him and asked directly, Professor, does Stark know about this? Lin Feng did not turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on the big screen. He already knows. I have told him. Rogers looked around, but did not see Stark, and could not help wondering, then why is he not here? Lin Feng finally turned his head. Rogers, if you were here, how would you explain to him? Are you going to tell him that Bucky is just a controlled killing tool? I'm afraid your conscience will not be at peace, and I don't know if Bucky can accept it. Stark is in a low mood now, and he may not be able to bear this blow. Then, I will watch you kill each other? Rogers was speechless. Indeed, he did not think about how to explain to Stark at this moment. Natasha on the side caught the key information. Professor, Stark has been in a low mood recently. What happened? Lin Feng handed the phone to the three of them to look at. Breaking news. Stark Clean Energy Company in the United States suffered a terrorist attack, and Happy, the head of the security department, was seriously injured and hospitalized. Rogers stared at the screen of his mobile phone with concern. They all knew Happy. He was Stark's good friend and a responsible security director, but he was seriously injured in the terrorist attack. Stark must be in a terrible mood at the moment. No wonder Professor Lin Feng said that he was depressed. Indeed, no matter who it is, they will be depressed after learning the truth about the death of their parents and the serious injury of their friends. If they see Rogers again at this time, they might directly attack him in anger. Lin Feng handed a glass of water to the three of them. As far as I know, due to the recent blows and the concern about the Kree, Stark has suffered from severe anxiety. Pepper even called the Avengers to complain about Stark's recent work status and mental state. Let's not make trouble for him anymore. Rogers, you caused the incident. You find out the real culprit yourself. Chapter 215. Suspicion arises in my mind. Who is it? Rogers was refreshed after hearing this. Professor, do you know who the murderer is? Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know yet. Rogers couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Lin Feng smiled. We all know that Bucky was in Butch arrest at the time and didn't have time to commit the crime, so someone must have impersonated him. Rogers, think about it. Why did he impersonate Bucky? Rogers pondered for a moment. Because it can attract people's attention. Why attract people's attention? We all know that Bucky chose to live in seclusion. He must have changed his ways, and at the same time he didn't want to be disturbed. We have all seen the video footage of Thanos' Vanguard invasion. Bucky was the first warrior to rush up to fight, and he didn't go to claim the reward afterwards. Not for fame, not for profit. He just wanted to live in seclusion quietly and atone for his sins silently. So why did the murderer want people to notice him? He came for us? Sam on the side was a little unbelievable, and Natasha was also thoughtful. Lin Feng smiled. Maybe there are other possibilities, but this is the most likely one at the moment. Most of Hydra's information has been made public in the last US aircraft carrier incident and the Loki incident. Those who are interested can choose to decrypt it and understand the relationship between Rogers and Bucky. He wants to find the reclusive Bucky, and the best way is naturally to let 7 billion people around the world look for him. Who can hide under the full efforts of 7 billion people? Isn't he looking for Bucky just to target you? Rogers was shocked, and he had to admit that this was a very reasonable explanation. Stark might settle accounts with Bucky, but he would not do anything so unscrupulous. He would face Bucky openly and head on. Natasha on the side interrupted them. Professor, could this be a conspiracy of the Kree? Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. The Avengers never had a one-man show. Although he didn't know whether the mastermind behind the scenes had any connection with the Kree, it didn't prevent him from accepting Natasha's opinion. Natasha, tell me what you think. I'm confused because I'm involved, and Rogers and Sam are confused because they are concerned. If there is anyone who can sort out the relationship here, I'm afraid it is only you. Lin Feng solemnly pleaded with Natasha for advice. Natasha looked at Lin Feng. Professor, I don't know if you have noticed, but since the establishment of the Avengers, it has always been assumed that there are 3 leaders. You are the founder and the spiritual leader of everyone, which is indisputable. Stark is the biggest behind the scenes hero and supporter, and he is the actual leader, which is also beyond doubt. Rogers is a moral benchmark. Many people will unconsciously work hard and pay attention to their appearance when they see him, which is even more unquestionable. Now that Thanos' invasion has passed, we all know that the Kree are eyeing covetously, but we don't know their means. Lin Feng nodded. Although he had never heard of such a positioning, looking at Sam's expression, it seemed that he acquiesced to Natasha's opinion. Now, Professor, you are bound by the convention. Stark suffers from severe anxiety due to a series of events, and Rogers is in trouble for Bucky. Is there someone secretly guiding all this? Natasha came to her own conclusion. After all, for the Kree, if they can destroy the 3 leaders of the Avengers without violence, why not do it? Several people were shocked when they heard this. Indeed, after integrating all the clues, the direction of these events seems extremely clear. As Natasha said, the 3 leaders of the Avengers, Lin Feng as the spiritual guide, Stark as the pillar behind the scenes, and Rogers as a moral model, any one of them being hit will be an immeasurable loss to the Avengers. Due to the promulgation of the Draft Sokovia Convention, Lin Feng's personal freedom will be restricted, and he will be monitored by a special team, which greatly limits his opportunity to communicate with the gods. Even communicating with the gods requires the approval of the special team. Stark has suffered from severe anxiety under continuous blows and high mental tension, and may collapse at any time. In addition to Happy's accidental serious injury, Stark is now on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng felt guilty when he thought of this. He originally planned to resolve the misunderstanding and not between Stark and Rogers as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that this would become Stark's mental burden and almost become the last straw that broke his back. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The Kree shouldn't have calculated so accurately that he would comfort Stark. Oh, right, calculation. Hydra's Zola algorithm. No wonder he always felt that something was missing. He only remembered that there was a mastermind trying to provoke a conflict between Rogers and Stark, but forgot that Zola's algorithm could predict the future. The two are not related, but if the Kree's wisdom and means are added, they can use Zola's algorithm to accelerate this process, thereby catalyzing their invasion of the Earth. Natasha continued, Professor, God will not interfere in human affairs. There is too much room for maneuver here. As long as we hold you back, God will not show up easily. If God does not show up, the first line of defense on Blue Planet will be our Avengers. The Kree target you, on the one hand, because you are the leader of the Avengers, and on the other hand, because you are the spokesperson for God. If Rogers is wanted by various governments and Stark is defeated by anxiety, then our Avengers will actually be in name only. Am I right? Lin Feng nodded. Absolutely right. So we must counter each move, and not let the Kree's conspiracy succeed. Sam and Rogers looked at each other, and they also realized the seriousness of the situation. Sam asked, Professor, how should we respond? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Currently, the Kree have adopted a divide and conquer strategy against us, dealing with me, Rogers and Stark respectively. My matter is not urgent for the time being, the agreement has not been implemented, and my freedom has not been restricted. As for Rogers, they want to make Rogers a prisoner, so we must catch the real murderer and expose their conspiracy. As for Stark, anxiety is his psychological problem. He needs company and relaxation, and he also needs to find the murderer who hurt Happy. Natasha, go and help him find some clues. I will arrange some psychologists to go there. After Natasha took the order and left, Lin Feng turned to Rogers. Rogers, do you still remember Zola? The scientist from Hydra. Remember, his algorithm led to the aircraft carrier crisis. His algorithm can predict the future. Rogers replied. Lin Feng saw that Rogers still remembered Zola, but obviously did not expect that the Kree might use the information disclosed by Hydra to find this algorithm, and he couldn't help but sigh. Rogers was too upright, and he could never think of the level of conspiracy. He had to remind him, Rogers, we all know that this algorithm can predict the future, so can the Kree use this algorithm to guide some future development trajectories to their advantage? Rogers suddenly realized, Professor, you mean, these things would have happened anyway, but after the Kree knew the direction of the future, they guided them together by advancing or delaying the occurrence of these things, and finally formed a result that was beneficial to them? Lin Feng agreed with this. In his memory, Stark's anxiety disorder and the execution of the Mandarin who announced the massacre were supposed to have happened 5 years ago. Sam couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. If this is true, these Kree people are too scheming. They are so calculating. Rogers sighed. Professor, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you're in this situation. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't think like that. It's not your fault. It was destined that you saved Bucky, and it was also destined that I was bound by the draft convention. There is no causal relationship between the two things. Instead of apologizing to me now, you might as well think about how to catch the real culprit and how to smash the Kree's conspiracy. That's the right way. Rogers began to cheer up when he heard this. Professor, if the real culprit behind the scenes did so much to lure out Bucky, then is it possible that he could have disguised himself as a staff member to sneak in for this psychological evaluation? Sam immediately suggested, should we notify Deputy Captain Ross now and ask him to check the personnel quickly? Lin Feng shook his head, no need, I'm afraid he has already sneaked in. Excuse me, the psychological evaluation is about to begin. Deputy Captain Ross asked me to watch you. Please don't run around. Sharon Carter walked in. The person who did the psychological assessment for Bucky is German Hefesleker, a professional psychological assessor, and I heard he is left-handed. Sharon revealed the information that Rogers was concerned about intentionally or unintentionally. When everyone saw Sharon, they all bowed their heads in silence tacitly. It is not appropriate for outsiders to know too much about the internal affairs of the Avengers. Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with it. Obviously, the Chinese god cult and the anti-god movement launched by the Kree people have caused him a lot of trouble. The introduction of the draft Sokovia Convention is undoubtedly a restriction on him. Although he has divine power and can ignore such restrictions, will the Kree people be aware of his true identity? The technological strength of the Kree people has not yet been clarified, and Lin Feng has no idea to what extent their supreme wisdom has reached. And Hashimoto Huanayu's intelligence has not been updated in time, and there is still a lack of key breakthroughs. The enemy is in the dark, I'm in the light, and the situation is not favorable to the Avengers. In this case, a change of strategy is needed. On the surface, Lin Feng will still appear as the spokesperson of God, but secretly, he will change his identity to conduct investigations. At the same time, it is time to find a new spokesperson for God. Sharon looked around and was relieved after confirming that there were only a few members of the Avengers in the room. She saw a button and pressed it. The TV screen was originally playing today's news, but it instantly switched to a picture of an interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Bucky sat in the prison car with an expressionless face, looking decadent and lazy, without any energy. Rogers felt a pang of pain when he saw this scene. The high-spirited Brooklyn teenager in his memory has now become unshaven, like a middle-aged alcoholic and frustrated. This contrast made it difficult for him to imagine what kind of torture Bucky suffered at Hydra and his regret for what he had done. But he did not forget that it was Sharon who gave him the opportunity to see his partner. With tears in his eyes, he said gratefully, "Sharon, thank you." "You're welcome." Sharon smiled slightly and handed them the receipt. Rogers glanced at it quickly and handed it to Sam. After seeing it, Sam complained in dissatisfaction, "Bird prop. What kind of name is this?" Sharon shrugged, "I didn't register it." On the TV screen, the psychologist with his back to the camera began to evaluate. "Hello, sir. I was sent by the United Nations to evaluate you. My name is Hefesleker. Please don't show hostility to me. I'm not here to blame you. I'm just responsible for the psychological evaluation. Excuse me, do you know where you are now, Mr. James?" Bucky remained silent and seemed not to want to pay attention to this stranger. The psychologist seemed a little helpless. "Mr. James, if you don't speak, it will be difficult for me to help you." "Mr. James?" Hearing this name, Bucky finally reacted. He remembered that someone once told him not to escape from the past and to have the courage to take responsibility for his own mistakes. Therefore, when Thanos' vanguard appeared, he stood up and fought hard, just wanting to atone for his sins. If the bomb attack on Vienna is confirmed, he will inevitably be sentenced to death after the psychological evaluation. Since he is about to die, why bother so much? Before dying, why not have a good time? He replied coldly, "My name is Bucky." Rogers looked up suddenly when he heard this. Dr. Leaker continued to ask, "Well, Barnes, do you know where you are now?" At this time, the postman drove the car and rang the bell. "Hello, is anyone there?" He saw someone opening the door, so he walked to the back of the car, opened the door, and took down a big box. "I'm here to send you a big thing." The person who opened the door was wearing work clothes and looked like a maintenance worker. He looked at the box handed over by the postman. Someone sent me something. The postman wiped the sweat from his head. Yes, this thing is not light. Come, please sign for it. After the maintenance worker signed for it, he couldn't wait to open the box. Seeing the dense coils in the box, he asked in confusion, "What is this? Is it a prank sent to me by someone?" The postman was a little speechless. Sharon handed Rogers a photo. "Rogers, this photo helped us identify Bucky." Rogers glanced at Sam, then at Lin Feng, and then replied to Sharon, "Sharon, have you ever thought that the person who provided this photo doesn't really want to find Bucky, but just wants you to find him?" Sharon frowned. "Is there a traitor in the United Nations?" Rogers stopped there and didn't go into details. But Lin Feng spoke up. "The person who provided this photo will definitely find a way to get close to Bucky after letting us find him. So, who should be the person closest to Bucky at this time?" Several people looked at the back of the psychiatrist on the screen at the same time. Chapter 216 Chaotic Scene. Bucky remained silent. Leaker spread his hands. "Mr. Barnes, since you are unwilling to answer, let me change the question. Have you experienced many things? Many things that others have not witnessed?" Bucky's mind appeared the faces of those he killed. A trace of fear, struggle, and pain appeared on his face. He answered in a low and angry voice, "I don't want to say." "Oh, then we don't need to say too much, just say one thing." Leaker looked at the time and played with the pen in his right hand. Lin Feng found something wrong. He is right-handed. Dr. Leaker is left-handed. This is a fake. Several people looked at Leaker's right hand. At the same time, the maintenance worker was about to move the box of things to the trash can. Suddenly, a wave came and blew him away. It turned out to be a bomb. The maintenance worker lived near the power station. The power of the bomb was not too big or small, but it was enough to destroy most of the structure of the power station. In the United Nations office building, there was a sudden power outage. The moment the power outage, the surroundings fell into darkness. Ross stared at the dark screen. After trying, he found that the radio was still usable. He quickly contacted the alert troops through the pager. "Attention, all departments, the power supply system has failed. Keep an eye on Bucky." The alert personnel reinforce the interrogation department, and the rest of the personnel evacuate in an orderly manner. Note that the armory must be sealed. Alert department, remember, if you find the Winter Soldier, if he resists, kill him immediately. The sudden darkness made everyone in the office at a loss for a moment, but Lin Feng quickly adapted to the environment and realized that it was the electromagnetic pulse bomb of the real murderer. Sure enough, Sharon knew something had changed when she saw the power outage and immediately said, "Go to the 5th floor of the east basement." Rogers heard this and left in a hurry after only having time to thank him, and Sam followed him without hesitation. Seeing Rogers and Sam's actions, Chala knew that they were going to find Bucky, and he was also eager to move. Sharon turned to Lin Feng. "Professor Lin, I'm going to start working. Please take care and evacuate as soon as possible." After that, she took out her pistol and was ready to fight at any time. The fact that the UN headquarters was cut off from power indicates that there are serious loopholes in security and the enemy may invade the system at any time. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to follow, as he was sorting out recent information. Natasha was looking for the former Soviet officer, but only found his body and a messy house, indicating that the murderer is always one step ahead. The Mandarin incident was delayed for 5 years before it broke out, and he had nothing to do with the Avengers, but was bound by the treaty. The Kree's control of time is amazing. The murderer in Vienna targeted Rogers, who was bound by the treaty. Stark was in low spirits, and the Kree's plan was compact and ingenious. These events were used intentionally or unintentionally, but the Kree's purpose has not yet been fully achieved. Therefore, they may continue to use these events and the people involved. In the basement, Bucky saw the sudden darkness and felt ominous. He knew that he was imprisoned by the United Nations, and the power outage was by no means accidental, and there must be human factors. He looked outside. What's going on? Dr. Leaker took off his glasses. You are afraid that you will fall into endless fear if you speak, so you are silent. But if you are really asked to say something, will you tell it frankly? Let's talk about your hometown, not Romania, nor Brooklyn, but your real home. He took out the notebook he had taken from the former Soviet officer. Bucky looked at the notebook with a 5-pointed red star and widened his eyes. He tried his best to escape from the control of Hydra and thought that the world was peaceful, but he didn't expect that Dr. Leaker would give him a heavy blow again. The notebook recorded the code that allowed him to pick up the killing tool again. Dr. Leaker took off his glasses, used a small flashlight to illuminate the text in the dim light, and read in Russian, "Desire." Bucky began to have a headache. While resisting the erosion of his will, he roared angrily, "Stop." Leaker ignored it and continued to read, "Rust." Bucky's resistance continued to come, and he looked up and looked in pain. He wanted to kill the madman in front of him who opened the door to hell again. Leaker continued to read, 17. Bucky had clenched his fists. The devil program in his mind was eroding his will. "Stop." Leaker looked at Bucky with a playful look, and his disdainful eyes seemed to be provocative. He looked at his own face and said the keywords fiercely, "Dawn." Ah. Bucky was completely out of control, and his self-awareness was eroded by the program. He roared angrily and easily opened the handcuffs with the help of a mechanical arm. He looked at the barrier in front of him, and with a beast-like roar, he hit it with all his strength to vent his anger. There was only one voice left in his mind: destroy everything, let everyone die. Leaker's voice seemed to echo in his ears, and it seemed to be far away in the sky, constantly pouring into his mind. Furnace. 9. Kindness. Homecoming. 1. Train carriage. As the last note sounded, Bucky punched open the barrier of the prison. Leaker looked at the barrier that was smashed open with a punch in surprise. Although he knew that Bucky was a super soldier, it was still incredible for him to blast open the door with brute force alone. Without time to be surprised, he came to Bucky, who was standing upright, and asked tentatively in Russian, "Soldier?" Bucky, expressionless, also answered in Russian, "At your disposal at any time." Dr. Leaker was ecstatic and ordered in an unquestionable voice, "I want you to report the mission report on December 21st, 1991. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart, "I, Helmut Leaker, will eventually get revenge." After arriving at the 5th floor of the basement, Rogers saw a group of guards lying on the ground. The ground was clean and bloodless. He tested their breath and confirmed that they were still breathing, which made him feel relieved. "Help." A faint cry for help came from not far away. Rogers rushed over quickly, but unexpectedly found Helmut awake. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Rogers pulled Helmut up and asked angrily. Seeing that Rogers knew his identity, Helmut sneered, "I just want to see how people's faith collapses." Rogers stared at Helmut in front of him with a stern look, wondering why he would say such crazy words. Sam checked and found that the guard who fell to the ground was just unconscious, and then rushed to Rogers. However, a sudden mechanical iron fist swept over, and Sam miraculously avoided the fatal blow, but then Bucky grabbed his neck, threw him out, and fainted on the ground. Rogers saw Bucky out of control again, knowing that he was controlled by Hydra's program again. He didn't care about Helmut, and rushed forward to try to subdue Bucky to prevent the situation from getting worse. But he was worried, and left room for action, and Bucky had lost his self-awareness due to the activation of the Hydra program. He only knew to obey orders, and his moves were fatal and merciless. Rogers was beaten back step by step, and kicked into the elevator. Bucky left the interrogation room without looking back. Sam was not unconscious for too long. He could vaguely smell the smell of leather, opened his eyes, and caught a glimpse of Helmut, who was about to leave. Sam struggled to get up and shouted, "Hey." Helmut was awakened and turned his head to see Sam, who had woken up. Although Sam was a little dizzy at this time, he was a member of the Avengers after all, and his strength was far superior to his. Thinking of this, Helmut began to run away. He didn't want to fight with Sam, and reinforcement could come here at any time. If the UN personnel saw a psychologist fighting with the Avengers fighters, his identity would be exposed. Sam chased him closely. Bucky began to break through the front with his strong individual combat ability. Considering that a large number of staff were evacuating urgently around, the security personnel chose to use batons instead of shooting to try to subdue Bucky. However, their fighting skills and reaction speed were like nothing in Bucky's eyes, and he was easily knocked to the ground. Sharon rushed up immediately after arriving at the scene. She held on for a few more moves, but was eventually knocked to the ground by Bucky. Bucky was about to kill Sharon when he was suddenly kicked several meters away by a strong force. He turned around and looked at the unexpected guest. Chala looked at Bucky in front of him. When they first met, his eyes were full of panic, but now he had no emotion, only murderous intent. Why did the same person have a completely different personality in a short period of time after the power outage? Chala didn't think much and rushed forward. Although he had no armor, his physical fitness gave him the confidence to kill the murderer of his father on the spot. Bucky had no intention of fighting, and the order to evacuate kept echoing in his mind. After knocking Chala back with a punch, he took advantage of the gap when Chala fell to the ground and quickly fled. After Chala stood up, he looked around in surprise at the view, flooded by the crowd. Bucky had already hidden in the crowd and fled the scene. In the elevator, Rogers, who was knocked down, woke up. The first thing he thought of was that Bucky was escaping. He took off his coat and struggled to climb up. Years of military experience made him intuitively realize that the top floor was designed like a helipad. If Bucky got into trouble, the quickest way to escape would be the helipad on the rooftop, especially if there was a helicopter. Rogers gathered his strength and ran to the rooftop. Sam chased after the man pretending to be Dr. Laker, but eventually lost him. This made him feel something was wrong. After all, he was a Special Forces soldier from the Airborne Rescue Force, but he was actually left behind by a person in tracking and tracing. Moreover, this person was not a super soldier like Rogers, but just an ordinary person. At this time, Lin Feng followed Ross to the 5th underground floor. Ross saw the mess on the ground and cursed angrily. Damn, let the executioner escape. Lin Feng whispered in his ear, and Ross was overjoyed after hearing it. Really? Lin Feng nodded. Ross breathed a sigh of relief and immediately commanded, "Medical staff, go to the 5th basement immediately, we need help." Then he looked at Lin Feng. "Professor Lin, since you said so, it seems that Blue Star is facing a new crisis, right?" Lin Feng remained silent and just nodded. Ross thought for a moment. No time to lose, please. On the rooftop, Bucky had found the helicopter and was about to drive away. However, Rogers suddenly appeared and forcibly pulled the helicopter so that it could not fly. Seeing this, Bucky grabbed Rogers' neck and Rogers gradually suffocated and the helicopter fell uncontrollably downstairs. Downstairs, there was a wide lake. After returning to the office, Ross quickly dismissed the others and pressed a button. He looked at Lin Feng. "Professor Lin, there is no one else here now, and the room is completely soundproof. Can you tell me what happened specifically?" Lin Feng revealed that the reason why the guards in the basement were safe and sound was because the gods intervened in the matter. Considering that the gods usually only take action when Blue Star faces a major crisis, Ross immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately invited Lin Feng to his office. Lin Feng took out a document and a small pill from the file bag he carried with him, and said as he took them out, "The gods once warned me that I should not let my guard down even after the crisis of Thanos' invasion of the Earth is resolved, because there are still enemies lurking on the blue planet." In view of the recent vague attitude of people around the world towards the gods, and the fact that the enemies are always lurking in the dark, there is no conclusive evidence, so I did not make this news public. Ross took the file bag, saw the file named Kree Information File, listened to Lin Feng's explanation, and understood Lin Feng's intention. "Professor Lin, you mean that the enemy is lurking in the dark, and people may not believe the warnings of the gods, and may even side with the enemy, so you didn't disclose the news of the enemy?" Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. "The document in your hand is the research result of Dr. Stark and Senna in our Avengers, and contains information data of the Kree. There is also a USB flash drive in the file bag, which contains the corresponding data. You can store it in your computer when you have the chance. However, it is better not to disclose it." Ross was stunned and asked, "Why?" Then he seemed to think of something and asked in surprise, "Is there a traitor in the United Nations?" Lin Feng stood up. "This is also one of the reasons why I don't want to disclose it. Public opinion is not in favor of me, and people's hearts are not in favor of me. What effect can the information I disclose have?" Therefore, the Avengers decided to wait and see while fighting in secret. "We will eradicate the Kree in secret, and at the same time judge whether to disclose information based on the public opinion situation." Ross pondered for a moment and asked, Professor, aren't you afraid that the people of Blue Star have been infiltrated? Lin Feng smiled. Our genes are not much different from those of the Kree. They don't have the technology to assimilate, nor do they need to, so I'm not worried about that. Their numbers shouldn't be large, otherwise they would have attacked Blue Star with great fanfare. What I'm worried about now is that, if the upper echelons of various countries are infiltrated by the Kree. Hearing this, Ross couldn't help but sweat. Lin Feng's worries are not unreasonable. The relationship between countries is based on interests, so wars and negotiations often break out. Although the relationship between countries has eased under the current international situation, wars and terrorist incidents in local areas are still emerging one after another. This is likely to be used by the Kree to make a fuss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Isolated and Helpless. If the Kree really infiltrated the top governments of various countries and guided everything to the results they expected, then in the long run, the Kree could completely achieve a peaceful evolution on the Blue Star. Lin Feng looked at Ross. That pill is a masterpiece of Dr. Sinner. After taking it, you will have a rejection reaction to the Kree and can accurately identify the Kree. If you want to eliminate this reaction, you need to take another pill. Ross raised his head and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Lin Feng was stunned. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I'm a Kree? Ross smiled. I believe you, that's all. No other reason is needed. Lin Feng also smiled. Mr. Ross, thank you for your trust. Starting tomorrow, the agreement will take effect. A special surveillance team will appear around me, and I will lose a lot of freedom. I hope you will take care of yourself. If you have anything, you can contact the people you know in the Avengers. Ross nodded solemnly. He understood Lin Feng's meaning, to keep a close eye on the top leaders of the United Nations to see if there is any infiltration by the Kree. He vaguely felt that the introduction of the Draft Sokovia Convention this time was probably aimed at Professor Lin Feng. To some extent, restricting Lin Feng is equivalent to restricting God. Before leaving the office, Lin Feng told Ross, Mr. Ross, please issue a wanted order for Sam, Rogers, and the Winter Soldier. Ross thought for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. In an abandoned factory, Rogers was talking to Lin Feng. Bucky has been rescued, but he is still unconscious. Professor, what are you going to do next? I'm worried that Ross will issue a wanted order for you. Lin Feng's voice was serious and earnest. Sam looked at the helicopters flying by from time to time and said helplessly, this seems to be true. Are we really wanted? Rogers hesitated. A self-torture trick. Yes, Rogers, you are wanted. I'm under surveillance, and Stark, his anxiety disorder is just a cover, pretended. The three of us are in crisis, and the only ones who can take charge of the overall situation are Natasha and Hashimoto Kanzuki, so that Hashimoto Kanzuki can get into the Kree faster. Lin Feng told everything. Rogers smiled. So that's how it is. Okay, I will try my best to escape and try not to be caught. Professor, you have to speed up your actions too. Well, I have wronged you for a while. Be reserved in front of Bucky. The program in his brain may be used by the enemy at any time. Lin Feng said on the other end of the phone. Rogers responded, got it, and hung up the phone. At this time, Sam's voice came. Rogers, he's awake. Rogers trotted all the way to Bucky's side. Bucky, who was slowly waking up, instinctively wanted to move his body, but found that he couldn't move. He suddenly realized that his mechanical arm was stuck in the machine beside him. Rogers looked at him with a slightly wary look. It was difficult to tell for a moment whether the man in front of him was his former best friend or a cold-blooded killer of Hydra. Bucky looked at Rogers and called out in a weak and friendly voice, Steve. His voice revealed the fatigue of recovering from a serious illness. Rogers frowned, stared at Bucky and asked, which Bucky is talking to me? Bucky understood his doubts. His current state was indeed difficult to distinguish. He thought for a moment and said, your mother's name is Sarah. When you were a child, you always put newspapers in your shoes because you felt you were not tall enough. Bucky couldn't help but chuckle when he mentioned Roger's childhood stories. Rogers was a little embarrassed, but he still said with certainty, "These are only known to my closest friends in childhood. There will be no records of these in the museum." Sam interrupted and said, "It seems that he is your friend, not the demon of Hydra." He walked forward and helped Bucky move his arm, trying to remove it from the machine as soon as possible. This mechanical arm is amazingly powerful, and they had no choice but to treat Bucky like this. Bucky recalled the last clear memory before he woke up. The doctor took out a notebook with a red star cover and said words he never wanted to hear in his life. He knew that he was being used and revived as a killing machine. Whenever he was half asleep and half awake, the scenes of those victims would always reappear in his mind. Thinking of this, Bucky couldn't help but panic. He whispered, "What did I do?" Rogers immediately replied, "That's too much." Sam glanced at him and didn't refute. Indeed, if it weren't for the secret protection of the gods, those unconscious guards would have died long ago. Bucky was heartbroken when he heard this, and at the same time he felt ashamed that he couldn't resist the program set by Hydra. He laughed at himself and said, "As expected, I knew it. The activation program planted by the damn Hydra in my mind is still there. As long as the doctor says those words, he can activate it. I can't control myself at all. I committed murder again." Rogers grasped the key information. Bucky was controlled by a program that required specific words to activate, and it was Hydra that was controlling it. Although this could not wash Bucky of the crime of being a killer in many political massacres, it could at least prove that he was a tool being used. He quickly asked Bucky, "Who is that psychiatrist?" Bucky knew nothing about that psychiatrist. No matter in which memory, he didn't remember ever seeing such a doctor. He had to answer truthfully, "I don't know." Rogers said with some regret, "The bombing tragedy in Vienna that framed you killed and injured more than 70 people. The doctor went to great lengths just to stay with you for 10 minutes and wake you up again as the Winter Soldier." "Bucky, you can't just say you don't know. I need you to provide more information so that I can help you clear your name." Bucky's heart ached when he heard Vienna. In order to find the psychiatrist, he had hurt so many people so cruelly, and they were all innocent, and they all suffered misfortune because of him. He knew that he needed to cooperate with Rogers and find the doctor as soon as possible. He knew that his identity as the Winter Soldier was the only point that the doctor could use. After thinking for a while, he began to reveal what he knew. In his vague memory, the doctor seemed to have given him an order and mentioned the mission in Siberia in 1991. He said, "He wants to know about Siberia. That's where I was imprisoned as the Winter Soldier. He wants to know the exact location of it." Rogers and Sam looked at each other, and they knew they were about to touch the core of the conspiracy. Rogers asked, "What happened in Siberia? Why does he want to know that place?" Bucky's eyes flashed with fear, and then became serious and solemn. He said seriously, "Because there is more than one Winter Soldier." He recalled the mission he carried out in 1991. He was ordered to intercept scientists returning from a visit to the United States, and killed them on the way, and seized 5 pharmaceutical products from them. Rogers couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. If I remember correctly, 1991 was the time when Stark's parents visited the Soviet Union. Bucky narrated slowly, "I still remember clearly that a man who looked like an officer injected 5 doses of the drug into the bodies of 5 volunteers who seemed strong, brave and agile. After a period of pain from rejection, they finally adapted to these drugs." Rogers recalled the pain he experienced when he became a super soldier, and empathized with the experience of the 5 volunteers. Bucky went on, "I was ordered to conduct a confrontation drill with one of them, but unfortunately, I was no match for them. Whether it was reaction speed, strength, resistance to blows, agility, or even control of strength, they were slightly better than me." Sam asked tentatively, "You mean there are 5 other killers as terrifying as you?" Bucky shook his head, "No, they are better killers than me. They are the elite suicide squad and the agents with the most murders in Hydra's history, and this was before they were injected with the serum." Rogers stared at Bucky, knowing the possible harm that an out-of-control super soldier might bring. He asked worriedly, "The doctor, can he control them?" Bucky sighed, "Unfortunately, he can. Since Hydra can set programs in my brain, it is not difficult to set programs in their minds. Rogers recalled the scene when he first met the Doctor. The Doctor's sober and ferocious expression made him worried. The Doctor said that he wanted to witness the collapse of people's faith with his own eyes. So, he wants to attack God. But even if he has the courage, he is not capable enough, right? 5 super soldiers are just super soldiers. Sam questioned. Bucky shook his head. He doesn't want to attack God, but he can pretend to be God's supporter and start a violent incident. Some time ago, the damage caused to people by the Chinese God cult and the anti-God movement has not completely dissipated. If a similar large-scale violent incident occurs again, what do you think will happen? Rogers and Sam looked at each other involuntarily. Although this assumption is vicious, it is very reasonable. To destroy people's good impression of something, you just need to keep giving it negative impression points. God appears in the world as a protector, but often because he appears at the last minute, people's lives and property are lost, thus creating a gap between people and God. If large-scale violent incidents occur again, and people's acceptable lower limit is repeatedly lowered, then people's faith in God will easily collapse. Sam was still somewhat optimistic. Recently, the security measures of various countries have been quite strict. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Bucky sneered. They are proficient in more than 30 languages, and are good at disguise, tracking, and anti-tracking. They come and go without a trace. Infiltration, assassination, alienation, subversion. Their methods are endless, and they can capture a country's political head organization overnight, and catch you off guard. With the help of these 5 people, he is fully capable of subverting people's belief in God. Rogers agreed deeply. He recalled that, when he was at the United Nations branch in Germany, Bucky rushed out of the encirclement of the security forces unarmed. Not only was he unscathed, but even without the protection of God, those people might have been killed on the spot. Although there was the cooperation of the fake doctor, Bucky's single soldier combat ability was undoubtedly quite terrifying. Rogers asked himself, in the same situation, he might be able to break through, but there was no guarantee that he would not be injured, let alone complete the counterattack. Now that the Doctor can control such a terrifying killer, the threat is self-evident. Sam took a step closer and whispered, if this had happened a week ago, it might not have been so difficult. A week ago, the draft Sokovia Convention had not yet been issued. Lin Feng was completely free to act. Stark was still in the Avengers headquarters. Happy had not been in trouble. Rogers and Sam were still official Avengers members, not wanted criminals. Natasha did not have to run around and worry about various investigations, and Hashimoto Tamaki had not yet infiltrated the Kree, and they had sufficient backup at the time. But now, these convenient conditions have disappeared, and the 2 external aides, Thor and Elle, are also gone. They can almost be said to be isolated and helpless. Rogers sighed. What if we tell Sharon about this? Sam shrugged noncommittally. She won't believe it. She is from the United Nations and what she needs is evidence, not our unfounded speculation. Rogers looked at Sam. What if she believes it? Sam added. Will other people in the United Nations believe it? For example, Ross. You have also seen Ross's attitude towards Bucky. Sharon is just an agent. Even if she believes us, the convenience she can provide us is nothing more than intelligence. And people like Ross who have military power are the ones who can really provide us with the greatest help. Even if they believe it, the agreement is still there, which is not only a constraint on Professor Lin Feng, but also a constraint on us. Will they help? Rogers looked up at the sky. So, we can only act on our own this time. Sam shrugged again. That may not be the case. I know a candidate. On the TV screens in the United States, the public channel was broadcasting a news feature with the headline, "We have successfully sanctioned the gods, and the great America will stand firm in the end." However, the screen suddenly jumped, replaced by a pattern full of Islamic characters, accompanied by a deep voice, slowly saying, "This is a true story about fortune cookies, a true story that is undoubtedly true." Rogers, who is in Germany, is facing the dilemma of being wanted, while Stark, who is far away in the United States, is keeping a close eye on this news event. He had no intention of getting involved in politics, but after witnessing the tragic experience of Happy, he made up his mind that regardless of politics or not, regardless of whether he is in the Avengers or not, he will personally seek justice for Happy. He knew that this was a terrorist attack planned by the Mandarins, and he also understood that such attacks are often carried out by cult organizations. Chapter 218 Simulated Accident Scene. So, he always waited in front of the TV, waiting for the speech of the leader of the terrorist organization. Finally, he waited. Mandarin, the culprit who planned the explosion at a similar time to the Vienna massacre, but on a smaller scale, finally gave a speech on TV. Stark immediately started Friday and asked it to analyze the frequency and signal strength of the electromagnetic waves, trying to locate the source of the video transmission. Although he knew that this would not directly find the real culprit, he believed that he could find a breakthrough through this clue, which was enough. Fortune cookies. This name sounds very Chinese. Really, very Chinese. But in fact, they were invented by Americans. So, these cookies are just in name, full of lies, and they don't taste good. After saying that, Mandarin smashed the walnuts at hand. After a pause, Mandarin continued, "Our believers have just destroyed another cheap American imitation, the Huaxia Grand Theater. Mr. President, I know this is bad news for you and may make you feel depressed, but it's time to bring this season of horror drama to a successful conclusion." Then he laughed and said, "But don't worry, your graduation ceremony is the highlight, and it will be staged soon." With a gunshot, the video ended, and Mandarin appeared on the screen, holding an AK-47 and shooting the head of the portrait of the US president. However, the signal analysis yielded nothing, and it seemed that something was hindering Friday's exploration. Stark took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. During this period, if Professor Lin Feng had not been guiding him all the time, he might have fallen into extreme anxiety. The Kree, Mandarin, the death of his parents, and Pepper's recent obvious rejection of him have all distracted him from studying the new measure. These days, he is indeed a little at a loss. As for Rogers, he is not sure what kind of mood he should face him, so he chooses to return to the United States to accompany Pepper. However, he also noticed that Pepper was alienated from him. He was confused at first, but when Maya came to visit, he immediately understood the reason. He ignored Pepper's feelings because he was too obsessed with mecha research. And the visit of Maya, a former lover, made Pepper obviously jealous. Despite this, Pepper did not get angry with him, but just told him that she was not in a good state these 2 days and needed to rest well. Lin Feng had told him that Pepper had called the Avengers headquarters more than once and asked them to keep an eye on Stark and not let him overwork. Yes, a series of things made him breathless. But he also realized that it was wrong for him to ignore Pepper's feelings. He should learn from Professor Lin Feng and maintain emotional connection with his partner while pursuing his career. He mistakenly thought that Hashimoto Huanai was Lin Feng's object, but in fact there was no progress between them. Lin Feng, who was far away in Berlin, suddenly sneezed for some reason. Stark hugged Pepper from behind. "Let's go to the hospital to see Cakeson together, okay?" Pepper hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "There are still things waiting for me to deal with at Stark Clean Energy Company. Let's go another day." "I'll go with you another day. The friendship between you men needs more companionship and care." Pepper's words made Stark's nose sour. He stared at Pepper's receding back, thinking, indeed, not only friendship between men needs companionship and care, but also the relationship between men and women. Of course, trust is the premise of all this. Pepper still trusts him, so he must cherish this trust more, accompany her more, and cherish this hard-won relationship. He is an unruly genius and a playboy. No one can tame his paranoid and self-centered personality. Therefore, he has always been a heretic. Although he has had countless new lovers, he still has expectations for true long-term companionship in his heart. When he was disappointed with the world, God gave him Pepper. She is gentle and independent, not vulgar or flattering, with a distinct personality, round on the outside and square on the inside. She made him feel that there is true love in the world. Now, how can he destroy this hard-won emotion because of his own reasons? Shaking his head, Stark rejected this idea. Pepper still trusts him. With the foundation of trust, the rift between the two people may be resolved. So now, what he should do is to listen to her. In the hospital, a nurse walked lightly past Kaizen's bed. She carefully checked Kaizen's vital signs and various physiological indicators, confirmed that he had safely passed the critical period and there was no sign of recurrence, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she walked to the infusion stand and carefully slowed down the infusion speed. "Hi." A voice suddenly rang in her ear, and the nurse was startled and turned her head to see Mr. Stark from the Avengers. Stark smiled warmly at her and asked politely, "I'll turn on the TV, do you mind?" The nurse was old and seldom paid attention to the media. Her knowledge of Stark was limited to those negative gossips. Seeing his gentle attitude, she was a little overwhelmed and could only answer instinctively, "Well, no problem." Stark thanked her and stood up to adjust the TV. At the same time, he introduced the TV to the nurse. "This is TBS's Sunday night drama, Downton Abbey, which is very famous. He likes to watch this drama very much." At this point, he looked at Kaizen affectionately and recalled Kaizen's dedication and responsibility as the security chief. Although his strict requirements had caused dissatisfaction among employees, most people still abided by the regulations. Stark's eyes were slightly red. He looked at the nurse and said, "You nurses should also have professional ID cards, right? Please wear it." Because he is a person who pays attention to details, he will not allow people who don't wear their ID cards to enter. I know him. After saying this, Stark hurriedly left the ward, fearing that he would lose his composure in front of the nurse. Walking out of the ward, the cold wind blew on his face, and he regained his composure. Kaizen was one of the few friends who could tolerate his personality, and he cherished this friendship very much. Fortunately, Kaizen was not in danger of life, but this incident caused serious damage to him. Stark must avenge this grudge. Stark is a well-known figure. Since he announced that he was Iron Man 8 years ago, he has been the focus of media attention. Although he is a little quiet at times, topics related to him always arouse people's heated discussions. Stark's visit to Lin Feng in the evening was soon discovered by the media, and major news media sent reporters to the hospital to wait. A reporter said to the camera, "After the bombing, people are most concerned about Tony Stark's attitude. He just entered this hospital. I hope he can come out to respond and talk about this terrorist attack." As soon as the voice fell, there was a noise behind him. The reporter turned around in a hurry and saw Stark casually walking out of the hospital gate surrounded by the crowd. He had to stop as soon as he went out because many reporters had gathered at the door, ready to listen to his opinions. "Mr. Stark, was this terrorist attack also planned by the Mandarin organization? Mr. Stark, do you know more details about the bombing?" Stark was annoyed by the reporter's nagging, and he decided not to answer these boring questions. At this time, a harsh voice came into his ears. "Mr. Stark, when do you plan to punish the murderer?" Stark suppressed his anger and turned his head to see a bearded reporter holding a mobile phone and taking pictures of him. Seeing him looking over, the reporter raised his eyebrows and waited for his answer. "Say something." The reporter's provocative interview made Stark's accumulated negative emotions in recent days reach a peak, and the best outlet for venting at the moment was this reporter. Stark snatched the reporter's phone and pointed the camera at himself. "You want to know so much, right? Well, here's a little holiday greeting for Mandarin, and I've already thought of the blessing. My name is Tony Stark, and I will not succumb to your terrorist attack. You are not scary, you are just a coward who only dares to show up on TV. I'm ready, so get ready. You're going to be finished soon. I will deal with you myself." He looked around at the crowded crowd and spoke impassionately. "This is a private revenge and has nothing to do with politics. It only exists in the blood debt between you and me. I want to avenge you for personal grudges, and it has nothing to do with the Department of Defense or the Avengers. Come on, let's fight fairly. I'll tell you the address of my home now. 10,880 Malibu Harbor, zip code 90,265. The door is open to welcome you, and you're always welcome to visit." After that, he threw the phone out with force, and the people around him clearly heard the sound of the phone breaking. Stark didn't care at all. He said to the man whose phone he had taken away, "Go ahead and sue me. It's up to you." After that, he turned and left, no longer paying attention to the interviews of the reporters. A man with a short haircut who was watching the live broadcast saw Stark introducing himself and snorted disdainfully. Fool, as you wish, I will visit you tomorrow. I hope you are ready. As soon as Stark stepped into the house, his first task was to conduct an in-depth investigation, especially to track down the mysterious Mandarin. He put aside the affairs of the Kree for the time being, and devoted all his attention to the Mandarin who dared not show his true face. In the early morning, Stark woke up the Friday system. Friday, show me all the information about Mandarin. Stark gave the order while drinking water. Sir, I have compiled detailed information about Mandarin for you. Based on the intercept investigation results provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., the FBI and the CIA, we will now begin to virtually reconstruct the crime scene. Friday's work efficiency was no less than that of Sifo, which made Stark quite satisfied. Very good, let's get started. Let me see. While Friday was reconstructing the virtual crime scene, Stark carefully browsed the information on the full screen, reading it word by word. He is called a staff, that is, the leader's advisor and staff. He planned the strategy for the South American riots, and his tone of voice is like a senior church missionary. However, it didn't take long for him to feel upset and complained. There is too much information about him. It is complicated and lengthy, and a lot of it is irrelevant information, and I can't read it all. Close the information panel, and let's take a look at the crime scene. Friday's voice sounded at the right time. The high temperature generated by the explosion at the scene reached 3000 degrees Celsius, which was enough to quickly evaporate all blue star materials within 12.5 yards around the scene. Considering that there are no other intact objects, it can be inferred that the Kree were not involved in this incident. Stark snorted coldly. If they really participated, that's fine. I will definitely teach them a lesson, regardless of the new or old grudges. But then, he thought of something and asked, no bomb-related debris was found within 3 miles of the Huaxia Grand Theater, right? Is that right? Friday gave an affirmative answer. Yes, sir. Stark thought, it seems that only Kazin can give me the answer. Friday did not respond directly, but immediately simulated Kazin's position at the time. Stark squatted down and looked at Kazin. Kazin's eyes and fingers seemed to be pointing in one direction. Stark walked in that direction and came to the intersection of Kazin's sight and the direction of his finger. He frowned and muttered to himself, it's not a bomb, but it can cause bomb-like destructive power. What is it? Friday simulated the intersection. It was 2 nameplates strung together by a rope. The originally inconspicuous nameplate immediately attracted Stark's attention, and he extracted the nameplate separately from the virtual reconstructed world. It looked like this nameplate was more like one of the identification marks of a soldier in the US Army, that is a dog tag. He asked Friday, were there any casualties at the explosion site? Friday quickly replied, no, sir. According to the results of the investigation of public data, Stark suddenly had an idea, turned and walked up the steps, and ordered, bring me the temperature distribution map of other accident sites, and take the temperature range of 3000 degrees Celsius into account. Friday immediately called up the data. Oracle Cloud Computing has completed the analysis, and is now accessing satellites to map thermal energy events in the past 12 months. Stark just glanced at it quickly, and after determining the approximate range, ruled out the places where Mandarin launched terrorist attacks. There were only a few places left on the map. Stark examined them one by one. Looking at California, he decisively ruled it out, because the temperature value was not enough. Then, he checked several areas in succession, but none of them met the standards, so he ruled them out one by one, until he noticed Rose Hill in Tennessee. That's it. Friday, pull up the data here. Friday pulled up the relevant data and prompted in a humane way, are you sure this was done by him? This incident happened earlier than any known Mandarin terrorist attack. The cause of this incident was suicide by detonating explosives. Stark was desperate. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped an important clue. Zoom in. Zoom in. Chapter 219 Stark is attacked. Friday's voice came again. The thermal energy characteristics are similar, and the temperature at the scene is as high as 3000 degrees Celsius. Stark looked closely. Strange. Why are there 2 soldiers? Friday, have you been to Tennessee? Friday replied, I'm preparing to take a plane there. Indeed, they need to go to Tennessee. The high temperature found there and the accident scene are so similar to the accident scene that injured Kazin, and no explosive debris was found at the same accident scene. Although the news report said that it was suicide by detonating explosives. However, this incident was not done by Mandarin, and when the accident happened, Loki had not even started to invade Blue Star. In just over a year, Mandarin's ambition has expanded so quickly. Did he start planning a terrorist attack a year ago, but because no one has exposed it, he only announced his existence now? Stark has not figured out the connection yet. At this time, Friday prompted that someone was knocking on the door. Stark spread his hands helplessly. Please, Friday, I just declared war on a terrorist. Can't you strengthen the security measures? Friday simulated a laugh. I'm sorry, sir. I can only help you a little. Please look at the guests outside the door. Outside the door stood Natasha and botanist Mayor Hansen. Stark opened the door helplessly. I really didn't think that you two would come to see me at the same time. Natasha shrugged lightly. Don't get me wrong. Although we are all here to see you, we just happened to meet at your door. Okay, then please come in. Although Stark was a little reluctant, he still politely invited them into the house. After he noticed Natasha walking away, he leaned close to Mayor and whispered, "There's not a 13-year-old kid sitting in the car outside that I've never seen before, is there?" Mayor understood his concerns, but joked, "He is indeed 13 years old." Looking at Stark's bitter face, she couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, it's not your child, and I'm not here to destroy your family. I heard that your girlfriend is very nice, right?" Stark seemed a little absent-minded. "Even if I forget what to eat for breakfast, I will never forget how good she has been to me." "Sir, you had multi-grain waffles for breakfast." Friday's voice sounded inopportunely. Stark was slightly embarrassed. "Okay, thank you, Friday." Mayor ignored Stark's embarrassment and said seriously, "I have something to tell you, Stark. It's urgent. Do you want to talk somewhere else?" Natasha was already sitting on the sofa, and when she heard this, she interrupted. "Stark, Professor Lin Feng asked me to come and help you. He said you need to evacuate as soon as possible." Stark had a headache when he heard this, and said to Mayor first, "I won't go with the flow like I did before. I have a girlfriend now, a very formal one." Then he turned to Natasha and said, "Romanov, I'm very grateful for the professor's concern for me, but I know my limits. I don't think it is necessary to evacuate now." As soon as he finished speaking, two luggage bags fell from upstairs, and at the same time, Pepper's voice came. "Tony, who are you talking to?" Stark raised his voice and answered, "Mayor Hansen, a botanist, and Natasha, you've met my colleague in the Avengers." When Pepper went downstairs, Stark pulled Mayor aside. "What do you want from me?" Mayor whispered, "I need your help." Stark didn't react for a moment. "What did you say?" Mayor said seriously, "I read the news in the newspaper. You declared war on the Mandarins. To be honest, I don't think you can survive this week." After Pepper went downstairs, she looked at Stark and Mayor, who behaved a little intimately, and her words were thorny. "After Kazin was hospitalized, I didn't know there would be guests coming to our house." Then she glanced at Natasha, "And there are two at once." Natasha quickly raised her hand to show her innocence. Stark looked away. "I didn't expect that either," Pepper said angrily, "especially the ex-girlfriend." Stark had to say casually, "Oh, not really." Mayor added, No, you misunderstood. I'm indeed not your ex-girlfriend. We just had a one-night stand." Pepper looked at her, obviously jealous. "Really?" Natasha was eager to see the world in chaos. "Stark, do you like to say that all the time?" Mayor added fuel to the fire. "To be honest, I felt pretty great that night." Stark felt his scalp tingling, and it seemed that a volcano would erupt beside him at any time. He quickly said sternly, "Okay, Mayor. That's enough." Mayor looked at Stark jokingly, and Pepper next to her said to her, "It's a good thing you two didn't become a couple, otherwise you would definitely regret it. Believe me." Stark said HMM, and felt something was wrong. He turned to look at Pepper. HMM. Even Mayor looked at Pepper with some confusion. Natasha laughed unscrupulously, but still reminded Stark, "If I were you, moving out of here now would be the best choice." Stark was glad that Natasha changed the subject. After hearing her suggestion, he said confidently, "Don't worry, Natasha. Then he looked at Pepper. We've been through everything, right? Pepper threw a luggage bag to him. No, I think Natasha is right. We should stay out of the spotlight for a while. Stark was a little paranoid. No, Pepper, I don't think we need to leave now. Pepper looked at Stark, who was stubborn and unreasonable, wondering what supported his genius mind and foolish paranoia. She didn't have time to explain the reason, and insisted on her own idea. No, listen to me, leave now. Maya, who was standing aside, looked at the huge rabbit doll. Is such a big rabbit okay? Stark was very unhappy. I gave you that rabbit specially, and I asked you if you like rabbits. Pepper was also a little angry. Yes, you asked me 3 times in total, but I also told you that I don't like it. You don't like it? You don't like it? You tell me you don't like it? If you don't like it, why did you accept it? You can tell me. I can give you anything you like. The two were about to quarrel, and Maya's interruption eased the atmosphere. However, both of them were a little absent-minded, and said in unison, yes, no problem. Maya looked at the TV screen next to her. What about this? This seems to show the exterior of your house. Hearing this, Pepper and Stark didn't care about arguing, and even Natasha couldn't help but come closer. They looked at the screen, and saw a missile approaching rapidly. The missile attack caught Stark and the 3 women in the house off guard, and they were instantly knocked to the ground by the airwave. The originally sturdy villa was shattered in an instant. While the enemy has not yet launched the next round of offensive, Stark turned to Pepper and said, you are right, we have to leave immediately. Then he looked at Natasha. Natasha understood and immediately helped Maya up with Pepper and walked out. They would only be a burden to Stark here. After all, they were unarmed. Although Natasha is an agent, she does not have the ability to attack from a distance. In a villa that may collapse at any time, they will only distract Stark. Therefore, evacuation is their best choice. Pepper remained silent, and together with Natasha, she supported the unconscious Maya and quickly evacuated the villa. Stark used the thermal sensor system on his body to summon the mecha. Since the Ultron incident, he has lost most of his mechas, and most of the existing ones are researched and created by himself. In order to prevent the infiltration of the Kree and the research on the mechas, he secretly repaired many of them. At this moment, there was only one trial version of the mecha left in the villa. The armed helicopter began to strafe, but since Natasha and others had already evacuated, and Stark was wearing a mecha, no additional casualties were caused. However, the pillars of the villa were constantly strafe, causing the villa to tilt again, and debris to slide down. Stark's home is located on the seashore, and at this moment, the broken bricks and rubble in the house are constantly falling into the sea. Unsure whether Pepper and others had evacuated safely, Stark fended off the constantly attacking rubble, and did not fight back. At the same time, he asked, Friday, is the flight function ready? Friday's voice came, sir, your mecha is a trial version, and many functions are only concepts, and have not been implemented. We are currently providing you with the flight function and downloading data. By the way, let me inform you that Ms. Pepper and others have evacuated to a safe area. As an experienced agent, Natasha has a very accurate grasp of the war situation. Although she and Pepper supported Maya together, she was the real leader. Considering Pepper's physical fitness, she walked at a constant speed for a long time, and only let Maya go after she was sure that she had reached a relatively safe area. Pepper turned around breathlessly, watching the scene in the villa, worried about Stark's safety. Natasha turned on the communicator. Professor Lin Feng, your worries are right. The terrorists have indeed attacked Stark's home, and are now attacking. What should we do next? Lin Feng's voice came. I can't see the actual situation, and can't make a judgment. Natasha, take Pepper to evacuate first. By the way, if possible, get back in touch with Stark as soon as possible. If you need help, you can always ask the Avengers for help. Natasha had a bottom line in her heart after hearing this. She looked at Maya in front of her. By the way, Professor, Stark's home also has his former lover, botanist Maya Hansen. Are you sure? Is her appearance too coincidental? Why did Stark suffer an attack shortly after she arrived? Lin Feng's voice sounded a little doubtful. Natasha heard this. I understand, Professor. Indeed, the time point of Maya's appearance was too coincidental, even a little abrupt. An old lover who hasn't seen each other for many years suddenly came to the door just because Stark declared war on terrorists. Natasha was sent as an assistant because Lin Feng was keeping a close eye on Stark's movements. Pepper was worried about Stark's safety, so she packed her bags and planned to stay out of the spotlight. Only Maya's appearance was inappropriate and unreasonable. Natasha ended the communication. Maya was still in a coma, and Pepper was concentrating on Stark's safety, turning a deaf ear to the outside world. Suddenly, Pepper exclaimed, and Natasha followed her gaze, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god." Due to the sudden and powerful attack, the villa was destroyed beyond recognition. In order to taunt Stark and expand his horizons, several terrorists drove a helicopter close to the crumbling building. Stark's mecha flight function data had not yet been downloaded, but he fought back with his intelligence. He saw two armed helicopters approaching his residence, so he used large pieces of broken bricks and tiles to smash one with impact force. Since the mecha was only a trial version, the missiles in the arm could not be launched. Stark had to pull out a missile while standing and steadily throw it at another helicopter, and then use laser aiming to detonate the missile. He cheered excitedly. However, before he could be happy for long, he saw the helicopter falling straight towards him. Pepper saw that the helicopter was about to fall into the villa and hurt Stark, and she couldn't help but screamed. Stark fell into the sea with a pile of broken bricks and tiles. "Stark!" Pepper shouted in grief. Natasha on the side also looked at Stark, who fell to the bottom of the sea with a worried look. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he not only destroyed Stark's villa, but also witnessed Stark sinking to the bottom of the sea with his own eyes, and then fired a few more missiles. After completing all this, the guy driving the armed helicopter chewed gum and flew away from the scene. And this guy turned out to be the soldier in the suicide bombing case in Rose Hill, Tennessee, that Stark had been investigating. Pepper's eyes were filled with tears, staring blankly at the sea, hoping for a miracle to come. On the seabed, since the mecha needs to be breathable, there are air holes. However, these air holes allow seawater to continuously penetrate into Stark's mecha. This trial version of the mecha is indeed not as good as the official version. It lacks a polymer filter layer. If there is this layer, it can filter oxygen into the mecha while isolating water molecules, so Stark does not have to worry about the infiltration of seawater or the lack of oxygen. But at this moment, the situation is forced, and he can only make do with it. It's just that the continuous influx of seawater makes Stark feel a little short of oxygen. At this time, Friday's voice sounded in his ears. "Sir, please take a deep breath." Due to lack of oxygen, Stark's head was a little dizzy, and he subconsciously inhaled according to Friday's instructions. He knew that Friday was about to save him from danger. Friday's voice came again. "The flight function has been restored. Please be ready." Stark held his breath, and the next moment, the mecha soared into the sky and broke through the sea like a meteor. However, it did not fly in the direction of Pepper and the others, but changed direction and drove at a high speed. Chapter 220 The Mastermind. Due to the pressure difference, when he was out of the sea and the long period of lack of oxygen in the sea, Stark fainted. Before he fainted, he seemed to mention a certain place. Since Stark fell into a coma, the mecha was automatically driven by Friday. After an unknown period of time, the ringing sounded, and Stark woke up from his coma. "Friday, turn off the alarm clock. I'm awake." Friday's voice sounded as gentle as ever, but to Stark, it was like a bolt from the blue. "Sir, that's not an alarm clock. It's a warning that your mecha's power is less than 5%. Stark woke up instantly and watched in surprise as the things in front of him gradually enlarged. He realized the horrible fact that he was about to crash. Fortunately, Friday was still reliable. After the power was low, it automatically lowered the flight difficulty and was now flying at a low altitude. In order to protect the mecha, the power of the mecha was automatically turned off. Stark screamed, and the mecha began to fall. Stark fell a long way in embarrassment. When he finally stopped, he took off his mask, and his face was a little bloody. "It's snowing. Where are we, Friday?" Although the mecha offset most of the damage, the fall from high altitude still caused a lot of scratches and bruises. Sparks were coming out of the mecha, which seemed to reflect Stark's embarrassment. "We are 5 kilometers northwest of Rose Hill, Tennessee." Friday's voice came. Stark was a little confused. What's going on? Friday. I remember I didn't order to fly here. This was not my idea. What are we doing here? This is 1,000 miles away from our home. Why should we stay here? We have to find Pepper quickly. Stark was emotional and a little incoherent. Friday's voice came. This is the flight plan you personally made, and the destination is set here. Stark was silent. It seems that in his subconscious, although he cares about Pepper, he is more concerned about the explosion in Rose Hill. That is the starting point of everything, and the key to revealing the true face of the Mandarin. But he still said stubbornly, "Who said that? Oh, my god, this suit is too heavy. Friday, take off my mech." Due to insufficient power, Friday's voice said intermittently, "Sir, I seem to have a malfunction." Stark understood what Friday meant. The insufficient power made it unable to execute complex instructions. So Stark said concisely, "Turn on the mech." The mech fell off, and Stark got up quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. Before, due to the fall, he was dizzy and bruised and scratched many times, and now he was extremely uncomfortable. The oxygen supply in the mech was also a little insufficient. I don't know if it was blocked by impurities in the seawater or what. He just wanted to take off the mech and take a deep breath of fresh air. After taking off the mech, Stark felt relieved. He took a deep breath of the outside air and sighed, "I feel much more relaxed." Then he stood up immediately with a carp. Since Lin Feng's persuasion, Stark has always paid attention to physical exercise. He often practices Chinese Wing Chun. Now it is easy for him to do a carp jump. But then, the biting cold wind blew. The climate in Tennessee is completely different from the climate at home. He is still wearing short sleeves. He has not yet evolved a skin that can withstand the cold and heat like the Kree. When the cold wind blew, he joked to himself, "It's better to stay in the mech." At this time, Friday's voice came from the side, "Sir, I need to hibernate." Stark heard this in disbelief, "Friday." But there was no response. Stark called again, "Friday." Still no response. There was a hint of fear and a hint of expectation in Stark's tone. "Man, you can't leave me. I have lost Sifo. You can't leave me again." But there was no response at all. Stark was silent. He didn't know where he found a piece of bark that was big enough, placed the mech on it, and dragged the mech to walk hard in the ice and snow. While walking, he was still thinking about Pepper, who was thousands of miles away. "Professor Lin Feng, we have lost contact with Stark," Natasha reported to Lin Feng through the intercom. Lin Feng asked anxiously, "What about Friday? It can't track Stark's location either?" Natasha replied, "Professor Lin Feng, Friday is offline." Lin Feng sighed and then said, "Ultron, access the global network and locate the individual network offline location when Friday was last offline. That is most likely where Stark is. Natasha, you are responsible for calming Pepper's emotions. At the same time, if possible, investigate Maya's situation in Beijing. She may be involved with the real Mandarin, but we need more solid evidence." Natasha nodded in agreement, but was still confused. "Professor, what do you mean by the real Mandarin?" At this time, Ross's voice came. "According to our big data analysis and information locking, the Mandarin who gave the speech on TV has been found, and he has been arrested and imprisoned by Colonel Rhodes. He is actually an actor, and what he said on TV is just his recitation. He is just a scapegoat, and the real mastermind is someone else. But we can't be sure yet." After the call, Natasha sighed. She knew that with the entry into force of the United Nations Draft Sokovia Convention, a supervisory team had appeared around Lin Feng, monitoring his actions all the time. Lin Feng turned to look at Ross. "Mr. Ross, I want to go to the bathroom." Ross nodded, and then said to the two people next to him, "You accompany Professor Lin Feng." Yesterday, Roger's wanted order had been issued. He, Sam Wilson, and the Winter Soldier Bucky were all wanted, and the main charge was resisting arrest. "Come on, Miss Hashimoto Kanzuki, we should hear your opinion. You are the person who has had the most contact with Lin Feng during this period. What do you think of his handling of this incident?" Roger, the Kree man who transformed into the President of the United States, asked Hashimoto Kanzuki with a smile. Hashimoto Kanai pondered for a moment and said, "Based on my contact with Lin Feng during this period, I can judge that he is not a person who will sit and wait for death. Now that the three giants of the Avengers have been hit at the same time, maybe Lin Feng has begun to secretly plan. But I don't know what means he can use to avoid our people. Before the draft Sokovia Convention came into effect, the list of members of the team supervising Lin Feng had been agreed upon. China sent Chen Haitian, Zheng Xian's replacement, who is usually responsible for the communication and information connection between Lin Feng and the Chinese government. The Avengers sent Colonel Rhodes, who is also a representative of the US military, to contact the United States at any time and convey information to the Avengers, like Chen Haitian when necessary. At the same time, the representative of the United Nations Security Council is Captain Ross, who is responsible for checking and balancing Rhodes and Chen Haitian, and mobilizing the United Nations Army. Although he has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Avengers, he is the person with the highest authority in the entire group, because the final decision needs his approval. The remaining 3 people are environmental protection experts, property risk assessment experts, and Dr. Laker, the replacement for medical expert Dr. Muller. Among these 3 people, one was disguised as a Kree, and was lurking beside Lin Feng. Rob thought for a while and said, "It's mainly the gods of China. They are a simple and crude but irresistible force. Lin Feng is their spokesperson after all. Although they don't interfere in human affairs, it doesn't mean that they don't pay attention to Lin Feng. Last time with the Rainbow Fairy Bridge, they were willing to wait for Lin Feng, which has already shown their attitude towards him." Then he looked at Hashimoto Huanayu. "What task did the Prime Minister of Japan give you?" Hashimoto Huanayu smiled slightly. "It's like this. Although Japan is currently dominated by China, its ties with the United States have not been completely severed. Japan's trade relations and markets are still closely linked to the European and American markets dominated by the United States. The Prime Minister sent me here, mainly to sign some tariff treaties, break down trade barriers, and gradually open up Japan's economic market, to get rid of the trade system established with the United States." Rob sneered. "This Koizumi Rakuro is really capable. He can change his course according to the situation, and make it difficult for people to find fault with him. Canceling tariff barriers is indeed a good method, but I don't know if the real president of the United States will agree. But since it is the general trend, why not do it?" Hashimoto Kanzuki asked tentatively. "So you agree?" Rob shook his head. "No, I won't agree. The president of the United States still has to consider his face. But you can stay here for a while, in the name of negotiation, help us analyze the specific information about Lin Feng. There will be someone in charge of the negotiation. Just concentrate on analyzing the information." Hashimoto Kanzuki felt a little disappointed. After all, she is still a Japanese, and she hopes that her country can get rid of the control of the United States in all aspects. In the past, it was only politically separated from the United States, and now she wants to further sever ties with the United States economically. But this kind of thing can't be rushed, it can only be done slowly. Rog clapped his hands and said, "By the way, you go to see the Supreme Wisdom, he will give you guidance." Hashimoto Kanzuki stood up and followed Rog, feeling uneasy. Everyone's interpretation of the Supreme Wisdom is unique. Some people think that it will transform into the appearance of the person you admire most, while others firmly believe that it will show the face of the person you most want to meet. But in any case, it is a reflection of the most primitive desire in your heart. While walking, Rog explained the mystery of the Supreme Wisdom to Hashimoto Huanayu. "You are not a member of the team. You may have only heard of the Supreme Wisdom, but you have never seen its true appearance with your own eyes." Hashimoto Huanayu nodded and said, "Indeed." She only heard Professor Lin Feng and others mention the crystallization of the Kree people's wisdom, the Supreme Wisdom during the Avengers, but she still knew nothing about its true appearance. Carol saw an old professor, Wendy Lawson, and Ronan. He saw the Supreme. The Supreme, the controller of the cosmic arena, has unfathomable strength. It is said that he is actually the Collector's brother. This is the information shared by Thor during the Avengers, and Hashimoto Huanayu remembered it in her heart. But she still couldn't understand why Ronan saw Geo Shianzen. Wasn't Ronan related to Thanos? Why did he see Geo Shianzen? Ronan's ambition was already known to everyone in the Avengers. They had compiled a list of enemies who invaded the Earth, and Ronan was one of them. The most eye-catching label was his ambition. Perhaps it was this ambition that made him not so in awe of Thanos. Thinking of this, Hashimoto Huanayu couldn't help asking, "Mr. President, what did the supreme wisdom you saw look like?" Roger was slightly stunned when he heard this question. He had never been asked such a question and didn't know how to answer. Recalling the shock he felt when he first saw the supreme wisdom, he didn't answer directly. "I won't go in with you. You can only see the supreme wisdom alone each time." Hashimoto Huanayu took a deep breath and stepped into the unknown door. After watching her go in, Roger fell into deep thought. He recalled the scene when he first saw the supreme wisdom, and the shock was still vivid. What he saw was actually his own face. "You are here, Miss Hashimoto Kanzuki, right?" A deep and magnetic voice sounded, and Hashimoto Kanzuki was startled and turned to look. She did not understand the hidden meaning of the words of the supreme wisdom, but she was very familiar with this voice. These days, when she woke up in the middle of the night, this voice always echoed in her mind, making her feel both kind and humble. When you like someone to the core, you will feel humble as dust. The person who appeared in front of her was Professor Lin Feng. Hashimoto Kanzuki knew that this was just a projection presented by the supreme wisdom, based on the feedback in her heart, but the shock in her heart was still difficult to express in words, because it was too lifelike. "Child, you seem shocked." The voice of the supreme wisdom sounded in her ears. "Why are you so surprised to see the most real projection of your heart? Look at yourself." Hashimoto Kanzuki looked down at her outfit. As a diplomatic ambassador, she should have been dressed in formal attire, but at this moment she was wearing a dignified and elegant red kimono, paired with wooden clogs and white cloth socks, which made her look gentle and beautiful, yet also luxurious. This is the most realistic projection of this person in your mind. You hope that you can appear in front of him in the most perfect posture. Am I right? The voice of the supreme wisdom was emotionless and objective. Hashimoto Huanayu suppressed her shock and replied, "Yes, supreme wisdom. I have been lurking beside Professor Lin Feng. His image suddenly appeared in front of me, making me think that I have been exposed." "You have indeed been exposed." The voice of the supreme wisdom was cold and ruthless. "The reason why I call you Hashimoto Huanayu instead of Lemur is because you are indeed a blue star person, and you do not have the controller I set in your body." Chapter 221. Informed by God. His eyes revealed murderous intent, and he looked at Hashimoto Kanzuki. "You, a carbon-based life, can disguise yourself so realistically that Rog and others cannot tell your true identity. It is indeed admirable. But this is the end." The supreme wisdom has already launched an attack on Hashimoto Kanzuki. However, his attack was blocked by an inexplicable energy. Hashimoto Kanzuki originally thought that she would die after her identity was exposed, but after a long time, she did not feel anything unusual, so she opened her eyes. On her wrist, a bracelet was shining. Is this the power of God? Powerful, majestic, vast, and indeed unfathomable. The voice of the supreme wisdom was full of admiration and greed. "Hashimoto Kanzuki, you are lucky. However, you should also know that you can no longer stay." A wave of energy ejected Hashimoto Kanzuki. Although she was not injured due to the protection of the bracelet, when she appeared again, Rog and others' eyes were full of hostility. She knew that she could no longer continue to be a spy. Her identity had been completely exposed by the supreme wisdom. Roger looked at Hashimoto Kanzuki and said, "Miss Hashimoto, the trade negotiations between the US government and the Sakura government will continue during this period. However, please try to stay at the Sakura mission's residence during this period. This is the order to expel." Hashimoto Kanzuki sighed, bowed, and left the US presidential palace. At the Sakura mission's residence, Hashimoto Kanzuki returned to her residence in a trance. Although the relationship between the United States and the Sakura country is no longer the same as before, this is a diplomatic visit after all. The United States still gave enough face to this former ally and specially arranged a 5-star hotel for the Sakura mission to stay. Hashimoto Kanzuki stepped on high heels, and her footsteps echoed in the stairwell. She was in a heavy mood. The task entrusted to her by Professor Lin Feng was forced to be interrupted after meeting the Supreme Wisdom. She felt that she had failed Lin Feng's trust. This sense of loss was something she had never experienced before. A researcher from Sakura noticed Hashimoto Kanai's lonely figure and quickly caught up with her, asking in the official language of Sakura instead of English, "Miss Hashimoto, are you free now?" Hashimoto Kanai looked at him weakly and recognized him as the researcher who accused her of speaking for Professor Lin Feng that day. But today she didn't care about these things. "I'm free. I just finished talking to the President of the United States. What can I do?" The researcher was respectful. "We have something in our institute and would like to invite you to come over. I wonder if it's convenient for you now?" In this meeting between Sakura and the United States, the main personnel sent by Sakura included Hashimoto Kanai as the official deputy envoy, as well as the Minister of Economy and Scientific Researchers. The Minister of Economy was responsible for the negotiations, while the scientific researchers did not participate in the negotiations. Their main task was to interview Hashimoto Kanai in order to gain a deeper understanding of the relevant information of the gods. Sakura has never given up on the study of gods. Even after learning that the gods on the fairy island were actually the Chinese gods, they still tried every means to approach and study these gods. Lin Feng's lectures on gods are open to the public on the internet. They have collected and studied them, but they still feel that they are not accurate enough, so they specially hired an authoritative scholar of Chinese language to translate them word by word. Since Lin Feng has never been interviewed by them, they interviewed Chen Haitian indirectly. In short, they spared no effort to persist in studying gods. Hashimoto Kanai did not reject it, and she also knew the intention of the researcher. If possible, she also hoped that the Sakura country would be stronger. If she could contribute to the cause of studying gods in her country, why not? She smiled and nodded. "I'm free now. Let's go. Take me to your residence." A trace of joy flashed in the researcher's eyes. "Ms. Hashimoto, thank you for taking the time. My name is Kenki Amemiya, and I'm your admirer." "You admire me? What is there for me to admire?" Hashimoto Kanai asked as she walked. She thought she was just an ordinary secretary and often made mistakes. How could anyone admire her? Kenki Amemiya sincerely praised. "I admire your contribution to the Sakura country as a diplomatic envoy. You persuaded the Prime Minister to lean towards China and even dared to speak for the Chinese government and Lin Feng, which promoted the people-to-people exchanges between China and the Sakura country, and also enhanced the international status of the Sakura country. These are the reasons why I admire you." Hashimoto Kanai just smiled. "Nothing, just doing my duty." But she was a little confused in her heart. Was she doing all this out of public interest or selfishness towards Lin Feng? Lin Feng's words "a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor" are still vivid in her mind. Isn't it her expectation to help the Sakura country and China be friendly? "We are here," Kenki Amemiya reminded, looking at the floor. He walked in front and opened the door for Hashimoto Kanai. The staff of the institute lined up to welcome Hashimoto Kanai. Hashimoto Kanai looked at the room and there were many white-haired old people, and she was moved. The old man in the lead took out a stack of information with some trembling. "Ms. Hashimoto, this is all the lecture notes on theology research of Professor Lin Feng that we have collected. At present, we can only collect these. But with only information and no examples, we cannot determine the specific form of God. You have been in the Avengers for a period of time, and your understanding of God should be more comprehensive than ours. I hope you can explain it to us, okay?" Hashimoto Kanai nodded happily. She took the lecture notes handed over by the old man, and took a look at it. What everyone lacks most now is examples. If there is a chance in the future, I will try my best to let Professor Lin Feng take me to the fairy island. Now, I will explain some things that you don't understand. Please feel free to ask questions. But she still felt a little uncertain in her heart. Although she verbally promised to try her best to let Lin Feng take her to the fairy island, whether it can be realized, considering Lin Feng's attitude towards the Sakura country, I'm afraid it is not realistic. Her promise is actually tantamount to a blank check. The old man has already started asking questions. "Ms. Hashimoto, can you explain the three-level life theory to us in detail?" Lin Feng mentioned the division of life levels in his lecture, which is generally called the three-level life theory by the academic community. Because the life forms they have directly come into contact with are currently 3 levels. Basic life such as water bears in quantum space. Basic life components between planets such as plants and animals and humans, which are the second level intelligent life, and Dormammu, who once invaded the blue planet, but was eventually repelled, which is the third level dimensional life, that can master a space by itself. Hashimoto Huanayu nodded, sorted out her thoughts, and began to tell her understanding, based on her personal experience and what she heard and saw. Many researchers from the Sakura country on the side began to take notes seriously. After explaining the knowledge of gods in detail to many scientific researchers from the Sakura country, Hashimoto Huanayu did not disturb this group of diligent researchers, but quietly left the room and gently closed the door for them. She looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, the sky had dimmed. She spent a long time in this room, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Although the United States was in the transition from autumn to winter, the indoor temperature was still warm, even a little stuffy. Hashimoto Huanayu slowly walked to her door, whispered "I'm back," and then pushed the door open. She knew that no one in the room would respond because she was used to being alone. However, when she opened the door and turned on the light, she widened her eyes in surprise. Lin Feng was sitting on a stool, looking at her with a smile on his face. "It's been a long time since we last met. How are you doing?" Lin Feng greeted her. Hashimoto Huanayu was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously replied, "I'm fine." Then she thought of something. "Professor Lin Feng, hasn't the draft convention been implemented? She suddenly stopped talking halfway through her words, because when she was explaining just now, she deliberately separated Lin Feng from the image of the god, to prevent the researchers from the Sakura country from noticing Lin Feng's true identity, which caused her to not react for a while that Lin Feng was the god. Lin Feng chuckled. "This is just a clone. The real body is still under supervision, but those supervisions are meaningless to me." Hashimoto Huanayu nodded, standing in place, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng. "Professor Lin Feng, I have not completed the task you assigned to me. I only saw the supreme wisdom." Lin Feng comforted her. "It's okay, as long as you are safe. The Kree people's technology is far superior to that of Blue Star. It is a rare gain for you to see the supreme wisdom." Hashimoto Huanayu thought for a while and said, "By the way, Professor Lin Feng, the supreme wisdom told me that we are carbon-based life. Can we start research from this angle?" Lin Feng was very happy to hear this. "Of course. You see, didn't you complete this task very well? At least Dr. Banner and Stark didn't analyze this point. Don't be so restrained. Sit down. We are not in a superior-subordinate relationship." Hashimoto Huanayu sat down as he said, but still deliberately kept a distance from Lin Feng. "Professor Lin Feng, what do you think our relationship should be?" Lin Feng thought for a while. "Colleagues seem too distant. We should be friends. What do you think?" Hashimoto Huanayu was both happy and disappointed. "So we are friends. Then I'm relieved." She thought to herself that Professor Lin Feng had boundless divine power, and perhaps he had seen through her mind, so he declined in the name of friendship. After all, he was an omniscient and omnipotent being. Thinking of this, Hashimoto Huanayu asked, "Professor, since you are a god, why don't you take action to deal with the Kree? The Kree were like a cancer to Blue Star." Professor Lin Feng had divine power, and although he longed for human independence, he seemed to stand idly by and watch the Kree. Lin Feng looked at Hashimoto Huanayu and his expression became serious. "Miss Hashimoto, I told you that Roger's words have always influenced me. Threatening everyone with force is not peace, it is tyranny. I hope that humans can be independent, but the premise is that I will not interfere too much in human affairs. Therefore, I will not take the initiative to understand all of your thoughts, nor will I pry into your hearts. I will only watch from the side. As long as the Kree people do not cross the line, I will not take action. It's that simple." Hashimoto Huanayu was delighted when she heard this. So, Professor Lin Feng did not know her intentions. Did she still have a chance? She thought of the empty promise she had made to the researchers just now, and asked anxiously, "Professor Lin Feng, if you are free, can you take me to the fairy island?" "No." Lin Feng's voice was unquestionable. Although she was prepared in her heart, Lin Feng's answer still made Hashimoto Huanayu lower her head in frustration. "But you can go and see for yourself." Lin Feng's voice became cheerful again, and he said to Hashimoto Huanayu with a smile, Hashimoto Huanayu raised her head in confusion and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained his ideas to her. During this period, we let the Kree see the results they wanted. I was restrained, Rogers was wanted, and Stark was missing. On the surface, we suffered heavy losses, but in fact we were fighting back in secret. And you, Miss Hashimoto, you are the person who has been closest to the Kree, and you are also the most suitable person to preside over the overall situation in the Avengers. Therefore, I will give you some power. Lin Feng's voice gradually became solemn and solemn, like a huge bell, deafening. Hashimoto Kanzuki, I will give you the power of gods. Are you willing to accept it? Hashimoto Kanzuki looked at Lin Feng with a firm look. Professor Lin Feng, I do. Lin Feng's voice seemed to float from the clouds. Remember, don't interfere in human affairs at will, otherwise, I can take back your divine power at any time. Do you understand? Hashimoto Kanzuki nodded firmly. I understand, Professor Lin Feng. Will you regret it? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Hashimoto Kanayu shook her head. I have a clear conscience and will never regret it. Lin Feng was bathed in the sacred light and handed Hashimoto Kanayu a card. This is the first divine power you have obtained. I hope you will use it well. After the light faded, Lin Feng looked at Hashimoto Kanayu. From now on, you are also the spokesperson of God. But this news is not public, you know? Hashimoto Kanayu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. But she couldn't help her curiosity. Professor Lin Feng, why did you choose me? Lin Feng smiled. Because only you realize that I'm a god. After he finished speaking, he laughed. Hashimoto Kanayu was stunned and laughed with Lin Feng. In Country D, at Vienna International Airport, Rogers and his group, who were disguised, had purchased tickets and were waiting to board the plane. The airport was originally broadcasting daily news, but suddenly, an urgent news interruption broke the calm. Hello, everyone. We are the staff of UNESCO. At this moment, we have received a video message from Professor Lin Feng. In view of the seriousness of the situation, we will directly broadcast Professor Lin Feng's original video. Please watch it and be mentally prepared. The passengers in the airport talked about it. They all knew that Lin Feng could not show up recently due to the restrictions of the agreement, but they were very curious about what kind of event could cause Lin Feng to pay so much attention. Lin Feng's voice sounded from the screen. Everyone, I must tell you a grim fact. There are other aliens on the blue planet where we live. Chapter 222 Lin Feng. Lin Feng, how many secrets do you have? Some of them are homeless, some are friendly visits, but some are evil invaders. God told me that a race called the Kree provided Thanos with space jump technology when he invaded, which enabled Thanos to break through the protective shield. They are now eyeing Blue Star and have used technology to sneak into some heads of state of the United Nations, disguised as government officials, attempting to provoke world conflicts. Rogers and his group looked at each other. They understood that Lin Feng's words were a warning to the residents of Blue Star, but for the Avengers and the Kree, it was a signal of war. The previous secret fight has escalated into an open fight. As Lin Feng revealed the identity of the Kree, the two sides have become like fire and water. Although they don't know what prompted Lin Feng to speed up the declaration of war on the Kree, Rogers and his group knew that time is running out. Where are we going next? Wanda and Pete asked. Among this group of people, Rogers, Sam and Bucky are wanted criminals. Wanda, Pete and Patton came to help at the invitation of Lin Feng, and there was Scott who kept yawning on the side. Hearing Wanda's question, he also asked curiously, yes, Mr. Rogers, where is our destination? Rogers exchanged a look with Bucky. Siberia, that is our final goal. We will face 5 super soldiers, an unknown enemy, and the Kree who may provide support at any time. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Everyone's faces were solemn when they heard this. The strength of the 5 super soldiers is self-evident, and Rogers and Bucky are proof of this. Their individual combat capabilities are amazing. What's more serious is that the Kree may provide support at any time. However, they are ready and do not intend to retreat. In the United Nations building in Berlin, Germany, Chala walked into an office under the guidance of a staff member. Looking at Lin Feng, who was being monitored by everyone, he didn't know what was going on, but he still asked politely, hello, Professor Lin Feng, what can I do for you? Lin Feng handed him a mask and a set of costumes. Chala took it and saw that the mask was Bucky's appearance and the costume was similar to Bucky. He felt confused and realized that something seemed wrong. Lin Feng spoke up. Your Majesty, the United Nations found Dr. Laker, who had been dead for many days, in a hotel. He was responsible for conducting a psychological assessment for Bucky. We found these at the place where he died. Combining the video footage at the time and Bucky's activities, we all agree that the person who killed Dr. Laker pretended to be Bucky and committed the Vienna massacre. This was Bucky's activity track at the time. He was in Romania at the time and didn't have enough time. As he spoke, he handed over another document. Chala took the document, examined it carefully, and had to admit that what Lin Feng said was true. Hatred had blinded his eyes and prevented him from investigating the truth. Now, the United Nations has given him the truth. He took a deep breath. Where is the murderer? I'm going to arrest him. But this is beyond Lin Feng's authority. Ross stepped forward at the right time. Your Majesty, we understand your feelings, but we cannot tell you the location of the murderer yet. We are also unable to determine where he is. We can only confirm that his name is Helmut Zemo, a mercenary from Sokovia. His recent movements have appeared on Moscow Airlines, but we know nothing about his destination. At present, we can only pin our hopes on Rogers and the others. Chala suddenly realized after hearing this. Did you plan this from the beginning? Is the arrest warrant for Rogers and the others just a show? Ross shook his head. Not really. We made the plan randomly, after learning all the truth. We are arresting Rogers and the others because they resisted arrest. We don't know Zemo's purpose, and only Bucky may know, so we chose to let it go. We chose to tell you, only because you have the right to know the truth. Please keep it confidential, and please continue to hunt down Bucky until the dust settles. Chala understood, and combined with Lin Feng's announcement he heard in the morning. This is a show, right? Ross nodded solemnly. Yes. Chala turned and left. I have no obligation to cooperate with you. Although Ross was a little disappointed, he did not hold out much hope. Wakanda had just opened to the outside world, and it was indeed too early to ask him in the name of the United Nations. Chala's voice came again, but I will continue to track down the murderer. Lin Feng smiled and watched Chala leave. Sure enough, Chala was still the Black Panther warrior who understood the righteousness. Rog, disguised as the President of the United States, stared at the international news on the TV screen. The sudden interruption made him narrow his eyes and realize that Lin Feng was alert to them. Obviously, since Hashimoto Huanai's disguise was exposed, Lin Feng was no longer satisfied with the secret competition, but chose to directly alarm his opponent. However, how much substantial effect can his layout bring? Rob's mouth curled up with a smile. After the two large-scale mass loss incidents of the Chinese god cult and the anti-god movement, both Lin Feng and the gods of China have lost their reputation on the blue planet. Although there are still people who firmly support Lin Feng, the voices of doubt are also increasing. Lin Feng's words were no longer as popular as they used to be. Since Lin Feng chose to disclose the truth and try to alarm his opponent, Roger decided to go with the flow and use the strategy he had just learned from Chinese civilization, fishing in troubled waters. Lin Feng had already revealed the fact that there were other aliens living on the blue planet, and he only needed to exaggerate it a little. He quickly called the press spokesperson. Have you seen Lin Feng's speech? The one about the Kree. Things seem too coincidental. We discovered the Skrulls under Nick's guidance a few days ago, and Lin Feng immediately discovered the Kree who were in opposition to the Skrulls. Isn't this too coincidental? Is Lin Feng a Skrull? Who knows, but at least he is not an ordinary person. I need you to announce the existence of the Skrulls and question Lin Feng's remarks. At the same time, mobilize those supporters in China to boycott Lin Feng and create a favorable public opinion environment for us. After hanging up the phone, Roger smiled triumphantly. However, when he thought of Lin Feng's identity, he still felt a little headache. Hashimoto Huanai almost succeeded in infiltrating them, which made him guess that the Blue Star people may have mastered the method of distinguishing between the Kree and the Blue Star people. Moreover, if it were not for the reminder of the Supreme Wisdom, they might not have been able to find the flaw. This shows that the Blue Star people can also use technology to disguise themselves and achieve the effect of being real. The Blue Star people are really terrifying. At this time, Carol knocked on the door, and after hearing Roger say come in, she pushed the door open and walked in. When Roger saw Carol, his attitude was very polite. Carol, we need you to stand up bravely and identify the existence of the Skrulls. Carol's face was a little pale, but she still nodded. I understand. She has always taken it as her responsibility to hunt down the Skrulls. Now that Lin Feng has announced the existence of the Kree, Carol, who has some resistance to Lin Feng in her heart, has long had the idea of announcing the existence of the Skrulls. It's just that at this moment, her enthusiasm suddenly rose. However, is it really appropriate to do something that harms others and does not benefit oneself? Lin Feng's advice to her is not unreasonable. How could she be sure that the Kree were just and kind? Her memory of the past was still blank. Was this related to Rog and the others? Lin Feng's face appeared in front of her, a face full of vicissitudes and deepness. Rob's voice sounded again. Carol, how well do you know Lin Feng? Carol came back to her senses and replied, I haven't had time to get to know him in depth, but I have had some conversations. But I can't see through the energy form in him. Rob sighed. He was not in our original plan. Even with Zora's algorithm, we can't find out where he came from. His appearance broke too many original development trajectories, changed our destiny, and changed the direction of world history. Carol, to be honest, the destruction of our Kree planet was also related to the change of the world line. The change of the world line will lead to the collapse of the logic of time and space, and then cause the collapse of the planet and even the galaxy. If Lin Feng continues to exist, it will only be harmful to the Blue Star. The situation was serious, and Carol made up her mind after hearing this. Regardless of whether Lin Feng is right or not, his existence will bring about the collapse of time and space, so he cannot continue to exist. Watching Carol leave, Rob's mouth curled up a smile. This trick of driving the tiger to devour the wolf was also learned from the Chinese civilization. After the last conversation with Lin Feng, Carol has more or less changed. Rog remained calm on the surface, but he has been thinking about how to target Carol. Now he has given Carol a reason to fight Lin Feng. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. The civilization of China is really profound and worthy of being a land favored by the gods. He led the two biggest concerns of the Kree people to the opposite side with just his words. His words are half true and half false, so clever that people can't disprove them. Moreover, the Kree planet has been destroyed for a long time, and there is no evidence. Lin Feng's appearance is indeed something beyond their plan, and even if they use Zora's algorithm, they can't calculate anything related to Lin Feng. Even because of Lin Feng's appearance, some things have changed unconsciously. For example, Peter Maximoff, who should have died at this time, was accompanying Wanda, calmly waiting for a flight to Siberia at the Berlin airport, where the Avengers were supposed to fight. However, the demise of the Kree was not due to the change of the world line, but because of mysterious force. This force, like the god behind Lin Feng, is unfathomable. Lin Feng, how many secrets are you hiding? Roger played with the coin and secretly planned the next step. Lin Feng's myth role-playing system is now open to sharing. He can share this system with people of his choice, giving them the right to play the role of a god and shop in the prop mall. Of course, the premise of all this is that the authority of the sharer cannot exceed that of Lin Feng, so Lin Feng dared to let others play the role of a god with confidence. The first sharer was Hashimoto Huanayu, who realized Lin Feng's true identity. Lin Feng said to Hashimoto Huanayu, the divine power operation I provide for you is based on two panels. One is the basic panel, where you can choose the divine power you want. The other is a mall panel. After playing the role of a god, you can buy costumes and props to enhance the majesty of the god. You need to accumulate a certain amount of task points to purchase goods. You can choose it yourself. Hashimoto Huanayu asked nervously, Professor Lin Feng, can I choose the gods of Sakura country? Because I'm a Sakura countryman, I'm more familiar with the gods of Sakura country. Lin Feng thought for a while. Indeed, if Hashimoto Huanayu chose the gods of the Chinese mythology system, she might not understand and could not fully exert her divine power. Moreover, her role-playing authority would not be higher than his own, so there was nothing wrong with choosing the gods of the Sakura country mythology system. So he nodded and agreed. It's up to you to choose. I won't interfere. I choose you, and I will trust your judgment. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Hashimoto Huanayu completely put her mind at ease, closed her eyes and concentrated, and prepared to choose the god she wanted to play. At the same time, Lin Feng also opened the role-playing authority of the Sakura country mythology system. Hashimoto Kanzuki couldn't see his operation panel, but he could see Hashimoto Kanzuki's. He saw that Hashimoto Kanzuki, like himself, had two initial gods, one low level and one high level. The low level one was the Snow Woman, and the high level one was the Amaterasu of the Sakura country. Hashimoto Kanzuki had the S-level role-playing authority of the Snow Woman, that is, full open authority, but it felt useless. A monster like the Snow Woman could probably be killed by Sun Wukong with one stick. Her life level was too low, barely comparable to Thor and others, and she couldn't even be called a true god. Lin Feng only glanced at the Snow Woman and hurriedly passed by, and then focused on Amaterasu. According to legend, she is the sun goddess of the Sakura country, the ancestor of the emperor of the Sakura country, and the inventor of the agricultural civilization of the Sakura country. What surprised Lin Feng was that the task points of the Amaterasu were the same as Yang Jian, which meant that Amaterasu and Yang Jian were gods of the same level. The small country of Sakura country can actually produce gods that can compete with the Chinese gods. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Hashimoto Kanai opened his eyes. Professor, I've made my choice. Lin Feng smiled. Then I won't bother you anymore. You still need to worry about the Avengers. I will support you behind the scenes. With Lin Feng's encouragement, Hashimoto Kanai was full of confidence and said with enthusiasm, Professor Lin Feng, don't worry, I will definitely stabilize the situation of the Avengers during this period. The main enemy at present is the Kree. On the surface, the three giants are not there, so Hashimoto Kanai, who accepted Lin Feng's commission, is the most suitable person to take charge of the overall situation in the Avengers. After Lin Feng left, Hashimoto Kanai opened the mall panel and looked at his free costume, thinking. According to the agreement of the Draft Sokovia Convention, Lin Feng currently has a 2-year observation period, and the surveillance team will supervise him in all aspects during these 2 years. Chapter 223 Don't judge a person by appearance. After the 2-year period expires, the team will be considered to monitor him, based on the situation, the treaty and Lin Feng's own wishes. 2 years is not long, but it is not short either. But for the Kree, 2 years is enough for them to advance their invasion. Lin Feng has declared war on the Kree. On the surface, everything is calm, but secretly, there are undercurrents. The Avengers and the Kree have fought many times in the shadow of swords. In late autumn and early winter, the temperature dropped sharply, and before we knew it, the first snow had quietly fallen. In Tokyo, the country of cherry blossoms, Prime Minister Koizumi Rakuro was watching TV in his mansion, while analyzing the intention of Lin Feng's words. At this time, a phone call broke his tranquility. Hello, who is this? Koizumi Rakuro's voice was a little unhappy. Anyone who was disturbed while enjoying their leisure time would be angry. However, Koizumi Rakuro was a politician who was good at speculation after all. He was well-mannered and did not show it obviously. Prime Minister, it's me. Look at the sky. It seems that a snow girl has appeared. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of ecstasy and disbelief. Hearing this, Koizumi Rakuro was shocked. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes and hurried out of the house. A huge figure appeared in the sky of Tokyo. Her face could not be seen clearly in the gentle white holy light, but as she waved her sleeves, snowflakes kept falling and sprinkled on the earth. She was wearing a white kimono, wooden clogs, and her long hair was fluttering. In the warm holy light, cold wind and snow fell. She was the Snow Woman, the monster who brought the first snow in the myth of the Sakura country. Koizumi Rakuro was stunned and unbelievable. Since there was a precedent of the appearance of Chinese gods before, when the Snow Woman suddenly came into view, Koizumi Rakuro was extremely shocked, but he reluctantly accepted this fact. This kind of strange event was still within his understanding. Even so, he still stayed there for a long time, quietly admiring the wonders in the night sky, trying to calm his excitement. It was not until the snowflakes drifted into his nostrils and made him sneeze that he came to his senses, hurriedly trotted back into the house, put on his shoes, put on his coat, and went back outdoors again. During this trip, Koizumi Rakuro had recovered from his initial shock, and a hint of surprise surged in his heart. The appearance of the Chinese god foreshadowed that China would rise again on the road to revival. As the Prime Minister of the Sakura country, he made a decisive decision to part ways with the United States and turn to the arms of China. This is the helplessness of a small country in geography, with its economy controlled by others, scarce resources, and awkward strategic location. The Sakura country has always played the role of a politically active clown in the Asia-Pacific region. However, the appearance of the Sakura country god gave him an inexplicable sense of confidence, and even an illusion that he could sit on the seat of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations tomorrow. The power of God is simple and crude, so powerful that it cannot be measured by logic. At present, the country with the appearance of gods, in addition to China, is the Sakura country. Although the United States once claimed that it was protected by the heavenly wolf god, it was later proved that it was just Yang Jian's pet dog. Koizumi Rakuro didn't know much about the ancient culture of the Sakura country, and knew even less about the study of theology. Although the appearance of the gods of the Sakura country mythology system brought him a huge surprise, after the surprise, he began to think about more questions. For example, is there any connection between the gods of the Sakura country and the Chinese gods that appeared before? How do their strengths compare? Forcibly abandoning the illusion that he will be able to attend the 5 permanent seats of the United Nations Security Council tomorrow, Koizumi Rakuro took a deep breath and tried to restore his calmness as a politician. Snowflakes were flying in the night sky. Koizumi Rakuro returned home and called Hashimoto Kanzuki, who was far away in the United States. Hashimoto Kanzuki's voice sounded a little sleepy. Due to the regional time difference, Koizumi Rakuro had just arrived at night, while Hashimoto Kanzuki was in the United States at 3 or 4 in the morning, when people slept the deepest. Hello, Prime Minister, what do you want to talk to me about? Hashimoto Kanzuki's voice revealed sleepiness and fatigue. Koizumi Rakuro heard it and said, Hashimoto, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but something big just happened. You should check the real-time situation in Tokyo. Hashimoto Kanzuki had no choice but to turn on the computer according to Koizumi Rakuro's instructions and call up the real-time news. The huge figure on the screen shocked everyone's heart. Who is that? Hashimoto Kanzuki's voice was full of surprise and disbelief. That's the god of our Sakura country. That's the snow girl, Hashimoto Kanzuki. Did you see it? Not only China has gods, but we also have gods in our Sakura country. Koizumi Rakuro's voice revealed excitement and boasting. Hashimoto Kanzuki sobered up a lot. Prime Minister, what do you want to talk to me about? A late night call, must be for something. Koizumi Rakuro's voice regained its composure. Hashimoto, I believe you still remember the fuss a few months ago, when the United States mistook Erlang Shen's sky howling dog for the Sirius god. Although this god is undoubtedly a native god of our Sakura country, to be on the safe side, it is better to communicate with her. The most suitable candidate I can think of is you. Indeed, the most authoritative person in theological research at present is Lin Feng, and the Sakura country has no professionals in this field, so the only person to consider is Hashimoto Kanyu, who has the most frequent contact with Lin Feng. Hashimoto Kanyu pondered for a moment and said, Prime Minister, let's act separately. I don't have anything else to do in the mission, and I will leave for Sakura country tomorrow. You should immediately draft a relevant document to invite Professor Lin Feng to come to Sakura country to participate in the research of gods. Prime Minister, don't exclude Professor Lin Feng's participation. He is the most professional and the only person in the world who is currently related to God. He can help us avoid many detours. After careful consideration, this image of the snow woman should be more inclined to Sakura country. In this case, it is reasonable to ask Lin Feng to come and help. Koizumi Rakuro quickly weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. Okay, Hashimoto, then you have a good rest. I will hold a cabinet meeting early tomorrow morning. Hashimoto Kanyu smiled with satisfaction after hanging up the phone. She is the snow woman. Her appearance this time not only inspired the people of Sakura country to believe in the gods of Sakura country, but also vaguely led other countries to yearn for the gods of their own countries. The points she obtained for playing the gods reached a huge amount of 3 million points at one time. The next day, the Sakura government sent an invitation to China, inviting Professor Lin Feng to participate in the study of gods in Sakura. When the news of the snow girl appearing in Sakura shocked the world and major news media rushed to report it, Stark knew nothing about the outside world because he lost Friday's assistance. Professor Lin Feng, we have confirmed that Friday's last location before the network was interrupted was near Rose Hill, Tennessee. Natasha reported Stark's whereabouts to Lin Feng through the headset and asked if he needed support. Lin Feng looked around at the 6 people around him, a little helpless. I understand. There should be people living near Rose Hill. Stark should be fine, as long as he charges. By the way, how is Pepper's mood now? Natasha sighed. The situation is not very good. She looks calm on the surface, but she is actually trying to suppress her worries. I'm worried that she will have a mental breakdown over time. The more she suppresses herself now, I'm worried that the rebound will be more serious then. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Women still understand women best. Natasha, tell her where Stark is. This will give her peace of mind. After Natasha agreed, she was silent for a while. Professor, did you see the news this morning? Lin Feng smiled. Are you talking about the news about the appearance of gods in Sakura country? I've seen it. I'm now accepting the invitation of the Sakura government and preparing to book a flight to go there. By then, there should be many scientists from all over the world going there, but to be honest, they may not have many research results, and my gains may also be limited. However, this is not a big problem for me. Natasha, thank you for your concern. Take good care of Pepper. Professor Lin Feng hung up the phone. Natasha knew that Lin Feng was not affected by negative emotions. She breathed a sigh of relief and understood another intention of Lin Feng. In the past, every time they talked, they would more or less mention the investigation of the Kree. However, since the agreement came into effect, this was the first time that Lin Feng talked to her, but he did not mention the Kree, who was regarded as a top priority. This shows that there may be Kree people in the monitoring team around him. Natasha operated the computer and investigated the identity of the 6-member team. From time to time, pop-up ads on the computer appeared with titles such as shocking. God appeared in the sky above the Sakura country. Will the god craze sweep the world again? Natasha had no time to pay attention to it. She kept climbing over the wall and breaking through the firewall of the CIA and Mi-6. Mr. Stark, do you think that after the appearance of the Sakura country god this time, will God also appear in our United States? A little boy asked Stark curiously, watching the reporters on TV competing to report the news of the Sakura country god. Stark shook his head and stroked the little boy's head. Harry, it's not that simple. Whether it's China or Sakura country, their gods have been recorded as early as BC, such as China's classic of mountains and seas and Sakura country's Kojiki. This shows that gods have existed for a long time, but they are concentrated in East Asia. And God was created because the Son of God Jesus founded the church in the 1st century AD, so there are many images of God. Our God cannot withstand the test of time and the scrutiny of deeds. In short, it will be difficult for other gods to appear in the future. Harry was a little disappointed, but soon became excited again. Then Stark, you are a member of the Avengers, you should see gods often, right? Stark shook his head. That's not the case. I haven't had close contact with gods a few times, but I have a Professor Lin Feng who knows a lot about gods. I can introduce you to each other, if there is a chance. Really? Harry's eyes flashed with excitement. It is his dream to be able to contact Professor Lin Feng. Yesterday, after Stark dragged the mecha for a long time, he saw a warehouse. Looking at the dilapidated warehouse, he thought there was no one here, so he occupied it. The situation was urgent, he was almost freezing to death, and he didn't care whether he violated other people's residential peace and quiet. Fortunately, when he opened the warehouse door, he found that there was no one inside. Stark dragged the mecha and put it away, turned on the light to repair the damaged parts due to the fall from a high altitude, and looked for a place to charge. Then he saw Harry holding a simple version of the potato gun. The gun looked fancy, but was so powerful that Stark was shocked. Okay, I surrender. Stark raised his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Harry put down his gun. I know you, Mr. Stark. My name is Harry. I'm your fan. Stark recalled what happened last night and said to Harry, "Harry, I will try my best to let you meet Professor Lin Feng, but don't take everything for granted. People still have to be self-reliant." Although Harry didn't understand why Stark suddenly became serious, he could feel Stark's concern and love for him. "Don't worry, Mr. Stark, I will remember it." Stark picked up the newspaper. Compared with the explosive news that the gods appeared again in Sakura country, the other news seemed less eye-catching, but it was particularly glaring to him. Tony Stark was killed in the terrorist attack yesterday. He knew that this was a provocation and show-off by the mastermind Mandarin, and he was determined to avenge his previous shame. The next morning, without disturbing Harry who was sleeping, Stark quietly sneaked into the hiding place of the actor who had disguised himself as Mandarin. This place should be his base for contacting the mastermind, and perhaps he could find some clues that were missed at the beginning. After Natasha revealed Stark's whereabouts to Pepper, she asked softly, "Pepper, are you going to look for him? Or do you have other plans?" Pepper's eyes were no longer confused. Knowing Stark's whereabouts, she felt relieved and said firmly, "No need, I'll wait for him here. I believe he will come back to find me, just as he believes I will always be here waiting." Natasha looked at the determined Pepper and was speechless for a moment. Perhaps this is the power of love, which makes people willing to wait blindly for another person, and also makes people have the belief of knowing each other and staying together. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. "Miss Pepper, the guests you made an appointment with have arrived." The front desk clerk reminded Pepper not to forget today's work arrangements. Although Stark is missing, his clean energy industry is still running in an orderly manner under Pepper's calm command. Natasha smiled and said, "You still have official business to deal with, so I won't bother you." After that, she turned and left. When she reached a place where no one was, Natasha's face was stern, and she decided to investigate the medical expert carefully. In the 6-member team monitoring Lin Feng, he was the only American, most likely a Cree pretending to be one, and he was also the closest to him. Pepper looked at Natasha's receding back and smiled bitterly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, An Existence on a Par with Gods. Indeed, Natasha could not help with the company's operations. She now needed to deal with something that was both troublesome and necessary. She slowly went downstairs, tidying up her manners, while recalling the details of the operation. The guest who made the appointment this time was Lucaso. He had a good impression of Little Pepper before, and had invited her out on dates many times, but she had rejected them all. This time he came to discuss the project, and she hoped that he could handle the matter impartially. Little Pepper pushed open the door of the reception room, and saw a well-dressed and elegant man walking towards her. He was completely different from the humble, sloppy, and thin Lucaso in her impression. They were like two different people. Pepper was surprised, but she still confirmed it out of politeness. "Lucaso?" Lucaso smiled confidently. "It's me, Pepper." Then, he looked at Pepper. "You look good recently. This outfit suits you very well, very beautiful." Pepper had not recovered from the shock. "Oh my god, you look too handsome. I'm a little, unbelievable. You." She couldn't find the right words for a long time, so she simply asked, "What have you been doing in the past few years?" Lucaso smiled confidently. "It's nothing serious. I just had some minor problems with my body, and I have been receiving treatment for the past 5 years. Also, you can call me Seen Lucaso in the future." Pepper gradually recovered from the shock. No matter who the person in front of her was, he was a guest for today's business negotiations and an old acquaintance. She poured a glass of water for Lucaso. "Nice to meet you, Lucaso." Although Pepper's words returned to calm, she did not reveal too much surprise. This made Lucaso frown. He found that he had not occupied a place in Pepper's heart for so many years. He was jealous of Stark, and hated Stark even more. Stark is like a child of destiny, brilliant and smart. People can only see his brilliance, but not the shadow under his brilliance. And Lucaso is that shadow, the humblest and darkest part. In the corner where no one is, he longs to be noticed. He is also a smart man, unique in biological research and a leader in material physics. But his intelligence did not bring him much confidence. On the contrary, because of his weak health and frequent bullying, he often doubted his ability. He became less and less confident, and put on glasses, to block the eyes of the world. But at the same time, he also isolated himself from the world. He lived in the comfort zone he had woven, until he found Stark. The desire for light made him want to meet Stark, but there was no news. So he transformed. He took off his glasses, and communicated with the world again. He was obsessed with studying the ultimate biological transformation technology. In this field, he found that he could be as confident, calm, suave and brilliant as Stark. In that case, why can't he become the same person as Stark? He looked at Pepper, his smile full of confidence. Pepper, let me introduce you to the latest project of our company. Over the years, my scientific research team and think tank and I have been cleverly circumventing the unethical biological research ban. Luxa said here, making quotation marks with both hands to emphasize. He smiled brightly and talked non-stop. However, God will not let down those who work hard. By chance, we developed a little gadget. Luxa took out a small box from his pocket and noticed that Pepper was staring at it intently. He chuckled and touched his ear gently to make sure the instrument he was wearing was working properly. Then he installed a small device behind his ear. We call it the ultimate transformation, he said while looking at the box unconsciously. Pepper felt a strong sense of uneasiness inexplicably. Compared with the past, Luke Sazzo exudes admirable confidence and is quite attractive to women, but at the same time, he also reveals his strong possessiveness and control, and even in his conversation, one can feel a faint desire for destruction. Luke Sazzo also noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere. After Stark disappeared, he immediately asked the newspaper to publish the news of Stark's death. Although this news was overshadowed by the report that a god appeared in the Sakura country, he knew that people who cared about Stark would definitely notice this news, especially Pepper. However, Pepper was unusually calm after learning the news, without any panic or concern. Does this mean that she already knows Stark's whereabouts? Recalling the incident in which the fake Mandarin was arrested by War Machine some time ago, Luke Sazzo guessed that Stark was so smart that he might find clues from the fake Mandarin's residence. He remained calm on the surface, but he had already made a gesture secretly. Luke Sazzo picked up the remote control, which was the switch that controlled the lights in the reception room. If you don't mind, I want to turn off the lights. The reception room is surrounded by transparent glass, and people come and go, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. Luke Sazzo extended his hand to Pepper with a strange smile on his face. Come on, Pepper, please join me in exploring the mysteries of the human brain. Then, Luke Sazzo took out 3 steel balls from his pocket and rolled them onto the table. The 3 steel balls immediately tacitly assumed a fixed posture, and after stabilizing, they projected a vast and boundless picture of the universe. Before Pepper could react, Luke Sazzo awkwardly shouted, "Wait a minute, sorry, I made a mistake. This is a picture of the universe." Luke Sazzo adjusted the remote control in his hand and confirmed the order. Yes, it should be this. The brilliant picture of the universe disappeared immediately, replaced by a blue neural network projection. It was mysterious and beautiful, attracting people's attention, with unknown colors that made people unable to take their eyes off. Pepper stood up involuntarily. Her breathing was a little rapid. She was shocked by this beauty. Compared with the medical brain anatomy diagram, this neural network projection is full of unknown beauty and temptation. Luke Sazzo looked at the smile on Pepper's lips with pride and asked proudly, "This is the human brain. How is it? Isn't the simulation effect amazing?" Although her eyes were attracted, Pepper still remembered that this was in an office setting. She replied, "It's amazing, incredible. Luke Sazzo, how did you do it?" Luke Sazzo retracted his gaze. "Thank you for your compliment, Pepper. This is the projection of my brain's neural activity." Hearing this answer, Pepper didn't react for a while, but then she suddenly realized it, turned to look at Luke Sazzo, and asked in shock, "What did you say?" Looking at Pepper, who was a little confused, Luke Sazzo proudly boasted, "What you see is actually the real-time projection of my brain's neural activity." He pointed behind his ear and asked Pepper to pay attention there. "Come on, I'll show you up close." As he said that, he stepped onto the table in the reception room and extended his hand to invite Pepper to explore this new world together. Pepper also stepped onto the table. Lucaso stretched out his arm. "Now pinch my arm hard." Seeing that Pepper was a little hesitant, Lucaso smiled and said, "Don't hesitate, Pepper. I'm not afraid of pain. Hurry up. If you don't do this, I can't show you." Pepper had to pinch Lucaso's arm gently. The projection image immediately emitted a yellow light surrounding them. Pepper was frightened by the sudden yellow light and asked with lingering fear and curiosity, "Oh my god, what is that?" Lucaso replied, "That is the primary sensory cortex, which is also the pain center of the brain. You pinched me just now, and my brain immediately received feedback and projected it. This is just to show the effect of real-time feedback," he patiently explained to Pepper. Then, he picked up the remote control and called up another picture, but that's not the point. What I really want to show you is this. Lucaso walked behind Pepper and wanted to speak close to her ear, but Pepper avoided him calmly. "At present, we are committed to tapping the infinite potential of human bioelectricity." Lucaso's voice was low and charming. He kept gesturing on the projection of the brain's neural network, looking for his target. Pepper's resistance made him dissatisfied, but he was not discouraged, because he was sure that Pepper must have mastered Stark's whereabouts. "Once we successfully tap the potential of human bioelectricity, we can transmit it here." Lucaso finally locked his target and enlarged it. "There is enough space here. This means that the human brain and DNA system will usher in a revolutionary upgrade. This is a historical necessity and cannot be stopped." He stared at Pepper, his eyes focused and affectionate. However, Pepper just looked at the key point curiously and couldn't help but exclaimed. After the presentation, Lucaso and Pepper sat down again, ready to have a face-to-face conversation. However, Lucaso, who was supposed to be in the guest seat, unknowingly took the dominant position. He enthusiastically showed his research results to little Pepper. "Imagine if any organism is regarded as an active biological computer, and you can invade their system anytime and anywhere, and recode their DNA." Lucaso paused deliberately here, leaving little Pepper enough room for imagination. Lucaso is confident in his plan, and he believes that little Pepper will accept this plan. The emergence of gods broke people's inherent ideas. Compared with the previous world of physics rules, more and more people have begun to devote themselves to biological research, trying to reveal the mystery of human evolution. In the legends of China, there are many people who exercise the power of gods in mortal bodies, such as Fuxi, the emperor of human beings, and the two emperors Yan and Huang. They are all powerful and mysterious. Moreover, the gods clearly stated that they would not interfere in the human world, which is much better than the performance of God in the Bible. The God in the Bible destroyed the Tower of Babel in order to destroy the unity of mankind and caused a flood to punish humans who did not obey his will. True gods will not interfere with human beings in any way, just as a famous Chinese saying goes, "Heaven and earth have no benevolence and treat all things as straw dogs." Sages have no benevolence and treat the people as straw dogs. They treat everything like a sacrifice made of grass, without interfering too much, without being biased, without arbitrarily attacking and destroying, and certainly not forcing human beings to believe in them. Pepper regained her calm and rationality as a businesswoman. "I have to say, this is indeed an amazing plan." A smile appeared on Lucaso's face, but was immediately poured a bucket of cold water by Pepper. "But Lucaso, this technology is very likely to be used in biological weapons, such as biochemical warriors, super mercenaries, etc. Stark Enterprises is now just a clean energy company." Lucaso was a little unhappy when he heard this. His smile became stiff, and then his expression became elusive. Stark. Actually, I once invited him to join our company. That was in 1999, when we were still in Switzerland. But he rejected me. But now the situation is different. Even without him, I can run the company in an orderly manner. The same is true for your Stark Clean Energy company. There is another genius at the helm. She is not like Stark. He pointed at Pepper. She is not under Stark's jurisdiction, nor does she have his genius arrogance. The implication is that Pepper can actually make the decision on this matter herself. Pepper said seriously. Seen Luke Sasso, although I'm very interested in the economic cooperation project, I can't help you with this matter. The possibility of your technology being used in the military is too great, and there is currently no effective means of suppression. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I have to refuse you. Pepper personally saw Luke Sasso off after walking out of the door of Stark Company. Although Luke Sasso was a little disappointed, he still said to Pepper in a high voice, "Okay, although I'm a little disappointed. But as my father said, only by passing through the fog of failure can we see the dawn of success." Pepper frowned and said puzzledly, "It's a bit profound. I don't quite understand what you mean." Luke Sasso smiled and said, "I don't quite understand either. Maybe my father is a philosopher." Pepper suddenly laughed. It must be said that Luke Sasso's humor and optimism are still quite admirable. Luke Sasso looked at Pepper and said, "Pepper, we will meet again. After all, only by passing through the fog of failure can we see the dawn of success." Pepper looked at Luke Sasso's gradually receding back, her heart full of doubts and confusion. She suddenly thought for no reason, Stark's whereabouts are unknown. Could it be related to Luke Sasso? She shook her head quickly, because she didn't know whether Luke Sasso and Stark had any grudges, and such malicious speculation was not very friendly. Moreover, the Kree people were eyeing the Avengers, and she shouldn't think of Luke Sasso like this. After shaking her head, Xiao Chili returned to the company to continue handling the company's affairs. Lin Feng's research on gods is unparalleled in the world, and Koizumi Rakuro's hospitality is naturally for some purpose. Chapter 225 The Sakura God is Born. Lin Feng has arrived in Tokyo, the capital of Sakura Country, on a special plane provided by Sakura Country, and has been received by the Prime Minister of Sakura Country, Koizumi Rakuro, with a very high standard. Lin Feng knew it very well, but even so, he was just doing his job impartially, and did not give Koizumi Rakuro too much good face. Koizumi Rakuro had something to ask of Lin Feng, so he could only comfort himself by saying that Lin Feng's attitude was impartial. The news that the gods appeared in Sakura Country shocked the global scientific research team. They learned from the last lesson, and only sent representatives to inform the Sakura government first, and they were all observing Lin Feng's attitude. The last time the fairy island appeared, they made a joke because of misunderstanding. It turned out that the gods had been waiting for Lin Feng. This time the gods reappeared. Everyone became cautious, mainly observing Lin Feng's reaction. At this moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by various media and was interviewed. Among them, the reporters from Sakura Country were particularly active. "Professor Lin Feng, you are the only expert in the field of god research. What do you think about the appearance of the gods in Sakura Country this time?" Lin Feng was interviewed and answered in English, "I'm sorry, I know very little, and don't know much about the gods in Sakura Country, so I can't jump to conclusions. At present, we can only wait for the gods to appear again. The image of this god is highly similar to the Snow Woman in the ancient mythology of Sakura Country. It can be preliminarily considered to be a snow woman. That's all, everyone. I need to rest. Professor Lin Feng, Professor Lin Feng." After Lin Feng left in the crowd, the reporters still chased after him, but they could not break through the security line, and could only watch Lin Feng go away. "Professor Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so popular among the people of Sakura Country," Ross said on the side. Lin Feng snorted coldly, "Not necessarily, I just met a certain expectation in their hearts. The image of gods is no longer exclusive to China, and I'm a leading figure in the field of god research, so their attitude towards me is full of contradictions. They want me to recognize and study the gods of Sakura Country, but they don't want me to deny the existence of gods. Mr. Ross, you may not see this as clearly as I do." After listening, Ross asked, "Then Professor Lin Feng, what is your attitude towards the gods of Sakura Country?" Lin Feng looked up at the sky. "It's the same old saying, know what you know, and don't know what you don't know. I know nothing about the gods of Sakura Country, and I have never come into contact with them, so it's hard to draw a conclusion. My suggestion is to wait for the gods to come again. The last time the Chinese fairy island appeared, the gods chose me. This time when the gods of Sakura Country appear, there may also be a place where the gods live collectively, and a spokesperson will be selected. Of course, this is just speculation, and the details will need to be discussed later. The place that Koizumi Rakura arranged for Lin Feng and his party to stay was a chain of hotels opened by Chinese businessmen in Sakura country. This made Lin Feng have to admire Koizumi Rakura's face-saving skills, which were extremely well done and almost impeccable. However, the focus now is on the community of human destiny, and Koizumi Rakura's small actions are no longer in Lin Feng's eyes. His eyes have been set on the world outside the blue planet, where ego is devouring other planets. On the sea of Sakura country, a warship was patrolling. The officer yawned and did not notice Hashimoto Huanayu floating outside the window not far away. Professor Lin Feng is right. There must be signs before the gods come and create a sense of mystery. Then, it depends on you. Hashimoto Huanayu looked at the patrol ship and made up his mind. Lin Feng's advice to her was simple. Let a god appear first, then show the gathering place of the gods, and finally choose Hashimoto Huanayu as the messenger of the gods. With precedence, people's recognition of this method will be much higher. Hashimoto Huanayu's figure disappeared immediately. On the warship of Sakura country, the soldiers exclaimed, "Captain, look." The captain looked quickly and found that thick fog had appeared outside the window. He was a little flustered. "Quick, call headquarters. Contact headquarters quickly." "Captain, we have contacted headquarters, and our video data has been sent over," the soldier reported. "Look, what is that?" another soldier shouted. Several people followed his gaze and saw a huge door pillar suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the Torii in the Sakura culture. Thinking of the small island behind the thick fog in China, the officer was overjoyed. "It seems that is where the gods of our Sakura country are. Soldiers, come on. Let's try to see if we can rush in and see." However, not surprisingly, they were turned away. That afternoon, the news media once again set off an uproar. Does the appearance of the Torii indicate the attitude of the gods? Some reporters have come to the hotel where Lin Feng is staying, and more people have focused their attention on the Torii that appeared on the sea surface of Sakura country. Under the attention of the public, Lin Feng stretched his waist and appeared in front of many reporters. "Professor Lin Feng, the gods have appeared again. What do you think about this?" "Professor Lin Feng, regarding the appearance of the gods of the Sakura country this time, do you think this will have an impact on the belief system of the Chinese gods?" "Professor Lin Feng, your research status in the field of theology is recognized by the world. Are you interested in creating new disciplines, such as specialized research branches of theology?" Faced with the reporter's disorganized questions, although Lin Feng was smiling, he had already revealed his impatience, so he waved his hand. "Please be patient and ask questions one by one." The reporters quieted down. Lin Feng looked around at everyone and called out their names one by one. "Reporter, you go first." This was a reporter from the Sakura country. He asked, "Professor Lin Feng, about the reappearance of the gods this time, and they are not Chinese gods. What do you think?" After listening to the translation, Lin Feng chuckled. "My opinion is not important. No matter when, the gods are gods, and my opinion can neither influence nor change anything. Of course, from my personal point of view, whether it is the gods of the Sakura country or the gods of China, as long as they do not interfere in human affairs, that is the best." Another reporter asked, "Then Professor Lin Feng, do you think the appearance of the gods of Sakura country will have an impact on the diplomatic relations between Sakura country and China?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "There will definitely be an impact, but it is not absolute. The power of the gods is strong enough to influence political dynamics, there is no doubt about that. But in the final analysis, what really determines the relationship between the two countries is the exchanges between the people and the attitude of the government." "Professor Lin Feng, do you think the gods of other cultural systems will also appear?" a Western reporter asked provocatively. Lin Feng thought for a while. "No one can predict what will happen in the future. Who knows? Let's wait until that day really comes, and then we'll talk about it." Just as Lin Feng was answering the reporter's question, the message of Hashimoto Kanzuki appeared on the Torii gate in the sea area of Sakura country. The Sakura country, which was paying close attention to the Torii, immediately reported the information to Prime Minister Koizumi Rakuro. After listening to the report, Koizumi Rakuro immediately instructed, "Quick, find Hashimoto immediately, quick." Also, let researchers from all countries go to the Torii. Every major discovery will attract scientific researchers from various countries, which has become a default phenomenon. The last time the Huaxia Fairy Island appeared, it was the same, and this was also the default state of the governments of various countries. Lin Feng and his party had already arrived in front of the Torii by boat. Looking at the towering Torii, people could not help but feel emotional. The sky gradually darkened, and the Torii emitted a dazzling light, which made everyone close their eyes. When people opened their eyes again, a huge circle appeared near the Torii, and Lin Feng was also wearing sunglasses with his hands in his pockets. He gave instructions, hoping that everyone would stay outside the circle. Professor Lin Feng, is there any particularity? Chen Haitian asked in confusion. Lin Feng smiled. God is also aware of his own territory. This circle is actually the division of the god's domain. The last time I climbed the fairy island, it was the same. No one else could climb up, because within the god's domain, people without permission could not touch it at all. This time, God specifically divided such a circle to show people her territorial ownership and to warn that if anyone dared to offend the majesty of God, then his fate can be imagined. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was silent, and no one wanted to cross that circle to try to bear the wrath of God. Look, it's Miss Hashimoto. Miss Hashimoto has appeared. A researcher from the Sakura country shouted excitedly when he saw Hashimoto Kanai appear. Everyone's eyes shifted over. Because it was a summons from the gods, Hashimoto Kanai rushed over without stopping. Although it was just one of her clones, she was not as lazy as Lin Feng, and she was quite rigorous and serious in doing things. Hashimoto Kanai, with light makeup, wore a formal dress. Under the faint moonlight, she had a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but look at her a few more times. It must be said that Hashimoto Kanai has always been a very charming woman, but he has never thought about it in this way, so he has always ignored her charm. Hashimoto Kanai walked towards Lin Feng in high heels. Many media looked at her sideways, and researchers from the Sakura country were jealous. Why did Miss Hashimoto go there? She was just going to see the gods of our Sakura country. Why did she go to see Lin Feng? Hashimoto Huanai ignored everyone's comments and came to Lin Feng, looking a little nervous. Professor Lin Feng, the gods are calling me, what should I do? Her actions seemed normal to everyone. After all, Lin Feng was the only one who had contact with the gods, and she was also asking for advice from her predecessor. Lin Feng thought about it. It should be waiting for the gods to take us away. Don't worry, the gods have no ill will towards people, just wait patiently. As soon as the voice fell, petals rained in front of the Torii. In the rain of petals, a road spread out on the sea and extended towards Hashimoto Huanai. Lin Feng smiled. Miss Hashimoto, your gods are here to greet you. Go. Hashimoto Huanai nodded seriously and stepped onto the path. The cherry blossom rain fell on people's shoulders. People could only smell the fragrance of cherry blossoms, but the petals could never land on people. Only Hashimoto Kanai, bathed in the cherry blossom rain, with cherry blossom petals all over her body, was heading towards the unknown Torii. Under the gaze of everyone, she finally stepped into the gate of the Torii. Lin Feng looked at the numerous news media. Today, in front of the witness of the whole world, the messenger of the Sakura kingdom was born. She is Hashimoto Kanai. Most people ignored Lin Feng, and almost all their eyes were firmly attracted by Hashimoto Kanai. They were all looking forward to Hashimoto Kanai's reappearance. Only Chen Haitian held him back. Professor Lin Feng, isn't your words redundant? Since Lin Feng returned from his last visit to the fairy island, he has become the spokesperson of God. This time Hashimoto Kanai stepped into the Torii. If nothing unexpected happens, when she returns to the human world, she will also take on the role of the spokesperson of God. Lin Feng smiled slightly and patted Chen Haitian on the shoulder. Haitian, I didn't mean to say that. Chen Haitian was stunned, then his face showed joy. You mean, our gods know about this matter, but choose not to interfere, right? Lin Feng nodded. You should discuss this matter with the upper level when you have time. The gods of Sakura country may have some intersections with the gods of China in the future. It is not clear yet what is the connection between them, but what is certain is that there will be no conflict between the two sides, and the basic attitude is to negotiate. Chen Haitian immediately conveyed Lin Feng's meaning to the upper level, which was undoubtedly a good news for the Chinese government. Inside the torii, Hashimoto Kanzuki, wearing a white kimono, walked towards Lin Feng. Seeing that she was still dressed as a snow girl, Lin Feng asked, "Why, do you like this dress very much?" Hashimoto Huanayu lowered her head shyly. "Yes, Professor Lin Feng, this dress is beautiful. Do you mind me dressing like this?" Lin Feng said nothing more. "No, as long as you like it. Have you thought about your next plan?" Hashimoto Huanayu listened with a firm look in her eyes. "Yes, Professor Lin Feng, I have thought about it." Based on Lin Feng's own experience, he told Hashimoto Huanayu that the same god cannot appear multiple times in a short period of time, otherwise the speed of points increase will drop significantly. In addition, part of the points of the god played by Hashimoto Huanayu will be automatically counted into Lin Feng's god points. Although they are shared, Lin Feng's system is the main system, while Hashimoto Huanayu's is only a subsystem. Therefore, Lin Feng asked Hashimoto Huanayu about his next plan, because the gods cannot come frequently, which will inevitably lead to the slow accumulation of task play points. It is undoubtedly more difficult for Hashimoto Huanayu to accumulate points than Lin Feng. Hashimoto Kanzuki explained his plan. "Professor Lin Feng, humans around the world are now aware of the existence of gods. Although our points will be relatively reduced when we play as gods, the total amount is increasing. After all, there is a global belief bonus. Moreover, we can expand the image of gods, such as the Asgard domain, the Dark Star, and other life planets in the Milky Way. Where there are people, there is faith, and the appearance of gods is the embodiment of faith." Lin Feng was stunned. After the last invasion crisis of Thanos, the image of gods was not only widely known on Earth, but more people like Asgard also knew about the gods of Blue Star. But he did not think in this direction. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.